Hello and welcome everybody to the Thunderpick World Championship 2026. We've got down to the final day now, and I'm joined by two lovely guests alongside me. I've got my South African brother of Hayes, and I've got Champions of Europe. You'll never sing that, Trav, as well. As we get started with
But
today.
he was planning that all morning. I guarantee you, he woke up,
I
saw
saw
he
the
was on
schedule.
broadcast with me,
Brilliant.
and he knows I like Arsenal, and 100% that was going to be there. Look, the PSG deserve to win. I'm going to hold my hands up and say Arsenal played terribly, but it's all good. I appreciate the banter.
Matt, how you doing, man? How's things?
I'm good. I'm not a football enjoyer, am I? So last night was just a Saturday night for me. Very chill. Got to bed relatively early. Had a good sleep with my homies. Loving life, bro. Let's go.
There we go. There we go. We've got some good Counter-Strike as well to bring you today. We've got three big games up on the docket, but we start looking at the bracket to see how we've got to where we're at. And I think you can say here, Trev, for the most part, there's no crazy upsets along the way. Like, you know, we were kind of just talking about it. We haven't seen OG for a while, but it's nice to see them back kind of playing in these online tournaments. TDK as well have obviously been making really good runs at the moment too.
Yeah, they have. And look, I think the only upset, kind of weirdly, from just looking at this entire bracket for me, is EAC taking one map off of OG. I had a chance to cover that game, and that was a pretty poor game from OG overall. But the most important thing in online Counter-Strike is that you got over the line. They did in the end. And they are on obviously the more difficult side of the bracket for me too. I mean, TDK, as you say, on great form. Who knows if they're going to get their visas to go to Katowice to play Pro League? But they damn well qualified for it through ECL. So a huge props for them. Lots of well-known players, obviously, which we'll get into in a minute. And it's great to see a bit of a resurgence from them.
Yeah, and they've got to be one of the sort of like, at the moment, like highest ranked, like unorged teams kicking about, which is absolutely sick for them. Flip side as well, Hayes, we got KOLESIE and VRSDelivery on that side. And yeah, a bit of an interesting run. They've obviously kind of, as sort of Travis touched on, a much easier side of the bracket. But actually, you know, teams like Betclic falling quite early, Johnny Speeds as well, who generally do tend to go quite deep in these sort of tournaments.
Yeah, I mean, I will say I think KOLESIE's had like quite a free run to get to the semi-final. The teams they've beaten seem like sort of stage teams generally. I think VRSDelivery, there's a little bit more legitimacy to the wins over Johnny Speeds and CYBERSHOKE, and I think they'll be quite happy. Polish Derby later on, count me in. Yeah,
Trav, kicks off. Let's talk about TDK. We've touched on him, just qualified through to Pro League as well. But at the moment, everything looks really good for this side.
Yeah, they do. I mean, look, I really like seeing how they've managed to evolve. Look, I understand that they were playing with Zorta before, then BetBoom have these issues with ArtFrost's visa, so now Zorta has to play for BetBoom, but actually doesn't look too bad, and they make a good run on LAN, you know, at IEM, right? But of course, in exchange, you can just take ArtFrost back. And it's like, okay, well, if ArtFrost can play online Counter-Strike, wonderful. He's one of the best AWPers at this level, without a shadow of a doubt, even though AWPers are improving with Animgraph 2 in terms of ratings, it feels like. Players I think I need to shout out here, firstly, is Nafany. I think he's evolving, not just as a player, but as an in-game leader. It used to be known for him that he was, like, not flashing well for his teammates on Gambit/Cloud9, and he was not really growing as a captain at higher tiers. I'm seeing a lot more of that now, and also individually, he's playing really damn well. And Sugar, he might be a 0.98 rated player, but he's decent.
Yeah, that's and Hayes on the flip side as well. OG, this side is stocked full of talent as well, right? Players who, you know, like Body, like KD, you know, play at that top level, and then sort of tier 2 stalwarts around them, Spook, gotta be and Prime Tabs. Like, this side has the real makings to actually be a real gatekeeper team within tier 2 if they can get up there.
Yeah, that's the big permutation or question is if, because I feel like we've been saying that for a while now about this OG roster, is that there's always been pieces, there's always been a lot to get excited about, there's always a lot of directions you could point and say this is where they could be successful, and it just feels like it hasn't materialized. But we'll have to wait and see now with the addition of Prime Taps. Obviously that's a very new player to have joined the team and replaced Arizdoche, so we'll see how that's going to kind of play out in the next couple of weeks. Obviously we're kind of like tailing off into the end of the season now for teams that haven't qualified for the major, so I feel like they're probably just looking to build for the next season at this point, and maybe it's a good decision to have made the roster change now before the player breaks. They can get some reps in, and it's not like they're starting next season from scratch at that point with the player that they've just brought in.
Yeah, absolutely. I think as well, you know, it's kind of an interesting kind of narrative around how to maneuver around VRS, I think, at the moment. And Trav, you know, there's two kind of ways to look at this. You obviously have sounds like Monty, who, when I spoke to Gizmy, he was like VRS maxing, which is only playing lands. But there's also a risk of not having reps under your belt. And is that maybe a thing for OG? They're just not playing enough CS?
Yeah, maybe. I think the thing is, though, that they just know how unpredictable online Counter-Strike is. And I think OG, the one thing that they have, obviously, is organization organization backing, or the players have organization backing to actually pay the fees to go to these lands, pay the travel, whatever, right? If it's these smaller events that don't pay extra for those sort of things. And obviously they've got that ability to do that. And as you say, sure, there's a 7-week gap between playing ALGO and a CCT invite event, which they lost, and then the BC Game Master Championship in Porto, in Portugal, just the other day. And they didn't do that well at that land for BC Games. So, yeah, a bit concerning for them, I can't lie. But the veto, I don't think actually is as concerning. I came into this game now a little bit concerned that they could be completely just blown out the water here by a team that is like really solid at this level. Then I looked at the veto and what it could be, and I was like, actually, TDK don't play Nuke, so OG actually get a chance to pick Inferno, which TDK haven't even won a game on yet.
Yeah, and I kind of want to touch this as well. Hey, looking through the stats, Inferno is a map which TDK have really been struggling on. But then you've got the flip side of Dust 2, which OG look very uncomfortable on. So the way this veto set out for me, this feels like it is just destined to go all three.
I mean, that is how the paper reads. However, whether or not we actually follow that blueprint or not, it'll be determined in the server. And sometimes weird and wacky things happen. I'm a little bit surprised that TDK haven't been exploited more in terms of this like Nuke permaban, Inferno, Frailty. Like, how have they only had to play the map 4 times in the past 3 months? Surely it just speaks volumes to how infrequent it is for teams to be their primary pick or very comfortable to be picking into Inferno these days. Because TDK, I feel like they've kind of been skirting on past, whistling, looking the other way, thinking, don't mind our Inferno. It's not like that's anything that we're too concerned about, and they just haven't been exploited there. So OG, conversely, as you highlight, is a map that they really enjoy playing, makes perfect sense for them to go in that direction. And I think OG are pretty significant underdogs coming into this, but I think the veto does kind of level that out to a degree. And overpass, I mean, that's arguably the best map for both of these teams. That'll be straight fire if we get to a decider, which, like you say, we probably should.
Yeah, we've got the head-to-head as well here. Trav, Artfrost, Adam B. Different roles, but, integral players. I think for Artfrost as well, he's always a player that I sort of slightly feel bad for. I think, obviously, with kind of that whole thing around sort of Boom as a whole, but he constantly proves himself when he does get opportunities elsewhere to sort of stand in.
Low-key, Artfrost has had the short end of the stick in his entire career. Obviously, Spirit Academy, he was amazing, overshadowed by Donk, fair enough. But then, obviously, when they get upgraded to Spirit, then Shiro's available. And they're like, well, you just can't say no to Shiro. Then Boom comes along, great opportunity there. Had a couple of other chances in smaller organizations around in Tier 2. Right, obviously had a chance in Paravision and Amcal. Didn't really pan out too well. Amcal was only lasted like a couple of months or something. Then Boom is more of a solid role for him. It's more of a solid organization for him. And then obviously we have this visa issue. And if he didn't have this visa issue, he would be playing the major. So, it's definitely a shame. Of course, he still gets he's still technically part of the team, but at the moment still benched. And that is what this TDK team is all about. I mean, Nafani is a free agent now, what was on Amcal. I'm pretty sure Sugar might still be contracted to Incilio. I think Xanta's still contracted to Namiga as well.
Yes, yeah.
Not entirely sure, but obviously Axel and Artfrost still on the BetBoom bench. So, in the head-to-head, as you say, different roles. Seeing Adam B's rating there, that's going to be a big factor for me, because we need to see this OG team really have a star sharp and tell you who's going to be their star rifler. At the moment, recently, rating-wise, it is Adam B, but it can't just be him. I mean, there needs to be like a solid baseline across all of them. One positive for me, I think I will say, is that especially at this level, Cadian still does Cadian things, but in a good way and a bad way. And I've seen some decent stuff from him on the AWP lately, so I'm quite happy with how he's looking.
I honestly think that I always get really worried when OG play against teams that are on paper far below their level. When I see them playing against a team like TDK, this is actually where I have a little bit more faith in them, to be honest with you, because there's less pressure on them, and because of the poor results they've had against teams that are quite far below their level in their past, I feel like they get quite nervous going into those games when they are like massive over favorites. Here, when they're kind of, maybe underdogs, I'm keen to see what they can do.
Well, fellas, it looks like the game is live. So as I throw you in to map number 1, put your money where your mouth is. I want to know your predictions. Who's taking this and in what maps?
TDK 2-1.
OG 2-0.
Oh!
Oh, wait, I can't hear that.
So TDK 2-1 for me.
And I'm going to go OG 2-0.
Oh, okay. The change up. Well, let's see how it goes. TDK.
Listen, if I get it wrong, I can be like, haha, it's a fun prediction. If I get it right, I'd be like, see, guys, I know ball.
TDK OG underway in our first semi-final of the day. Obviously the more stacked side of the bracket here. They'll be looking at that other KOLESIE versus what is now called Dragon Claw. By the way, they've changed name again. Dragon Claw side in the other semi-final, thinking, okay, we're the favourites for this tournament. Let's just try and win the semi-final and see if we can get it done. Sugar is charging up long already. Already showing some presence. The smoke on the cross is available. Caden's got a bit of a utility prime for him as well. A smoke to play around on that elbow position. Try and bait in his short player. And Spook, obviously, on the new box too, does get a chance to play a little bit of a cheeky angle. But guess what? It's all a ruse. All the CTs are here towards short, but the bomb's being planted on B. And do they know that yet? They should now. Yeah,
they've realized that now the penny is dropped. There's still 3 CTs focused on dealing with both these ramp players, though. And there's no kits in play. There should be no time for this, honestly. Finally, they've been able to uproot both of those A-long players, but they haven't even been able to set foot in on this B-bomb site. You still have Nafany in the middle, who's hearing all of these footsteps. Going to be a late activation from him. Couldn't be any better timing coming through from Nafany here as well. And yeah, that just felt like an impossible pistol round for OG to win with the positional control that TDK had, and they will get it across the line.
Actually, crazy layers there. Yeah, that was pretty insane. The fact that they just had B taken while there was, what, a 5-man, as in like 3 on CT, 2 on T fight over toward the A-bomb site. B-bomb site was the original plan, though. I'll be able to deal with that comfortably and confidently to start on Dust 2. We were talking about how their Dust 2 has looked lately. We still know that Overpass and probably Anubis are their other 2 strong maps, but Dust 2 is probably their third. They have a good percentage win rate on both T and CT sides. They've beaten Namigo on the map lately as well, which is a good team to beat at this level. Namigo's been on pretty good form, so I think OG are not gonna lie down. It's going to be a closer map, I think, this one, than maybe people are realizing. But, yeah, TDK, they do know they need to get off to a good start with that sort of gap in the Vito Inferno coming up next. If OG win this map, then I think that's probably what you're banking on, Matt. Inferno could make it a 2-0.
That's exactly what I'm kind of leaning towards. So there's a little bit of method to my madness there with the prediction of the 2-0. Extremely, maybe extremely unlikely is too strong of a term, but it's definitely unlikely. Anyway, you're right that we're going to need to see OG step up in a big way. I'm looking at Kaden in particular. I mean, that head-to-head AWP against Exile is certainly going to be a challenging affair for him here on Dust, but he's been in okay form lately. He played well against Just Players yesterday. They won a game 2-0. I thought they'd have some trouble there, so that's a good sign. Either way, TDK set themselves up for a B split here. Now, I don't think they have another follow-up smoke here to block off CT. Yeah, it's probably what's actually dissuaded them from committing through this. There's going to be a push through tunnels, flash forward frag on Spook without losing anyone in the process. It's now all on Prime Taps. There's literally no support for him. Does he even need any? A couple of players here on low health as well. It's going to make his life a bit easier. Time being short as they've been forced to pause here, but eventually Nafany will get the kill.
Now Artfrost has been tagged though, and he'll just about hold the line against Cadian. Now all 3 players tagged up very low at the end of that one. And Prime Taps did his best, but yeah, no more work available for him, unfortunately. I think that's one of the main things for OG that we kind of need to see as this roster progresses, right? I mean, I think they're a fun team to watch, and as I've kind of been like talking about when I've covered them a couple of times recently, I don't see a world that at some point, I mean, they're 54th in the VRS. It's not that bad, but I don't see a world in which this team isn't like top 35 by the end of the year. I just think there's too much quality on here, and obviously with how they're going about playing games in their season, about playing these LANs, and more often than not taking the hit playing online too much. I think they're judging their schedule pretty well to get that ranking up as high as possible in months to come till the end of the year. And I think Prime Taps is a ever so slight upgrade on Arasdos, because he was struggling in his roles toward the end of his stint on the team.
Yeah, true. We'll have to see how that develops. You are betting against the trend there, though, that OG will progress into that top 35, considering what we've seen from them over the past while, right?
I know.
And
I know.
I do like it. I do actually agree with you as well. But I'm just pointing out that I think it's a decently bold claim because it's not glaringly obvious. And I like those sorts of claims where you've got to kind of read between the lines a little bit and make some predictions that go against the grain a little bit. So yeah. I like it. You know me, I'm a Cadian fan as well, so I'd be very happy to see things develop in that direction.
Yeah, look, I don't care what anyone says. Situation number one, as the pistols should be eaten up here for TDK. Just make sure there's no funny business here because there is a full stack on the bomb site, and yeah, it should be fine. Good dig from prime taps, but fine. Should be fine. So yeah, I love Cadian, and I think people are like lying to themselves when people say they hate Cadian, because at the end of the day, he's cinema. Whether he
they love to hate him.
They love to hate him, and Counter-Strike needs a bit of a villain, right? I don't think that we've really necessarily got that at the top of the game. I mean, we kind of have got that with Apex, with everyone chanting "FU Apex" in the crowd, and Falcons obviously a little bit too, but I think Counter-Strike needs Cadian, needs a personality like Cadian, and that's one of the main reasons why I'm like backing him and hoping that they do make progress up toward the top of the scene. But obviously, look, they've only just added prime taps. They do need to have some time to figure all that out. And look, he was the obvious candidate to be added to this team. They needed an AWP, they needed an in-game leader, and Cadian does both.
Yes, he does. Why is he a villain again? Can anyone tell me something that Cadian has done wrong that's made him the villain, or is it just that he's not flashy his highest stats? He's
no, it's
his antics.
It's his antics, and that's like, when I say villain, it's pantomime villain. You know, like that sort of thing.
Yeah. No, fair enough. It's a good way to describe it.
I think he plays into it.
It's just that he's animated and has a lot of personality, and we tend not to like that so much. You know, look at someone like Zontix, who's got all the fans in the world, and he's a bit of like a brick wall in that regard. So I love it. I'm right there with you. Let's get Cadian back to the top. I do have a concern with OG, but I'll raise that in the following round, as we've got our first gun round here. Now, TDK are going to keep this extremely simple. Grouped up on short, wall of smokes, constructed. Adam B in a nice position to be able to get a kill and then drop off and get out of dodge. Oh, that's a problem, though.
Yeah, so far, the extra layers that TDK have had in middle have really helped out to catch a few players in transition, but Xante will not be able to deliver that this time. Body will get the kill as he hops up toward Xbox, and the damage on Nafany is significant. So for OG in this round, it's kind of a must-win, even at this stage of the game. They have got a kick, even though they've got the man advantage. That's going to be a big one on Nafany. The HP will go down, Axel delivers, and Arc Flush from the site is still healthy. That could be a big factor. The Incendiary is awkward, he's having to jump away, and in the end, Spook will catch him. Too many players to worry about, and then Axel goes down trying to peek from goods. So they do figure it out, and there is plenty enough time for the defuse. OG are on the board.
Yeah, very well navigated from them, because after Cadian goes down to that really quick shot there out of Nafany's Galil, I'm thinking, okay, they're going to be in some trouble here. But then Body times his peak in middle to perfection, catching the player scaling up the box. That then negates that extra avenue of pressure, and it gives OG a lot more room and space to work with there for their retake. So good job out of them. Keeping majority of their players alive as well is going to be a good boost for their finances. Now, going back to what I said was my one concern for OG is, can you name a core for this team, like the core three of the reliable players that are going to output the numbers? Because Spook and Adam B obviously feature in 2 of the 3 spots. But I'd be hard-pressed to try and pick a player between Prime Taps, Body, and Cadian as the third.
I know, it's a weird one, and that's the issue from a team that has changed so much over this, like, year of play. I mean, feels like only recently this OG was one with Nikodos and Krisen as the 2 main characters on the team, right? It's a complete, revamp, and that is the issue with what you're describing. It's like you don't have a core you can fall back on and say, okay, this is solid and this is what you can rely on. But look, even the new additions like Body and Cadian, they are incredibly solid baselines to work from. And when you've got Adam B, who is invariably their top-rated player, and doing things like that, holding for 2 kills on long, that is definitely a solid core. I would say the core is, even though they've not been together that long, the core for me is like Body, Adam B, Cadian. You've got a star rifler, you've got a consistent rifler for this level especially, and you've got your AWP in-game leader. So
yeah, I don't mean a core as in the identity of the team, because then I agree with you. I mean the core of like normally you have a trio of fraggers that you look towards, then like a role player in your IGL or something like that. So who would you pick as like the core 3 guys you can expect to put up those big numbers?
Well, Spooky has been a little bit more inconsistent. That's the thing. Great shot from Adam B. I've been a little bit more inconsistent. So I would say that like that Swedish rifling duo would be the main one for me.
100%. That has to be a lock-in with those 2 for sure. No questions there for me either.
But yeah, like recently, it's mostly been Adam B. So but I do agree with you. I would pick those two for sure.
But then where's the third coming from, right? That's the one that's a struggle because you could kind of make a case for the other three because Cadian's not just an IGL who only is there for being a captain and leading the team and the systems and the protocols. He is an IGL who's also an AWPer, and your AWPer has to be a fragger to some degree. We know body, entry fragger, role player, can have pop-off games, not known for doing that consistently. Prime taps as well, solid player, but is he close to being a star rifler? Maybe some days, not always. It's like you can kind of make a case for all three, but none of them you can make a very solid case for, which is my only like kind of concern is what I'm kind of getting at here.
No, I mean, I think if I was to be pressed for an answer, as this eco is being eaten up beautifully, by the way, the nade damage towards lower tunnels was insane. TDK have been munched up by those HEs. I would still pick body, because even though he's getting on a little bit now, he's not a spring chicken in any way, and obviously his rating isn't that great. I still think that the quality he brings to a team like this, at this level in particular for now, is a lot. And look, his rating lately comes mostly down to like some weird games OG have played recently, and of course the end of the 3D Max run where they were still playing tier 1 and they were struggling quite a bit. So this level is much more his level, actually like upper tier 2 at this stage of his career. And I think he's got more than enough quality in terms of his individual level. One of the most underrated players I think we've kind of ever seen in Counter-Strike. When it comes to longevity, that's for sure. Like, he's been doing this for over 10 years now. And also his previous in-game leading stints, right? Like, he's a good secondary voice for Cadian.
100%, and I think that's really important for this OG team, that there's somebody that can alleviate some of that pressure on Cadian and kind of just share that burden to a degree as well. When maybe things are going a little bit tough, body is certainly somebody that Cadian can lean on. Either way, nice little breakdown session there on our perspectives on OG, I think, as they've been able to build themselves into this game successfully by winning that gun round, winning against a follow-up, and then the anti-eco in the previous as well quite comfortably. We have a tied-up scoreline, and they've had this double AWP in play for a while. And Spook is going to be aggressing with this sniper rifle into lowers here. And then Cadian's holding top mid with his, but Cadian's missed his shot. It's not the first time we've seen him miss a shot in the angle in which he's posted. Spook is now trapped in lowers. There ain't no way out here for you, brother. In the corner. Completely mins, surely, right? There's no way. Finally, Nappy realizes the only way out is through the doors. I'm going to set myself up in the smoke and start swiping.
Oh, my word. Now will look to continue with that extra $1. He's managed to wrestle out of that knife kill. But he's going to reface on short though, and playing further forward alone. Usually you'd have maybe a double setup there. Anthony switch to the AWP on the ground will be heard. Double AWP T side temporarily as he looks for a pick in middle, maybe toward window or tunnel, or toward door, sorry. Cadian will find the kill on Xanta. So, with 35 seconds, TDK need to make a call. The bomb is long, and it has been for quite a while. And Nafany, even if he does clear out B, like, how is he gonna bring the bomb and his teammates over at this stage? He sees B's like kind of clear, but he hasn't seen the back plat player in prime tap. So
this is round over. They just have to save, right?
Yeah, I mean, they're charging the bomb up long now, but they need instant kills. There's one. There's no smoke for the cross, though, I don't think. So they just have to try and go for it. But Nafany's positioning could distract them, and it will. It actually allows the bomb to cross because Nafany's in middle, distracting body. That's insane that they even have a chance to win this round. 2v3. Azumbi knows that Axel's on site. Artfrost still alive too. Where is that AWP is the question. Body low HP on the flank. There goes Axel low, and that will distract Artfrost from long. Really unfortunate timing, but that's just the way it is. Axel needed to get that kill to keep Artfrost's attention on Body's rotation. And in the end, very strange round in many ways, but OG will win it.
I mean, honestly, the fact that TDK managed to get themselves on the site and find a plant there is a complete surprise and a success in itself, because it does kind of push them over the edge here. Oh, I don't know, maybe not. Maybe just a hero AK. Yeah, that's what I was thinking on Nafany, and then a save, or at least a half buy across the board outside of him. Well navigated from OG. Like, they are running into some sort of strife in some of these rounds, some challenges, and they're still managing to get past them quite comfortably. Like you highlight, that kill on Axel made the long take from body far easier. Axel, Artfrost has no option but to then turn his attention back towards the A-bomb site. And there's also a nice pause there from body before he commits to the push through long. So good patience on display, good discipline. OG have got themselves a lead.
Cadian will manage to find Axel early in this round 2 against the half investment, the partial buy. Always kind of rely on, as you're always going to get aggressive moves from Cadian to look for info, and that will actually speed TDK up towards short here. Cadian will go down. Of course, the big damage to Nafni means that that nade will finish him off. That would be nice. They will grab it. Sugar playing close to the CT smoke. This tech line could still do some damage. But again, OG got to pull off another retake, which won't be the easiest thing in the world. But obviously they've got kits now and plenty of util. So you need to somehow activate Xanta, who's got no armor, incidentally. And sure, Artfrost has been able to grab that off of Cadian's body, but they're all just silver linings right now. Can they make these silver linings as thick as possible and get an unlikely round? Artfrost, big miss, didn't know which player to flick to with 2 on his screen. And Xanta, he's still tapping away, and time really is becoming an issue right now. 6 seconds on that bomb. Are they anywhere near it? They are not! And Xanta is going to take all of them. Beautiful jiggling up and down. Huge quad kill from him to get himself on the board in the game.
Oh, wonderfully done there from Xanta to get his team across the line there. He makes it look so clean, so smooth, so mechanical out of him there with the shots being connected. Half buy for TDK to tie up the scoreline. That's going to be annoying for OG. Had worked extremely hard to win those 4 consecutive rounds, even getting an opening kill in that round there as well. Courtesy of Cadian, who's been floating around quite a lot. But TDK get one back, and now a tag onto his opposite number out of Artfrost.
Yeah, what a round from Xanta. I think that's the one thing you can kind of criticize with this TDK team. Xanta, he was never like a true star on any of his previous teams. But when he was on the Mega, he was like very consistent. Notably when they had Sway on the team, obviously, back when it was prime Namiga time. But yeah, on TDK, he's a little bit underwhelming, namely because of the roles he plays. They're not really any roles that allows him to truly shine. And obviously, why would he be in those roles when you've got Axile and Archboss in the team? So, yeah, that is the one thing I can criticize him for. But he can still pop up with rounds like that. And that was gorgeous.
Yeah, very good to see him having those sorts of moments. Big round number 9 here, honestly, to try and set the tone for both of these teams as to what we can expect going into the rest of the half. Going to be a pop flash through the door here to set Nafany up. Nobody on the receiving end. CT smoke, I don't know how much life it has left in it, not much. Body peering above it actually is going to be the one to get the kill. Oh, and Cadian with the AWP in position. This is really awkward for him. Forced out into the open by the molly. Prime taps out in the open as well. As that smoke fades, that means his cover dissipates with it. Axile will activate in middle, and everything goes according to plan for TDK in the late round.
Yeah, that's the save Red and B and Body. They're out of there. I think it was only a matter of time before TDK made one of these B split / tunnel bursts work. One of the things that was quite evident to me when TDK were coming through as a team is that, you know, Sugar was incredibly underrated. Like, obviously, he's the player with the least name value out of all 5 players on the team by quite a way. But, you know, very often he was just so clean and reliable on the team. Lately, his rating has dropped a little bit, but that has also coincided with TDK getting more consistent results and Ws. So I don't think it's actually too much of an issue. Especially when Axel is playing like... Look, I'm not going to say he's ever playing like the player he used to be. The Gambit Axile / Cloud9 Axile was one of the best players in the world. I mean, what was he, like number 3 in the world in one of those years?
Yeah, I think so.
Like, it's been one of the fall-offs of Counter-Strike history, unfortunately, in terms of like where he used to be to where he is now. But he's still a very good player, especially for this level. And yeah, when you got Axel playing like he is, and Artfrost being consistent as he is, and even Nafany just being such a solid fragger for this outfit, you don't need to see Sugar and Xanta be amazing every single game, like we may have needed in the past.
True, but I guess that's because of how Nafany has stepped up, right?
Yeah.
So that does kind of provide coverage for guys like Sugar and Xanta, I feel like, because from Artfrost and Exile, you're going to be getting that output consistently at a very high level, especially at this level of the game and competition. So then you almost need one of Sugar and Xanta. I feel like they can't afford for both of them to have middling performances, but you're almost always going to have at least one of the two of them, because as you've also described, we know that they are good players, very good on their strong days. So
yeah,
that's why you just very infrequently and invariably see this TDK team getting blown out of the water, because they do have a group of 5 players who are all performing very well lately, and if they're not reliant on a core 3 in particular, they can kind of all take turns, especially with how Nafany has stepped up lately.
Yeah, exactly. And also something that I think is just a pretty cool fact. Firstly, Sugar is flying the flag for his country. There's very, very few Azerbaijani players in Counter-Strike in general. And this will be his, I think we spoke about it the other day, right? This will be his first international LAN since the Rio RMR in 2022, and now he's qualified for Pro League. So, pretty incredible. Once again, Adam B toward long has got a sick multi. That's the second time from that corner he's managed to get 2, where invariably most players would only get 1.
Yeah, difference makeup coming through, as we've often seen from Adam B. Important round here for OG Trav to make sure that this half doesn't start to actually kind of get away from them and maybe derail what looked very good at one point with that 4-round streak. Obviously, it is a 5v3, but it's a bit of a wet piece of paper 5v3 because 2 players are very low. Body's going to get caught off there by Nafany dropping off of short. KD now forced to fall back and concede complete control of this A-bomb site. But Spook will battle back into CT, taking advantage of the fact that Nafany doesn't have any help in that moment, and knowing you would have been low as well. Tips the scales heavily back in OG's favor.
This is the time for Sugar to step up, though, if he try and get off that 2-kill mark. Taps and Adam B so low. Retake coming in now as Adam B creeps up. Flash kick Sugar on a slightly more advantageous angle. And there's his first. Tries to hit the transfer at long range onto Cadian, but that's not easy from all that far away.
Nice.
That's a great catch from Cadian.
Wow.
Sugar trying to reposition, and Cadian says, "No, you don't."
Bro, I was literally about to say that's the 3rd shot this half we've seen Cadian miss, where he's posted on an angle and somebody swings into his scope. And I'm thinking, come on, mate, you've got to be connecting on those, at least majority of them. Not every single one, sure, but especially with the Anim Graph 2 update, those are supposed to be the shots that are easier to land, and he's missing them. And then he finds that crazy follow-up where he tracks the player through the box. It's like, okay, you've kind of made up for it there, man. You've kind of made up for it. You've softened the blow to a degree, but yeah, well done for OG, making the retake happen, tying up the scoreline. Very high level of competition between these 2 teams so far, and the fact that OG are doing it on Dust makes it even more impressive.
Yeah, TDK will absolutely know what is up against them if they drop this map. Could be a great win for OG. Very, very even game coming into this, with TDK slight favourites. Just thinking about how the rankings look and form looks. Quick B-play coming through again here. Xanta will elevate his position, and that should mean he gets the kill on Prime Taps, but it was a time-limited mission to get that kill, because the door player was about to swing him and frag him. That's exactly what happens. In goes Spooky for a random peek, though. That's a bit of a surprise for Artfrost. Thankfully for him, he's able to connect. Kind of a random go at it there. There wasn't a flash, I don't think. And Axile, oh, hello, Adam P.
Race.
You could hear him flashing, or hear him throwing his nade, and pulling the pin on the HE. And Axile was like, okay, I'm going to take you while you've got your nade drawn. And this is the Axile we want to see. Absolutely no holds barred, immediate headshots. And he's got 3 of them in this round. He'll go down, but it baits him into Artfrost. And that was classic Axile.
So sharp, so fast with those shots as well, man. Just like instantaneous on the time to kill there to Exile. Like you say, it just he looks so good on the eye when he's in that sort of a form. Not over peaking or over facing either initially there. Like you say, timing his peak to perfection, in fact. All right. Round lead restored for TDK, and they should be able to build on that and extend it to 2, considering that OG have got a measly force fight to work with. Two SMGs, Desert Eagle from us. Really only Cadians ought to get excited about here. And TDK wrestle a lead out of this first half, which would honestly be pretty damn good considering how competitive this half has been.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, that's an annoying death for Nafany. That smoke just reappears in front of his eyes, but doesn't mean that Spook can't get the kill. Big damage on Cadian early again. Like he started a lot of these rounds on CT Dust 2, low HP. Being tagged through the wall or through the doors. Definitely being down early is definitely a help for OG in what is a important round for them, with obviously a weird purchase in this final full force here in the half.
Oh boy.
That's CT. That's a really nice kill on Axile, and he can play from CT now, play time for rotations, and just allow TDK to take the site. There is an issue with that because there's no kit, but keeping the numbers is the right play for now.
Absolutely. Going to be a difficult retake, as you said, to piece together, though, with only a single flashbang here in the way of utility. At least Body has been able to scoop up an AK. Is this flash? Oh, it's been used already by Spook, so it hasn't actually accomplished much. Straight through the smoke comes close. There's a follow-up. Okay, maybe it's not up to a teammate. That's what it's gone on. I have no idea how Zandy's still alive. Smoke will eventually fade, and he's taken another. Sugar's gotten the long play in the process. That's round over. Absolutely no chance now for OG with the limited time on the clock. No kit, as you've already highlighted. Makes it easy here for TDK to wrap up proceedings. Spook and Cadian just going to try and pad the stats to a degree, but that won't happen either. TDK with a lead now, a 2-round buffer going into their CT side.
Yeah, a round they should win, and they do win in the end. And yeah, Xanta does a great job on short there again. I mean, look, you might look at his KD in that half and say, oh, he's only going 8 to 9. Not really a great half from Xanta. He's kind of won 2 rounds by himself. That round at the end, obviously, was a little bit more easy for Frost and Sugar to hold on from sight. Xanta was just the furthest player forward, getting all that damage and delaying on short. But he had that massive quad kill to clutch that one of the partial buys early on in the first half. And, of course, that round that he won with that AK, with that partial buy, got TDK up and running for a few rounds in a row. So, yeah, lots of impact from him.
They can really push the boat out if they can win this pistol round. Build some proper scoreboard pressure. Quite a lot of utility for TDK as well. Julie's 2 smokes. HE flash. And they use the flash to try and poke their way up short in the middle of the round. It's going to cost him a life, though. Adam B will double down. He gets to kill both Axel and Frost. The crown jewels removed from the defense here. Brilliant stuff out of Adam B. Always good to see him at that sort of a level with those sharp mechanics. He sets his team up brilliantly to win the second half pistol.
He's been the main man, hasn't he? And we spoke about that Swedish duo needing to perform, and it is those two on OG that are playing the best at the moment. That does make me happy to see. Nafany, Sugar, and Xanta to try and recover this, and only Nafany on the A-bomb side. Needs an incredible play. He'll push forward and look for it, but there we go. It's always going to be 1 in a million that he gets like 3 kills from that position. That'll be pistol over, and OG can now start to build on their T side. Usually, we're looking at numbers on the map. We kind of say which team is better on T or CT. TDK is 55 on T, 58 on CT. OG is 40 on T and 61 on CT. Of course, that's less games won, though, or I guess less games played, sorry. And also against some decent opposition on LAN like NIP and Liquid. So, yeah, maybe they are slightly skewed numbers. There we go, Adam. But still, they do mean something. So OG need to get their T side started quickly, and they have.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. Very important to pick up a pistol round when you know that the numbers kind of stack up against you and you're going to have a difficult time in the gun rounds in particular. Cannot afford to slip up here, though, against the follow-up force. An opportunity for OG to get a lead. It would be the first time they'd have had a lead here on Dust 2. Nothing untoward from TDK in terms of the setup here. Pretty standard. I mean, as I say, that does look like they're considering leaning a third plane towards the B-bomb site, but Nothing too crazy going on right now. Normally, I think you need to gamble a little bit more than this when you've got the force spike going on the CT side. Probably going to struggle to win a round where you've just got a standard setup and you're just looking to try and lock it down.
Such a winnable round, though, for TDK, and that's what makes these all so dangerous. The most important rounds, obviously. Your half started. The round gets you started, but then this is the one that confirms it, as you'll have a full eco to come after. No save, obviously. Looks like TDK are going to start looking for information. You've got Sugar and Naphany both pushing into tunnels right now. Counter in pit. Love to get one and play his life to try and bait the player in from long to help out. KD with a little bit of chip damage, but no more than that. I tell a lie, actually no damage at all. He's the one who's taking the damage, now down to 19 HP. Frost is going to find the opening as well, and they just cannot remove Xanta from pit. No matter how hard they try, it's taking forever to get him out of this position.
Oh my god.
Finally,
round over.
Adam B will get the kill, but look at the damage they've taken in getting it done. 16 seconds on the clock. It's completely fallen apart, and they realise there's no point even trying to go for it. They're blocked in by Sugar as well toward long doors. And I think TDK here will very likely just try and do even more. They could take them down after time if they really want to. And then B needs to hold on. He will. Now, these two car players might try and take one of these two players down, but no, they'll play their life. AK recovered on Axile. That was very stunted from OG, and purely down to the fact they just took forever to get Xanta out of pit.
Yeah, and they lost so many players in the process. They lost so much time. They lost so much damage, even on the guys who had survived. And at that point, when they finally do eventually get that kill on Xanta, the rounds are too far gone. Truly impossible to recover. In fact, I was even thinking in the back of my head, you got to just save from here. But it's just you're running a death gauntlet to try and make this work. Losing the name. You ain't coming out of that one alive. 8-6. OG need to win this round if they're going to remain alive here on the map, I think, Trav. I think failing here spells 9-6, anti-ego 10-6. I don't think they're coming back from a 10-6 deficit against this TDK outfit. I mean, TDK qualifying for ESL Pro League, just imagine what a monumental amount of confidence that's given them. They would have always felt very good about this team, but I reckon actually going on, winning that best of 5 grand final, the entire run through the online cups, or obviously it's all online, but the cups preceding that, the regular season, if you will, into the regional finals, being down 1-2 even in that grand final against Nemesis, and then winning 3-2 with the choking struggles that some of these players have had in the past as well for big tournaments. I really think that it's just going to unlock a new level in this TDK team. Yeah,
and just look at the teams they've won to qualify for EPL as well. Like, they've beaten Amiga, and that's obviously Xanta playing technically against his own team, which is kind of funny, right? And then, of course, they beat Nemesis in that grand final 3-2. As you say, we're coming from 2-1 behind, winning over Pass and Mirage to get it done in 5 maps. Crazy game. Yeah, that hopefully visas pending. And we know most of these players do have them, but Art Frost obviously is a player that has been struggling with that. They'll be able to go to Katowice and play on LAN, which would be great to see those players give it a go on LAN. As I said earlier, Matt, it's I believe Sugar's, obviously he's played local Russian LANs, but it'll be Sugar's first international LAN for 4 years. Maybe he's the second ever as well.
Times. Crazy. Fully deserve it as well.
You know what's also crazy?
What's that?
Cadian's a winner, but not in Counter-Strike. I looked at his Instagram this morning. He won a paddle tournament last night.
Oh, okay. Hell yeah. My goat.
I know Naya loves a bit of paddle as well, so yeah, he'd appreciate that.
Yeah, so did this girl I met this one time, but then when I took her to a paddle arena, she didn't even know what we were doing there. So I didn't really know what kind of paddle she meant that she loved, but anyway.
Oh, that took me a second, but I got there.
Yeah. Listen, once a day at least, Trav, I just got to throw you in one of those situations. You know, just like throw you a pipe bomb. Catch. What are you going to do with this one, Trav?
React like I just did then.
Yeah.
Xanta will once again bob and weave in pit. And he's going to hold on for 3 kills for the MP9 against the full eco. Cadian's hoping for 1 to push up middle, but I don't think he's going to get it.
That's 10-6. TDK. This has got to be the biggest round lead that we've seen so far here on the map. They're on the brink. You've already highlighted how the statistics don't paint the best picture for OG, with the halves being set up the way that they are right now, with how good TDK tend to be on the CT side and how OG have had some struggles on the attacking half of this map as well. And they're down 10-6. Like all the signs point in the direction of TDK going up 1-0 here, I think.
We do know, of course, what that opens up map 2 with. I think it just does feel like... Okay, I like what TDK are doing here, by the way. They're forcing Cadian to die, or to die after time. Actually, can you get the plant in time,
wait.
though? Okay,
Yes.
you might have got it. You might have got
It
it.
was worth the risk. Wait.
Oh, my God.
No. Wait,
He didn't
he
get
didn't
it.
get it down in time.
He didn't get
Bro,
it down
that's
in time.
So sick from TDK, because they even look at him from short and they think, you know what, brother, we're gonna risk letting you plant the bomb, or you're not gonna get it done in time and you get no money for the next round. I love that they actually went all the way with it.
We sometimes see the Vera CSGO compilations, Vera CS2 obviously now, for some of the smarter CS plays. Well, that could be up there. You don't see enough teams do that in those sort of situations. They force Cadian to be on Tech 9 only in the gun round. That is so cool. And I say, as you say, like just gambling the fact that plant won't be down in time. I think it just went on to 3 when Cadian tried to plant the bomb, and Cadian knew what was up. He was like, okay, they're playing with me here. I need to make sure I either get the plant or die before time. And unfortunately for Cadian, he did neither. And as I said, like, I don't know what it is with Cadian. He's not been that bad recently. Like, 4-12 is doing him a disservice. He's been playing quite well. But those are the sort of moments that only seem to happen to Cadian.
Yeah, they're also more memorable as like that effect where when it happens to him, they hit harder. Same as like when Falcons lose a 3v5, everyone pays way more attention to it. I think he's just got that focus on him, unfortunately. Tends to be the case. Either way, let's see what he can do with his little techie 9 here. They're setting themselves up for a big burst into this B-bomb site. There are 2 players in that direction, but Nafany is also a little bit worried about middle, so he's just kind of in between. He's also down to 40 health. It's going to be quite difficult for him to find impact. That nade is going to be slightly premature. 30 seconds on the clock. They are making moves elsewhere on the map, so TDK are actually somewhat getting ahead of this right now.
Cadian, he would love that 1 kill in that position, but he's not going to be allowed to get it. And look at Nafany being an absolute nuisance inside the smoke. Should be 2. It's only 1 people go extreme. But look at the cavalry that has arrived on the scene for TDK. They have swarmed OG. And they're down to a partial buy again at 11-6 down. TDK in full control. But we do know we've been talking up TDK the whole map up for obvious reasons, because they are just playing better right now. But Inferno could be a whole different tale. TDK barely play it and haven't won it this year, really. So they have to go back to mid to late February where they beat Alliance on the map to find a W for them on it. They haven't played it. So they have played it 4 times, but losing to Magic, 100 Thieves, Inox Division, and Sashi in those last 4, whereas OG, it's their best map by quite a way. So, yeah, very good chance we have what could be that banger of Overpass as a decider, but long way to go until we get that confirmed.
I mean, I'm almost surprised that TDK have had the struggles on Inferno that they have over the past couple of months. I mean, they clearly haven't really looked to integrate it into the map pool. But you remember, I'm almost certain, I must go back and check, but the Gambit of 2021, wasn't Inferno one of their masterclass maps? Nafany and Axel, obviously, the only 2 players from that team. But I'm almost certain, like, I've just got that in the memory just nagging away at me for some reason.
Overpass was one for sure. Axel was the best player in the world on Overpass, without a shadow of a doubt for me.
Yeah.
But I can't remember about Inferno, low-key. They were good. They were very good on Vertigo too, by the way. That's for sure. Can't remember about Inferno too much. I tend to force Inferno out of my brain.
Well, I found it here. They played Inferno 58 times within their Gambit period. They won at 37 and lost at 21.
Okay.
So they pretty good on the map. And that is over a 1.5 year period. It's like you said, not a whole lot, but still a decent amount of reps.
Yeah, fair enough. It's as I say, it's never. I don't think it was ever one of their main picks. I just remember way more incredible performances on Vertigo and Overpass. But yeah, it shows that they had that in their wheelhouse anyway. Not much in the wheelhouse of OG in this map anymore. 12-6 is about to get confirmed. All the money in the world as well for TDK. Axar's on quintuple digits already. Artfrost is going to hold on. There's a player pushing towards CT. Axar's Ned gets the last one, and he helps out Artfrost on the drop. Good teamwork to make sure no losses, and not even a single point of damage taken. 500 HP intact. 12 rounds on the board.
All right, well, that means 6 opportunities here now for TDK to get the job done. Go up 1-0 here in the semi-final map and be one step away from a spot in the grand final later on today. And Trav, we haven't said it yet, but this has got to be the real grand final of the day. Surely, whoever plays up against either now Dragon Claw, X VRSDelivery, X Orman, X Reason, however far back you want to go, that game with them against KOLESIE, I think either of these teams beat either of those teams.
Yeah, also, like, I had a chance to watch them yesterday. It's actually crazy ever since they made those changes, that how, like, still decent they are. Like, you'd look at the team and say, there's no way this team is, like, as good as the previous Orman, and maybe they're not, sure, but, like, Peter is, like, a mostly more recent coach and, like, a 0.87 player, but he has impact sometimes, and they are very serviceable, which is, like, so weird for a team that looks like it's a complete mess. They're definitely going to give KOLESIE a run for their money later. Polish derbies always go like that.
Yeah, no, that game will be a banger. Absolutely, it will be a banger. But it feels like this is the real grand final to me. Let's see, how long can OG kind of delay what feels like is inevitable at this point? Spook going to be able to skirt on past that CT smoke, and the AWP is actually dropped off of the A bomb site. So there's no further presence for TDK on the A site itself. Body trying to activate up catwalk here. And he will get past the mid doors. Bomb carrier going to follow suit. And OG find themselves in a very good position. However, job's not done just yet. Body in the corner going to get the first for free. No, not so for free. It takes him too much time, but Spook's gotten a kill elsewhere to make sure it's a 2v3.
Yeah, just been able to get back into a goose as well. That was a bit dangerous. Only just skirting back into safety. And B trying to use the angle that Xanta used so well earlier to get that quad kill. To really set TDK off and running. Definitely creeping up, but being watched by Prime Taps, and there's Spook. So they will manage to stay in the game just about. For now. There's still many, many chances and much more money to break through for OG before they give TDK any real worries.
All right, well, can they really go on a streak of 6 here? OG to force it into overtime. That just seems so unlikely with the form we've seen out of TDK. Trav, you were talking about how well distributed they've been in terms of their individual level lately. I mean, everybody's on board right now, all between 19 and 11 kills. As for OG, far more top heavy. Spook and Adam B, the two guys that we bigged up, 32 kills between them, but then a measly 24 between the other 3 guys on the team. So not nearly as well balanced out on OG side of the server. And that's also why I've got a little bit less confidence in the comeback, because if Adam B does just get picked off, or Spook does just get picked off at the start of the round and there's no trade or whatever, that might just be where it all comes to an end.
Sure. Spook is going to go for his little bit of presence on short. It only forces a little bit of util out of TDK. Axar's got nades to cycle through, as you can see. And then the smoke from Nafany. Cadian trying to get some damage through that smoke and also not shoot a teammate at the same time. And again, Nafany's being cheeky with it. Again, he's being a nuisance. Could be a multi. There it is. And Sugar will help out on Prime Taps too. Just like that, it all falls apart for OG. And that's purely due to Nafany making these crazy plays. Being unpredictable. Adam B has a great map, but is not able to do anything in a 1v5. Very, very well done for TDK. 13-7 for this TDK side, and we thought that would be the case going into Dust 2 as well.
All right, I got caught off guard. Wait. Oh, so did we come back to camps to us? Listen, this is always all over the place. We need to iron out some consistency about how we're going to be doing this. What I do know is we got Neokai waiting to break it all down, mate. What do you got for us from that Dust 2?
Yeah, cheers, guys. There you go. Yeah, I'm kind of excited to sort of break this down because initially, as that first half started, a bit of a trading of blows. Yeah, it actually looked like OG had sort of figured out maybe some of the issues about this map and why it'd been a bit of a struggle for them. But, you know, you hit 7-5 at the half. It's not a terrible first half as well. 5 rounds, feels very serviceable. You can get a pistol to follow it up. Forced by Pioneer, first gun round, before you know it, you can actually really start piling the pressure on. But the second we got in towards that CT side for TDK, everything started to lock into place. It really felt for OG like they had calls on a spawn, but fundamentally the idea around it fell very, very flat for us. And I think you could just see that real difference in terms of the approach. I think a point that so both Trav and Hayes brought up, it's just like that consistency across the board for TDK in terms of their individuals was vastly different to what we saw towards OG, where they were missing essentially 3 players. Prime Taps just into the penultimate round of play there locked himself into double digits on the scoreboard, but Cadian and Body really struggling to have the impact that they were required. It looked quite scrappy and quite sloppy. It was very reliant on Spooky and Adam B, the sort of a Swedish contingency of this side, to really bolster them up, and it was a worry, right? You know, it's good that we're getting these guys online, and we know that both Spooky and Adam B can have a lot of impact, but a really worrying performance for OG. They look very, very flat. A lot of other individuals not really shining to the level that we kind of require of them. But it's a point that we've been touching on in the pre-show, that this is sort of the level in which Cadian can have decent impact at, right? And even just outside of like the knowledge of the game and kind of that holding department, it's just in terms of the raw sort of firepower. We didn't see any of that today. Really struggling, really couldn't find that form. But flip side, we saw so much to like from BetBoom, where you got across the board the individuals who could really shine. Acend in particular looking fantastic, which is always good to see, because he felt like one of those players that got sort of really hard done by that change in towards CS2. And it's sort of that benefit in a sense now as we head in towards Inferno. Yes, it's a map where CDK have struggled on it. It's very obvious. They're 0 for 4 on this map. It's not looked good for them, where for OG it's actually been a real comfort pick, generally speaking. However, fundamentally, when you look at maps like your Dust 2s, like your Infernos, like your Mirages, they are very puggy maps. And sometimes all it takes is 1 or 2 players to really step up to the table and really kind of take over the game. And that's the big worry for me. It feels like TDK are showing a real level of kind of like individual firepower that is vastly different to what OG can bring to the table. And if they can find ways to sort of like make Adam B and Spook a little bit off their game as well, OG then have nothing to fall back on. And that's the big worry. So a really, really good game. I think Nafany, a point that sort of Travis bringing up towards that tail end, like some of the wild plays and calls that he's making are really difficult to deal with. And especially at this sort of level, I think this is where Nafany really thrives, to be honest. I think he knows that there's an element of randomness, and that's where he does, I think, for me, a lot of his best work. So honestly, fantastic stuff coming through from TDK, really kind of making a statement to start this series. We do have this map number 2 coming up next, which we've already painted a quite a bleak picture for TDK, but I'm going to take a bit of a pinch of salt. I normally like to say that numbers, kind of stats around it, sort of don't weigh as much in my mind as the previous map. And I think that what we've seen from that Dust 2, TDK looked very, very sharp today. So I'm concerned for OG. They're going to have to take this 10 to 15 minute break in between maps and really do a lot to try and kind of rein themselves back in and actually have a formulated game plan. But I think their mid to late rounding looked really, really poor in that second half on the T side. And that worries me heading in towards Inferno. Most likely they'll be starting on that T side, right? We are going to have to really see them find a better way to do a lot of the mid-rounding, which they've really struggled with, and is actually the most prevalent on Inferno. It's the biggest kind of map for mid-rounding and late-round adjustments and whatnot. So we'll have to see. I thought the calling was poor. I thought the individuals looked quite poor as well. OG really off their game, but TDK looking sharp, looking like a side, of course, that are going to Pro League, deservedly as well, with the way they've approached it. So let's see. Inferno up next. Before that, we're going to go to a little bit of a break before we get that one underway. Sit tight. See you soon. Enjoy.
Thank you. Map 2 between TDK and OG in this semi-final for the Thunderpick World Championship in EU Series 1. Now, OG did not look good on Dust 2, but this is the map we're holding out on. OG have a good record here, and TDK are winless in the 4 games they've played recently. But obviously, considering how good TDK were on map 1, OG have to get off to a good start.
Absolutely, mate. This is a happy hunting ground for them, and Cadian will find first blood, dealing with the Julies of Artfrost, removing them from the equation nice and early, will allow for them to scale forward here. Plenty util in play for them to piece together this execute. However, there's a lot of time here as well, so no need to force anything anytime soon.
Yeah, they've still got 2 smokes, a flash, and a molly that they've managed to keep hold of. Have OG. We need a HUD flip, by the way. Please, production. So we don't get confused. Sugar holding a little gap angle in toward Boiler. Up the way out now. It looks like it's going to be a good old-fashioned apartments pop coming through. And now Sugar's been goosed down to 2 HP. That's not going to be easy for him to recover that, but Axel's getting himself 1. Sugar will still click 1 on that 2 HP. He's going to find Projects immediately 2, and just like that, it all falls into the hands of TDK. How Sugar has got all 3 of his kills on 2 HP, I'm not quite sure.
That was such a powerful crossfire between him and Axel as well there, because Axel gets the first kill, that baits Sugar in brilliantly, and then he just does the work from there. Sweet as you could get out of him as well, with some really clean taps there to open up the account for TDK. Good decision-making from TDK. Sure, they lost the opening pick pretty early on in the round, and TDK decide to rotate an extra player in towards the A bomb site. They still have that desired 3-man setup on the A site. And OG are thinking, well, we've waited so long that they're probably uncomfortable. We might be going back to B. We made sure they didn't get banana control. Look at all the damage done early here, though. Nafany and Xanta have got 26 health between the 2 of them. Are they the 2 B bomb site players as well? I think they are, right? Yeah, they are indeed. So that's immediately why they're swapping some positions out. So they're not so damn vulnerable over towards B. However, OG this time will move in towards the opposite side of the map as to where they found an early skirmish and some success.
Almost feels like they're set up to do exactly the same thing again. I think they might be, you know. And considering how unpredictable that might be, it might just work. Axel and Pit has got a lot coming his way. Little does he know. There's 1 burning in Pit, though. Surely he'll get taken down. And yes, Nafany has to deliver for 1, and he does. But of course, he is low HP from earlier, like you said. Artfrost is worried about that long wrap too, as he's hearing a few things and wary of the fact there's been a pause coming through. Noise being made now, and he will be run down in the end, will Nafany. And Cadian is making his play. Even 1 kill on the side here is more than enough. Sugar and Artfrost are going to be in the open. Oh, but he looks round. That's just so unfortunate for Cadian. It's the correct play. Absolutely the correct play. But just so happens, Sugar looks at him. And now, TimeTaps has to find at least 1 with this MP9. You think he'd be able to find Xanta easily? There we go. But Artfrost 2. Well, he can find Artfrost 2. Brilliantly done from TimeTaps. That should gain OG this force back to make it 1-1, as Sugar is not given anything. He's going to be falling away and keeping the M4 alive. Okay, bit of a concern there. A few points in that round for OG, but TimeTaps is the hero.
Yeah, just standing out in the open on the off angle, right? Just truly not in a position you're ever going to be like expecting somebody. So the first frag, as you kind of described, is expected from TimeTaps, but then it's the fact that he's able to kind of exceed that duty by getting the second kill as well, which makes it so impressive. So well navigated there from TimeTaps and OG in particular. Like you say, gets a little bit scratchy at one point there upon entry, but they will get the points on the board to answer back after having lost the pistol. And now a chance to kind of assert themselves early on here on Inferno.
I think for also for Cadian's own confidence, that flank play was absolutely not his fault that he died. He had an inferior weapon and Sugar looked at him. He made the right play, but he just needs to get some kills on the board early. On Inferno lately, he's been playing quite well. In a couple of games I've seen of OG, it's been very solid. Good double nade from Adam B and bodying toward Long there to remove his answer from that position. There's a nice little protocol to make sure of that. But yeah, I just want to see Kaden get something going early. On T side, might be a bit difficult for him. On CT side, the AWP, he's been great lately. So hopefully he manages to recover things.
OG trying to keep TDK guessing, but TDK are not biting down. They've remained committed with only Nafni over towards that B bomb site. So again, despite losing a player, they've still got the 3-man setup over at A that you would want. ALGO is searching. It's a really good flash. Everybody was blind, but he wasn't able to get that kill in time. And now OG will shift the focus. Some quick fire calling. This is what Cadian's knowing for. At the flick of a switch, at the drop of a hat, the round can just look like a completely... You can take a completely different shape. Smoke has been dropped, and they're going to have to go through the smoke net. They do not have the luxury of time of waiting for this one. Nafni points out into the open. He's done a lot of damage, but unfortunately for him, nothing fatal, and it's only a scout that's potting shots through the smoke. So a lot more difficult to try and hope some strays connect. And it will be OG who double up their round counts and win a round against the Force buy.
Yeah, that's a really good sign for them early on here. Get themselves into the game at all, really. Only just in the game, it feels like, in the first half of Dust 2. After that, not really at all. To just consolidate the point I was making earlier about, Cadian, that Dust 2 being a really off game for him. That was only his 5th red-rated map in 21. So he's been playing quite well. Like, just looking at it now, like GG How, Big, Bestia, all in the 1.3s on average. ALGO, he averaged 1.1. Medisport 1.5. Betclic 1.0. Rebels on LAN 1.14. In a Circle on LAN 1.4, 1.2. Only a couple of these online games are a little bit poor in the last couple, but just players yesterday, he went 27 to 22 and 17 to 12 with 1.38 and 1.28. So, look, I mean, as I said in the first map, people like making fun of him, but he's not playing bad lately, and that was one particularly poor map from him coming in. Done worse in his career. That was his actually his 5th worst map in his entire career, map 1, between these two teams. Obviously, that's a very, very long career he's had, so it's quite significant that. But yeah, he's not been that bad
impressive
lately.
In a way.
Yeah.
That, it's like, that's his 5th worst. It's like, okay. I mean, he had some moments as well. It wasn't like an abomination of a map from him altogether. Huh. Good digging there, Trav.
Thank you.
Well, you're a grader with that sort of digging skill.
Yeah, I can tell you that the other 3 games, or 4 games, sorry. This isn't a crazy eco win here.
You're fine. It's all good. Don't you worry about a thing. There we go.
It's still an M4, dude. I'm scared. They found it. Okay. Prime taps, be careful. It's very aggressive, but they're going for a double peak. Lovely. Okay, there we go. His other format maps in his career, 2015, 2 of them for SK. 0.18, 0.19, playing its TSM and property. 2 for North, 1 in 2019, 1 in 2018. And then you get that 5th lowest rated game of this first map of Dust 2. So actually crazy, like, there's 11 years spread between those games. Kind of insane. And incidentally, that one of those games where he dropped that stinker on map 1 was a 16-1 loss to Optic. The Optic, which was Cajun, Nico, Yugi, Config, and Snappy. They won that series anyway in the BO3 back in 2018. So
that's what matters the most.
Exactly.
Yeah, the thing about Cadian is that might not be and this is exactly what your point kind of comes towards, is that he might not be the guy who's able to take over the server all too often, but he is a guy who's going to be consistently providing you middling and reliable performances. Very invariably and frequently has stinkers like we saw in that first map.
Yeah, usually it's like serviceable results, right? Even if it is a red rating. Like, I mean, he's played nearly 2,000 maps in his career. Just looking at his match history, it's 1,959. So, don't give a bad game. But as I said, if you win, who cares? And OG are feeling themselves on Inferno of late. Sure, not the most reps in the world, but we lost 1 out of that 6, and that was the best year on LAN at Roman Imperium. In Liquid, BC Game, the 9 as well. Body will manage to entry Art Frost to recover it into a 4v4. Obviously, not many helmets on that CT side, so that M4 and the A1S actually as well on Spook will be very potent. Will be a B play coming through here for OG. Going to be on the first port of call, and definitely can't hold on. That could be big now. Xanta needs to get a double, and he's got that double, and he can play time too. 12 seconds for the plant. Kenyon's going to commit to it, but it'll get spammed out by Sugar. Yeah, and no chance to play that after plant. Spook now has to hurry up to make sure he dies before the time. And Xanta will have a brilliant end to the round with a little jiggle burst there around the fountain. And that is another great Xanta moment in this series.
He's had some sharp moments here in the series so far where his aim has looked extremely crispy. And again, TDK making some good decisions here in terms of their rotations, in terms of how they're shifting across the map, looking pretty fluid on the CT side, getting some good reads as to what's going on in these rounds as well. So showing that it's not like it's going to be a whitewash. At least the signs are not pointing in that direction early on here on Inferno. You're going to have to earn this victory here. It will not be handed to them. For Banana coming through. Nafn wants to lead the charge. Able to get one. Double down. He really is. He's been thriving in and amongst the smoke grenades today, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's really loved going for those plays. And it's great to see. Place needs to be taken in response, and Cadian will get that over toward long, but it's into the Art for us off, unfortunately. He's down. And I think TDK do realise to just reassert themselves back in the map. They do need to make some plays like that and get map control early. And Nafn is fully willing with that support util to just leap his way in with the MP9. Beautiful opening. That's the way it should be done. Free AK. I say free. An AK earned for his troubles.
And this is where TDK can start to build up some confidence and momentum here. PT side of Inferno, consecutive rounds, take a step in the direction of breaking the T side money. I mean, they will reinvest in the next if both Prime Taps and Adam B survive, which they certainly will, with there not being any sort of aggressive players looking to try and hunt them down here for TDK. Obviously, they wouldn't even know for a fact just yet that it is going to be that save call. Just worried about a late pop here, aren't they? But got money on Spook, Cadian, and Body. They're going to get 2,400 going into the next round. So it's enough for another investment. But if they lose that one behind 4-3, they have no money. It's 5-3. And then the game is very much alive for TDK at that point.
Counter-terrorists win.
Hack for OG to figure out how they want to use their money in this round. They can buy, but they just need a little bit of extra time to figure that out in terms of what to invest, who invests on what. Aiden will be happy with the Deagle, with all his teammates on rifles. Yeah, I think something Naya brought up in the analyst segment of just like, it's not even the fact that in map 1, OG kind of got out-tacticked very often by Nafany. It's the fact that they just didn't look that clean, especially on a couple of the occasions where they could have gotten more. There was one moment where Body was on short, right, and thought he got the kill, but didn't, and have to switch back. Like, I need to see them looking a little bit more sharp.
Whoa. Well, the utility damage is certainly going to make that a lot more difficult. Axel has gone all the way down towards the bottom of the middle. He'll lose his life, but at least Xanta's been able to contain OG in Banana and stop them from getting top Banana control. very aggressive round from TDK, fighting, not like pushing down Banana, but still fighting top Banana, and then pushing down middle as well. Really looking to battle OG on the front lines. Sugar the only line of defense over towards the say bomb side, but TDK have got a 3-man push going down Banana right now, and OG are never going to be expecting this on this sort of a timing, because the push commenced just as OG had departed. The time could not be working out any better here for TDK, and it's not 1, it's not 2, it's 3 players coming through right now. OG in the middle of setting up their execute, could get caught completely off guard, or maybe not. Was Artra spotted as well? It looks like he may have been.
I like this.
Drop the smoke to feign as though he's falling back and then peek ahead of it.
This is classic Art Frost, knowing he's like, it's a reasonable risk to take to continue to press the issue there. But he's not going to be given anything, so he's going to feel like he might have to fall back. Actually picking up a little bit of utility top Banana, I think, as you can see. Picked up a molly, picked up an aid. He'll play close. Sugar in pit has made 1 step. That might have been heard, and that's definitely going to be heard, and Body's creeping up on him. So there we go. Easy entry for Body. Now, Art Frost is a very, very long way away. He has picked up an M4 and dropped that off to try and go for this clutch, but he's still quite a way away with no kit. Util might make this a bit more doable, but it feels unlikely from here. Apartments will be his decision. He could just try and lock them and play a more aggressive X6, because he does have some dollar to work with. I think now the way he's positioning, I feel like that's what he's thinking about doing. There might be a kit on site. So I think that is why he's delaying it. But the thing is, Body's watching apartments and Annab's watching long. So there's not really any way to break in, and he's not really going for it now, as you can see. He's looking for damage only, which is totally valid on a round like this. And he's now going to fall away. Might not even see Body in the end in the apartments, actually. If he makes noise, he will. He can be at least seen. And there's the AK. So, as I said, it was a little glance to see if one player offered up his life. But in the end, the AK to be saved is the right play.
I mean, honestly, well navigated there from OG, because there are quite a few pitfalls or potential pitfalls that they had to navigate their way past, and they managed to do it pretty impressively and quite safely, I guess is the way to put it, because there's that initial push down middle, they limit the damage done by Axel, getting the trade on him, and then there's obviously that triple push down Banana, and Adam B is almost just glancing in that direction, and he was the second player that was exposed. There was some trigger discipline from TDK there, and that maybe almost cost him a little bit. Katie and Harvey hit that shot, I'm not entirely sure, but Nafany will answer back with 2 quick fire kills of his own to cancel out the opening kill and then extend it into an advantage for his team.
An example of Nafany multi-fragging. Has that little bit extra these days. He's going to find a third as well, given it to him by Adam B. Really, it just got this little bit of X factor at this level recently as Nafany. It shows proof to me that, one, he's a better captain than he's ever been, and sure, it's at a lower level, but he's a better fragger than he's ever been as well. Nafany's got 4 in the round. He's on for all 5. I'm going to have to start digging to see how many... Oh, and he's going to get it as well with a gorgeous flick up. It's time to check when Nafany last got an ace. I reckon it's not even that long ago.
No, surely not. Like, that had to... I'll say he's even had 2 this year already with how ridiculously good he's been.
Okay, let's
especially against, like, Ecos. I'm sure it must have happened that he's gotten an ace already. But that one is an impressive ace, because that's against the gun round, and he's even capped it off with a brilliant AWP shot there. It's like the cherry on the top. The gravy on the spuds, but even even the multi-kill there initially, because it's not like that's a free ace. That's like a really high impactful ace. Not all aces are equal in value, and that one is certainly up there with some of the more important ones.
That was his first ace since Amcal versus GG Howe in November 2025, and that was a pistol ace on round 1 of the game.
Damn. I'm so surprised he hasn't had one this year, considering they've been playing quite a bit of Counter-Strike, and he has been at an extremely high level. So, yeah, there we go.
Me too.
First one in 7 or 8 months then. Very nice.
And only his 23rd of his entire career.
Only.
He had 2... Oh, I'm being cheeky. He had 2 in 2025. He had 1 in 2024, 3 in 2023, 2 in 2022, 3 in 2021.
Okay.
And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in 2020.
God damn.
Or in 2019.
By the way, he was like 17 years old then in 2019.
Might be right.
Isn't he only 24 still, I think, right?
Nafany is 24.
Yeah.
Go.
All right, well, OG have opted to go all in here in this round. Tech-9s and a Galil is what they've got. And we had a pretty similar situation at 4-all on Dust 2, if I remember correctly, where it was like, okay, this could be a bit of a tipping point in either direction. More so for TDK than OG, because OG don't have any money. TDK can reinvest if they lose this round. This is quite an important force buy for OG, in which they need to find success, and it hasn't gotten off to the best start.
Axel goes searching on short as well, so he can see Adam B if he looks to go and look back to face top middle. They're going to go through Arch, and the bomb is being taken banana. Thing is, it is being watched by Xanta, so they're getting information of this pretty quickly. Only 2 players on B means getting split on could be a bit of an issue. 25 seconds left in the round now, and that is when Prime Taps has been seen. So Nafany in the corner, a good position to be in. It could be cleared, and with players from both sides, it's going to be awkward, and that's exactly what happens. That's a very, very nice take from OG. It can go wrong in those situations, don't get me wrong, but it hasn't there, and they've got a plant to work with. Triple retake on TDK up through Banana, though. Sugar still has a kit. They'll be giving this one a look without a shadow of a doubt. They're already all here, even though it is a situation where they might not be offered a kill. I think maybe now they're not offered anything. That's when they say, but I think there you go. That's the call.
All right, well, very well navigated from OG with kind of how they've checked all their boxes, ticked their, crossed their T's, dotted their I's. Looks very convincing in terms of how they've gone through the motions and the processes of that execute. In particular, like you say, the timing of the crunch into the B bomb site from the activation of the CT players and the banana players simultaneously, and then also the hard clear of the tree corner there from Adam B. The trusty steed, Adam B. Not just mechanically gifted, but that good game sense and awareness as well, coming in a big moment there to make sure that Nafany isn't able to wreak any havoc from that cheeky position, and OG win that all-important force. But at least the losses are somewhat limited for TDK, losing just the 2 players in the round, but they are now behind once again.
Yeah, very competitive game, this one, as I thought it would be. First off was competitive on Dust 2, then it fell away. I'm hoping it's going to continue throughout in this second map here. Art Frost will start the round up against Body. And, much luck this game either, his Body. He's playing dangerous angle near the Molotov and getting a risk of spam. Finally, he'll hop away on 35 HP, but it retains the 5v4. Taking it onto Spook again as well. I feel like the setup for TDK here is really solid with Axel and Art Frost double apartments.
Yeah, it's going to be Axel who goes searching, though. That is probably one of the less convincing duels we've seen from him so far today, I'm afraid. For quite a few bullets out there, but not able to get the kill. There's another tag. So Spook and Prime Taps are certainly wounded right now, leaking some blood as they make their way around the map, maybe leaving a bit of a trail, but they're still alive, and that's what matters. Sugar and Artcross, this is kind of awkward right now.
Yeah.
Oh, and only 1 kill between the 2 of them surely means this round is as good as done.
This is a spam kill coming through from Xanta at any point, which I don't think it's going to be happening now. Looks like OG have found a way, somehow, again. Nafany's making a play, but he needs a kill straight away. Xanta does have a kit, which is why they're sticking around to, again, see if a mistake is made by OG. But Nafany's been given nothing at all. There's a clear on 1, but he can't react for the second. Xanta needs a quick trade. Hits a dink to be fair on Cadian. Where is the final frag? It is going to come through from Prime Taps, and obviously you can understand he was a little bit nervous to peek into the open at any point there, Prime Taps being 1 bullet from death. So definitely very awkward there for OG, but they find a way again. And 6-4 the lead, guaranteed a tie on the half. And just to point out as well how like sort of library fight went on. With Sugar and Art Frost, you could tell that Sugar was looking to flash a different place.
Yes,
but then they hear them stomp up long, and they think, like I need to flash to peek now to help Art Frost. Might as well peek together. And unfortunately, They get taken down 1 for 2. Again, Nafty bananas to start off round 11.
Oh, he's forced forward. Yeah, no way he's going to survive that. Hail of bullets through the smoke there. Gets peppered down. Axel wants to try and avenge his fallen captain. This up for the same fate. That's looking for a gun. It has got a full magazine in it. And the kill feed is full of Xanta's name as well. Nafany just got that reload off before he died, by the way. That's a key detail that allowed for Xanta to pick up the gun that was ready for him.
What the hell was that, man? That was one of the wild banana fights I've seen in a while. Between any team at any level. Great job from Xanta. I wonder if it's Exanta, like people are supposed to say exertion. I hope it's not. Xanta means hunter, I think, so.
I actually, yeah, it's a weird one. Tough to tell.
Memory.
Surely this is what we've been saying the entire time.
I know. I'm just trying to put a doubt in our minds because I'm funny like that.
Yeah, so funny. Love that.
Frost is going to keep Prime Taps at bay. And OG don't have much dollar at all. Only Body and Adam B have a little bit of residual cash, which isn't really that much. So for Prime Taps, even though it's annoying for him to save an AK without a helmet and with no money, so he can't even buy that helmet, he'd rather have the gun than no life at all.
Counter-terrorists win.
Their buy kind of sucks because of that situation I described. So, great chance for a 6-6 here for TDK.
Yeah, absolutely. Which would be a great return considering the way the hop has gone. Nafany, you need to relax, my brother. You need to take a chill pill. What the hell? The peak, the repeak, the jump spot, the peak, the jump spot, the death. It's just like, that was so obvious you were going to die there, I'm afraid. Once like you tried the first jump spot, that's where you've got to be trying to get out of dodge. But he's probably thinking they're just too close and I'm not going to be able to fall back alive. So might as well just stand and bang and he gets knocked out.
Yeah, not sure about a chill pill. Maybe a sensible pill is required as well in that one, but it's all good. Frost could still make a good play up toward middle. The nade's going to be tasty if he throws it now. And then the flank coming in. Axel gets both. Look at where Axel is. Spook's going to try and trade him, but the incendiary is going to be excellent for him to fall back. He's ahead of it and hasn't taken a tag to it, so it'll be an unknown that he's tracking and tracing Axel. But Frost will miss a shot on Body. So even though there have been errors in this round, the bomb can still be picked up by Body here. There we go. He's grabbed it again. Axel's been found by Spook in the end. Now Xanta's caught in a weird position. It's a load of sugar all of a sudden. There's one, but I don't know he's here as well. Oh, a massive goosh from the corner of the wall, but he still gets it done on 3 HP. These last few rounds of the half have been wacky.
Yeah, they literally have been just crazy scenes here between OG and TDK in the last, like you say, couple rounds of the back. The back end of the first half, I'd say. Axel with some crazy push there, and the fact that his timing is perfectly aligned with the nade thrown by Artfrost couldn't have been any better, because the nade is what allows him to actually get that first kill as quickly as he does on the spray down. Artfrost gets a nade kill, Axel gets 2, still nearly all comes crashing down, requires a quickfire 1v2 there from Sugar to get the job done. Tied up scoreline on the half here. Considering the general ineptitudes of TDK on this map, they've done a pretty good job so far.
Yeah, and of course those numbers are very, very hard to read into with such little maps played in the last 3 months. If you look at their 2026 as a whole, it's 50% on CT, 45 on T. Relatively normal when they had some good results back in Feb on the map. But yeah, last 4, Magic, 100 Thieves, Unox Vision, and Sashi, all loot losses, winning no more than 10 rounds. So, sure, we know Magic are goated, and Sashi aren't bad on the map either, but be tough for them to deliver, I would imagine. Let's see if OG can hold on. It's going to be a pretty similar play to what OG threw in on their T-pistol. Molly is Not as intended, I would imagine. They can't even run through that now. It leaves Xanta all alone. And that is a bit of a fumble, it seems, for TDK. But they can still brawl their way back in. Adam B is in pit. Easy click for Sugar. Nafany now lurking toward Arch. So an easy click for him. On toward Body. He can just play time. 4v2. TDK had wrestled it back somehow, even despite that early missed molly.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, if there ever was going to be a world in which they could make the retake happen, it was vital that Spook won that duel. And you have got a player in an advanced position. Spook trying to chase him down. He knows he's in towards top mid. At this point, Art Frost is going to do everything he can. No more falling back, though. It's time to stand and fight. Got to hold his ground. And he will manage to make it happen. Sugar and Axel combine to finish off the job. And TDK will open up with a pistol round win on their T side.
Just a little point that I got messaged about from a guy that does know English and Russian. Legend. Hunter, or Xanta, sorry, does mean Hunter. So.
Okay, but is it Xanta or not?
No. We could say Xanta, fine, but it does actually mean Hunter.
I understand. I know. I get that. But
Yeah.
I'm asking for the pronunciation one, if we have any
I don't think
intel
it
on that.
matters, bro. We should just say Xanta. There's already a Hunter in
You've done
Counter-Strike.
this. Don't blame me. You've
I
done
know,
this to me.
I know. It's my fault. I'm taking blame. But look, we've already got a Hunter in Counter-Strike on G2. It's easier to differentiate and say Xanta.
Yes, sir. It is indeed. And he's had some good moments where he's been predator more than prey so far in this series.
Well, a crazy couple of rounds to end the previous half, and a good recovery from TDK in the pistol mean that it's going to be a little bit of a lead to work with. We've got a tech pause in. Some of the OG players haven't bought, so I'd imagine it's them. I'll check the logs right now. It is an OG tech pause. There we go.
Okay, well, I've just had a look at some of the numbers here, and OG have got a 61% win rate on their CT side, so they certainly are primed to still go on to win the map from here, especially because TDK have struggled a lot. Now, they've only played on this map 4 times in the past 3 months, so really not many reps at all compared to some of their other maps. And against Sashi, they won 2 out of 9 rounds on their T side. Against Enox Division, they won 3 out of 12 rounds on their T side. Against 100 Thieves, they won 1 out of 7.
Okay.
And against Magic, they won 6 out of 12. So they really have been underperforming heavily on the T side of this map lately.
Maybe it's their day, though. They're playing pretty well in general, all of them. As I mentioned, like, you know, Sugar's had impact on this game, this map in particular. He's not a 0.98 rated player. We're charging down middle here for OG on the force. It's going to give TDK a bit of a surprise, but a good kill from Nafany just relaxes things slightly. Will that scout hit a shot? It won't. Yeah, now it has to fall away. So they actually managed to deal with that rush very nicely. Adam B had a CZ. I don't want to say anything.
Yeah, if we speak, we're in big trouble.
Yeah, right now.
Definitely. Right up there. Probably at the top of the list, I'd say.
Anyone in chat uses a CZ, grow up.
Get your head checked. Yeah, exactly. All right, well, TDK have successfully pathed their way past this force buy. A little bit surprised that Cadian opted to go all in here. I thought he would have saved some residual money to afford an AWP once that first gun round comes rolling around. Not to be the option he's employed, though. TDK will get themselves up to 8. Or Nafany, he could, but he couldn't. Oh, and this is so brazen, boys. Do we need to be playing this game? I guess it's worthy to try and save the Galil. Yeah, but if they both died, that certainly would have been a costly one, but it's all good. 8-6, the imminent scoreline for TDK. Going into an anti-eco. Obviously, there will be 2 Galils in the round for OG, but sure, it should still certainly be TDK's round for the taking. If they can go up 9-6, maybe this is their day on Inferno.
Would be something, wouldn't it? Double Galil save for OG. The right call not to fully invest here. They know that TDK have built up money. If they'd survived the last couple of rounds with like one player alive, then fully forcing a rat with the 2 Galils would be very viable. They would have had utility too, but the half investment is the right thing to use and the right thing to go for. Then P9 and a 5-7 thrown in there too, so a very dangerous round for TDK to overcome here.
Let's see if they can make it happen. As you say, not without potential pitfalls, but certainly some big rewards on the horizon if they can make it work. Be scaling their way up here towards Banana, getting some good control, waiting to see if there's any aggression as a response elsewhere on the map. OG remain bunkered down. 3 in on B, 2 towards A. Nafany goes searching, and he's had his head completely ripped off. Now, that is probably the signal to just pivot in the opposite direction. You can see that OG have also realized that because they've immediately started to shift 2 pieces across. TDK will know that this window of opportunity is finite. And so are their numbers as they continue to be whittled down. And you said how this round could be a bit of a troublesome one for TDK, and it absolutely has proven to be.
Yeah, I mean, let's just see if Sugar and Axel can get any damage here. Look at the rotations. They've got a really good crossfire here, do OG. There's one from Sugar, but Streak's in a 5-7 Axel out of the round, and there's Body with the quick trade. That's going to be very, very nice to grab. 2 AKs recovered as well. And yeah, even though they have that sort of weaponry, it doesn't really matter on Inferno. Like, obviously, on some rounds, you're going to want the AWP. Some rounds, you're going to want the M4, but in those situations, when you're playing just good positions and read the round well, you're at the advantage if you're OG. So, yeah, they've managed to do that to the perfect effect. And now 8-7 for TDK with a forced buy of their own. OG certainly on a trail of possibly making this series a bit more competitive.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's right around the corner. Win this, and that should be the case, especially with how formidable they are on the defensive half of this map. This round right here, for me, is the one. If they can win this, then I'm on board the OG train to take us all the way to Overpass. And if we get to Overpass, it's anybody's game. I'd probably lean slightly in towards TDK, but truly it would be like a 55-45 split in their favor.
Yeah, I agree. TDK have made Overpass their own in their rise as a, one of the most impressive mixed teams, but mixed teams that crack, if that makes any sense. Sugar's going to try and jump his way in, but he'll get taken down early. Adam B and Body are holding on. Lovely. Art Frost 2v4 with nought to do, I'm afraid, with the bomb dropped in pit.
Yeah, impossible for them to do anything from here. Like you say, just a couple of measly pistols, no utility. Wow, no way. If he gets this trade, it's on, but Prime Taps will hold it down again, coming up clutch with a big multi. He's been reliable in some of these key moments. If you think about it, on Dust 2, when he was on ramp, he was able to get some very important kills and then trying to cross into the A-bomb side. He did it in this half as well, on the T side and the post plant with the 2 kills and the players coming up through from middle. And in this round again as well, where it looks like it might be getting topsy-turvy, he's actually been able to put his hand up. He's top fragging on the server right now. And he seems to kind of be finding his groove on this OG team in this series at least. And that is a very good sign. Still really early days. And that's why I was saying in the pregame with Neo that making the change now means they get a little bit of a head start on the next season as opposed to doing it in the player break.
Yeah, I mean, obviously there's also a situation of if they wait for the supposed player break, which isn't a player break anymore. That's a whole other conversation.
Yeah, a lot going on now.
Yeah, there's obviously maybe more players that would be on the market, but yeah, just try and build something while you can. I'm sure that's what Cadian would have wanted to. That's a great clear from Nafany. What the hell? Poor Cadian in that corner thinking he's got a couple of eco frags coming his way, but no. There are ecos for you. And yeah, I just thinking about that previous round. I don't know how Axel jumping headshot someone with a P250. That's what it said in the kill feed. We didn't see that from his POV. But either way, that's the one kill that actually almost got them back into that round. Incredibly so.
Yeah, he's probably the only player on the server that I wouldn't be super surprised about him getting his kills like that with how crazy and rapid he is. You know? There's only one player on this B-bomb side right now as things stand, and Spook has actually been taken quite low here, and he's going to go down without a follow-up kill. Now, Body can't catch one of the cross back towards Coffin. Frost is still here, but they're going to expect this, right? Yeah, pre-firing the angle even. Where's the bomb? The bomb has been dropped. It's really tough to recover. Xant is actually going to be able to make it work with the aid of a flash. And I mean, a pump plan is honestly a pretty good return.
Go on,
but
Frost.
it did feel like there was a moment where they could have actually gone on to win the round itself, and they now know exactly where he is. Crab wants to see an Art Frost special, and instead it's going to be a piece of art thrown in the bin.
A good recovery there from OG. That's definitely one that could have gone awry. The last couple of rounds in a row, actually, have had these little moments where TDK's just pure firepower has caused them issues. But so far, an enjoyable game. Actually, an enjoyable game of Inferno, which is a rare commodity for me in particular. I do not enjoy... I'm one of the many commentators that don't enjoy casting Inferno or playing it. And this game has actually been okay to watch, which I'm quite happy about. OG up 9-8. TDK now back on the full purchase. Sugar 13-7. Nafany 14-14. The two top fraggers in the entire server still for their team. And of all 10 players. Any damage early to Nafany is rough. Take that if you want to try and fight the banana. In comes Body, looking to fight. Sugar will go down. Nice bit of aggression. Immediate fallback with the advantage. Not just with numbers, but with health too.
Yeah, it's not even crazy what you said at the start of the round there, that Nafany is the top of the scoreboard on not just the team, but the server, which is like ridiculously impressive that we're almost getting used to it at the moment with how stable and consistent he's been at an individual level, at a very high level at that. Either way, it does feel like this is a big moment for TDK if there's going to be any chance for them to come back here in the second half. And it certainly hasn't gotten off to a favorable start with Sugar already going down. Nafany tagged a lot, and Axel below half health. OG Prime, they haven't really broken a sweat so far yet in this second half ever since they won that. I'll call it like half light investment, because calling it eco doesn't really do it justice, does it?
A partial. Some
Yeah.
teams call it.
Partial will be good.
Working towards CT. With 15 seconds to go. They are actually going to give this one a look to try and obviously take their loss bonus. Partner's still available, but Spook backside will look to try and deny that. Spinning one, it makes it even more difficult. And now there's no time whatsoever. And he's trying to avoid dying after time. Nafany's going to try and do that by keeping to the CT smoke. Can he avoid Body? Oh, it's going to be close.
He clipped on the car. He clipped on the car. That
is
saved
true.
Nafany. Saved by the Corvette.
Woo.
Spooky. God damn. That's, if he doesn't clip on the car, Nafany is dead. Either way. Nafany at least going to be able to hold onto his AK with Max round loss bonus behind him going into this round. It's not the end of the world, but OG have battled back now 4 consecutive rounds in pretty damn convincing fashion. Means TDK will be feeling the pressure. He highlighted their general struggles on the T side of this map, and they seem to be coming to fruition.
Cheeky little angle there from Body, playing next to the flower pots. He likes his greenery, apparently. And his headshots. There's 1 for 1. Is more than enough, considering the situation TDK are in right now. And as you can see, like, overall, in the second half in particular, OG are playing like a team that have this, you know, rating and percentage is in their favor on the map, which is really good to see. Like, they're holding up their end of the bargain right now, which is exactly what we thought this game would have when we talked about it in the pre-game. Just how good TDK and how poor OG were on the second half of map 1 that we were a little bit concerned. But OG have woken up, and that decider of overpass, which should be an absolute banger, is on the cards.
Yeah, it's not just on the cards, it's almost being brought to the top of the deck at this point and put on the table. And it's basically this round between this and that. TDK cannot win here in round 20, then OG may just coast to that decider, and that'll give them some good confidence and momentum going into that third and final map as well. And it's exactly what this game deserves, Trav. This game deserves a decider between these two teams. It's how we kind of build it coming into it as well. OG going to fight down Banana without a deep Banana smoke. That's really brave. I'm surprised that H hasn't done a bit more there. I thought that with 2 players at the bottom of ramp, I would have seen some chunks taken off the health bars. In the meantime, look at this from Nafany. He has been able to worm his way through middle. Body's done a brilliant job of circumventing those other players coming through. Canadian, how on earth has he got that kill on Nafany?
Oh, that just says it all for TDK's T-half, I'm afraid. Even kills like that are going OG's way. And they might kill Cadian. Oh, it doesn't. Surprisingly, actually. 2 HP to spare. Eventually, he'll get tapped down through the smoke. It actually does give a plant over to Xanta. He's won a couple of crazy moments in this series. That 4K on the A-bomb start of Dust 2 was one to remember, but this one is even more difficult. Got no teammates around him to help. Sure, 2 low HP players and Body and Spook to find. That could go his way. Maybe will chip him down a little bit, but not really significantly. Can he take a duel and get a kill quickly to make this one doable for him? Body down, headshot again. Adam B on the line, looking to swing next. In comes the spray, and Spook only just gets it. Kit available, more than enough time. 12 for OG, just about again.
Oh boy, okay. Well done, well done. That's one of the rounds I've had to work the most for, right? That was hard-fought battle coming through from OG, despite it looking like it was around the hat on the silver platter. But because of how thick the rotations were away from that B-bomb side, it meant that there was a lot of space available. TDK kind of figured that out. That's down to Nafany going down there. Because he sees the rotations, he hears the rotations, he recognizes the space available, almost sets up his teammate. Either way, 12-8. 4 chances now for OG. 6 in a row so far from them. They need to add one of the next 4 to the tally. And the overpass would be where we settle the score at that point.
Playing very close to the smoke. Big damage on Axel through that though. Now switching to make his play. Full blind though. Axel's flash makes a huge difference. Finds not just 1, but 2. Now, Prime Taps and Cadian have both rotated in. If Prime Taps find 1, always found 2. That will change everything. With Axel low and Cadian in position 2, they still commit to this site. It's going to be difficult. And I understand why Prime Taps is doing this. I totally get it. And actually, he's going to catch Art Frost falling off of the sandbags. Even if he went down for free there, Prime Taps, it would have still possibly baited them into Cadian. And that was the idea. It was a gamble worth taking. And this is one of the best maps I've seen from Prime Taps in a while, and one of probably his best map on OG in his short time on the team so far.
And it's not just down to the kill volume, right? It's down to the impact out of the kills that he's been finding, and the moments that he's put his hand up have been moments where the round's been getting away from OG, or they're in some sort of trouble. That's where he has perked up and had a contribution. At least 8 of his 17 kills I can remember were of extremely high impact, which says a lot. In a game that's currently in the 21st round, Cadian is going to miss an important shot there again. Both players are now crossed. The problem is the time. There isn't any. And that will be OG, who win their map pick very comfortably on the CT side to force the decider.
Yes, and it's exactly what we thought it would be as well, right? I mean, just looking at the veto beforehand, we were like, okay, here we go. Both teams have a solid pick. Both teams have a pick they're very content with. And, you know, it read like an overpass decider that we thought was gonna be set up the entire way. And it is going to be there. And it should be great as well, with both teams loving overpass too. It's one of the best decider I think we could probably have here between TDK and OG. But, yeah, so we'll have to throw it over to Neokai before we get a chance to watch that one.
Yeah, cheers, guys. A really, really enjoyable map. And there's a lot more behind that map than I actually initially expected. I think we'd already sort of built up a picture in the pre-show with the guys and then myself sort of in between the two maps. All expectations were TDK were going to lose that, and because their recent performances were really quite rough, I kind of thought it'd be a bit of a nothing game. But the first half in particular, I think actually really delivered. It was OG who just towards that tail end found that real streak around. I think even that final round as well really sort of embodies, I think, really just how good it was looking for OG and how for TDK. There's a lot of teething issues on the map. It definitely is one that needs to be fixed in their pool. And they're in a kind of a weird position, I think, TDK, where generally speaking, they've got a lot of real strengths in their map pool. Like they've got the Anubis, got the Overpass, the Dust 2, all very good maps. They've got these two kind of glaring weaknesses. They've got that Nuke, just like basically a permaban. They played it once, but it essentially is a permaban. And then, of course, they've got that Inferno now, which is the 5th loss in a row. They're 0-5 on it. So they've got to find a way to shore up one of those two maps, especially if we're talking about them, you know, heading to Pro League and all the rest. Like, there's things that have definitely got to be fixed for this side before we get to a position of being, you know, comfortable and collected about them, but much better from OG. That's sort of what we're looking for this side. I think Trav does it right towards that tail end there. A really impactful map out of Prime Taps. I think, you know, he's already been in the squad for a very, very short time officially, and that for me is going to be one of the best maps I've seen of him, right? When we've seen him in towards this side. And he's had a lot of kind of like ups and downs throughout his career, but a really, really good performance and body as well, right? We kind of spoke about him really going missing in towards that first map. Didn't really offer up a lot. Was just struggling to have any sort of like serious impact. Just looking back on it now, right? 10 and 15 for him, 0.88 rating across map number 1, but a complete turnaround right until that tail end round. He was the top fragger for a hot minute and looked super sharp in doing so. Very consistent, having his moments. So across the board for OG, there's a lot to like there, right? And that is a real confidence booster of a map for this series. And it really opens up now for a really interesting Overpass. I think, you know, this is sort of like what this series has been sort of leading up to, right? It's a handshake of a map pick. Overpass is liked by both of these two sides. It does make it now really quite interesting for this one. You've got TDK with a very quite dominant Dust 2, looked very clean, mainly all the way throughout. And OG looked very flat, but they've bounced back in towards their pick of Inferno and hopefully assured up their confidence a little bit. And on the flip side, the hope is that TDK haven't really kind of like taken a step back and regressed in their show. You kind of want them to come in towards Overpass and show really what they can do, so to say. Something that Trav mentioned a little bit earlier as well. Historically, this is a very good map for Axel. We're really looking for him to step up and towards his Overpass and sort of show what he can bring to the table. He was a little underwhelming in towards Inferno, I think, especially considering what we sort of want from him. It was Nafni really again leading the charge in terms of the slightly wackier moves and those paying off. But as a whole, we're all set up now for a decider in, I think as Hayes has put it, this is a grand final without it being really a grand final, but it feels like a grand final because no matter who wins this best of one brawl now on towards Overpass, we expect them probably to take that final later on today. So we're set up for a really, really big map 3. We're very, very excited. We're going to throw it to a break though. When we are back, we're going straight in towards map number 3, our decider in this semi-final of Overpass. Enjoy.
In a series that has lived up to its billing, we get a third map decider between TDK and OG. And despite these two teams both being ranked in a similar place in the VRS, I do have a feeling this game is a little bit more important for OG than it is TDK.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, TDK have already had a fantastic conclusion to the season, regardless of what happens. OG would love to have a little bit of a perk up here, a little upward tick before going into the quote-unquote player break. KD and Shadow spotted. It's going to be a double peek high and low, and a flash that comes through as well. It's from a teammate, but almost worked against him, considering he had to turn away from it. Not sure he would have gotten a kill otherwise. But again, it's going to be another big fake here from TDK, much like we saw in the T-side pistol round on Dust, and it's worked the trick with all of the attention being drawn up towards the Say-Bomb side.
Yeah, now Sugar can try and escape with Art Frost as well. He's going to take prime taps on the retreat. Back down connector. And Adam B's kind of been here the whole time, but waiting to see if he needs or can activate for what would be a freebie. And now, of course, he's making noise. Doesn't know where Sugar's got off to, and Sugar has the advantage on the fight. Maybe not anymore with two players holding the line, but Sugar, with only a few bullets left, is still clicking away. One more headshot on Spook. Finally, Adam B removes him. It's taken so long to get that kill. Nafany and Xanta both go in toward connector to make sure he can't fall away with the Kevlar and save it. Knowing that Body is nowhere near that bomb either. Nice click from Body to try and stay alive. I think he will, but once again, it's a good reroute and overall plan from TDK on a T-pistol.
So the thing about this particular matchup here on Overpass is that both teams have very good CT sides of the map. So for me, this game kind of feels like it's going to be determined by which team has a better T side. You can rely on both of these squad CT sides. So if a team is able to get 5 rounds out of their T side here, that I reckon that's what will make the difference. So TDK starting off with a pistol is a huge boost for them, especially if they can convert it against the Force Spy. Obviously, Force Spy is notoriously difficult on the CT side of Overpass just because of how big the map is and how much space there is on the map as well. So let's see if OG can find a way. It's why they try to get a little bit crafty with their setup. They've got 3 players that are going to just be making a little snaky train now in towards lowers, trying to exploit the strengths of the weapons that they have and take some closer range duels. Dance's the one who's patrolling lowers, but from as long a distance as he possibly can. He gets a kill, he's taken a dink, and he smartly has gotten out of dodge to make sure there's no chance at a trade.
Back down connector will be heard by Axile. The setup toward B is very good for OG. So even though they're in a 5v4 TDK, make that 5v3, there's still a glimmer of hope of this. MP9 can deliver, but it's not going to. Axile clean with it. One more player towards short, hiding, of course, with that FAMAS. It's Body. He's a crazy player, and it's checked off the back. So that Molotov is going to spread. Art Frost will take the kill either way. Canadian looking for exits or money. That's all he can go for. DK will start cleanly. And to put some numbers to what you were saying about how both these two teams are great on the map and T sides are more important. Kind of rare commodities, right, on a map like Overpass. Sure, reps are a bit lower for OG, but both teams have an over a 53% win rate on their T side of Overpass, which is kind of rare.
Yeah, exactly. So that's probably why they've both been so ridiculously good on the map, right? That sure, they've got outstanding CT sides, but they both have very good T sides, relatively speaking, compared to what you normally get out of teams on the T side of this map. What separates good from great teams on Overpass, honestly, teams that are able to get it done on the T side as well. Lots of teams can do it on the CT side, especially if they just have a good AWP. It's almost always what it just comes down to. Either way, well navigated there from TDK. Finding success through Monster, getting that necessary opening kill, the double action fact there from Axile. Everything falls neatly into place from there. Anti-eco now. Not much of a fuss about this one.
Okay, I need a vote in chat. How many of you guys use the CZ. It is me and Hayes' bugbear lately that you see too many players using the CZ when the 5.7 is so powerful. I need a type 1 if you use the CZ, type 2 if you don't. Because I'm annoyed. Adam B's only a few players I've ever seen use it, to be fair, but it's just not a weapon that is in any way powerful when you compare it to the most overpowered pistol in the entire game of the 5.7. But either way, that's not important right now. What is important is that TDK done a good job in this anti-eco, and Axel has gotten all 4 of those kills with the Galil, and survived with all 5 players alive as well.
Nice and easy. Exactly what they would have hoped for here, honestly. Best possible way to get the job done. Everybody surviving, going to build up a decent backing now in terms of their finances coming into this first gun round. Cadian go for the glass cannon AWP. He's $50 short of an AWP with Kevlar. If they'd gotten a single kill in that round, that would have pushed them over the edge. Either way, means there's not going to be any sniper on the server here for the CT side coming into this first gun round. What's the call going to look like from Nafany? Not like they're going to go for a hyper-aggressive approach. Sometimes you do see that from Nafany-led teams in the first gun round when they've been able to win the pistol and convert. They start up 3-0. He likes to test the defense normally on the small side with a fast and punchy play. Not going to be the option out of spawn at least, but it does look like they will eventually end up in towards the bomb site. But just making sure that it's not like OG have gotten any advanced control or a lot of information on the opposite side of the map. That's why Xanta's cleared out lowers. He's even peeked up the stairs to see what's happening playground. You've got Sugar who's controlling Fountain and Party himself as well. And that'll give TDK more confidence in this B exec once they eventually do commit.
Time taps, are you ready? Flash doesn't affect him too badly at all. Good job. Has loads of bullets now to use as well with that Galil. Nafany looking on a great timing though, and actually very cheekily he's able to find one at least. Keeps around in the conversation, and Cadian doesn't want to give up his life to Sugar, knowing that that could give them the impetus to go up toward the A-bomb site. But it is doing so anyway. Cadian should be hearing a lot of this, and that's why he's sticking around a little bit closer toward Long Bathroom. Rotations are coming in, but they know that Cadian has to be long or flank. There's no other place he could be. Body needs his kill on Sugar, just about grabs it. Cadian in the end does find Artfrost, so Santa's all alone, can't react to the spook close. With no plant, that round was never going to happen anyway. So OG will get up and running on their CT side.
Nice. Well, contained there from OG. Never really getting themselves in any sort of trouble. Kind of just letting TDK do their thing around the map in terms of trying to get control and information, but instead OG just focus their attention in towards the defense of the site itself. Get the necessary kills, get the round on the board. Game alive. We were expecting a humdinger of the map here between these two teams on overpass. Going to be a bit pacier here from Santon towards lowers this time. Always got to be worried about the support flash that comes through the B-bomb site for the lowest players to peek, and that's why he's throwing the molly he has and then try to accelerate as quickly as he has. He's actually been able to get on top of the railing through the smoke. Adam B not expecting that to be coming through as quickly as it does. First blood drawn here by the T side.
Boost for Nafany. Hello! Spook. Does get a spook from that. Spooky, scary skeletons.
Here's the past tense of his name. He's now spooked.
Yeah. Axel again finds an opening from somewhere. So easy for him to find these, it feels like, and Cadian just doesn't seem like he's ready for Sugar to appear on long. Sugar and Spice on that fight. Easy for Sugar. And that means that the bomb plant's coming through on A, and Body and Spook are going to have to save. And obviously, that was again just good maneuvering from TDK. They went for the boost on short. That shows presence there. And as soon as that happens, they're obviously a bit more worried about B. So there's at least 2 players on short. Then KD has to go searching on long because he's a bit concerned that there could be something happening there. Wants to find information to see if there's a lurking player, and that is the activation that opens up everything. So, yeah, again, Axel on the hunt too for these saving players. He's able to find body already. Is Spook gonna survive? I think he's gonna be okay. He's too far away from anyone right now. He'll be the only M4 that will keep.
Yeah, it's just the best possible return for TDK immediately after they'd lost that first gun round. Lots of damage inflicted and the points on the board. And then you think about the way they won that round as well. They can do a lot, right? Travel around the map at the same time where you've got players that are pushing through smokes in towards construction. Yeah. You've got guys that are making plays up long. You've got Axel who's fighting through Monster Tunnel. And if you're not a CT side that have got your screws extremely tight, you will be getting caught off guard by those, by how much is going on and how cluttered your own comms can be to try and keep track of everything that's being thrown at you.
Big nade onto prime taps early. 53. And don't forget how impactful and important he was for OG on Inferno. Try and keep that up if they're to beat TDK on a strong map of theirs. Again, for information purposes, Nafny will jump up. Flash comes through from Artfrost. Again, gets Axel entering through Monster. Finally get dealt with by Adam B, but that baits in Nafny to go through bridge. Again, just layer upon layer of moving around the map here for TDK that is making things very unpredictable for OG to even find any response to early round or late round.
I mean, they're just hemorrhaging to Axel at the moment, and you've been bigging up his overpass games through the whole broadcast so far, and he's completely delivered in that fashion so far. Really tough to deal with him when he's coming through Monster, hitting like a freight train at the moment, bursting through the defense, carving these ways through for his team to get into the bomb site. 5-1 now for TDK. This was the all-in purchase here for OG as well. One that will not result in a round. And I spoke about how TDK would feel very good with 5 rounds to their name going into the second half. Well, they've gotten 5 on inside of 6.
In 2026, Axel's rating in 152 maps is 1.18. On Overpass alone, 1.31. And 34 maps.
God damn.
There's little glimmers in there, bro. There's little, occasionally you get little signs of the Axel that was the 3rd best player in the world. 4th, I tell a lie. It was 4th in 2022 and 5th in 2021. Still.
But in 2022, wasn't he only behind Orpers, if I'm not mistaken? Wasn't it like Simple Zaiwu Shiro ahead of him or something like that?
Let me see, actually. You might be right on that one.
I have a feeling that I remember him being like the best rifler in the year in one of the years. Maybe it was Nico ahead of him in that year.
Good man Neo says you're right. So there you go. I just found it myself too. Simple Zaiwu Shiro.
There we go.
Number 4 ahead of Nico.
Sometimes jumbling around in this head of mine every now and again. Something pops out. All right, well, we're seeing, like you said, we're seeing that form out of him right now. Just in these 6 rounds on Overpass. And it's a hell of a gem on the eye. Now, obviously 3 players did survive that previous round for OG, so they've got 2 rifles and an AWP to work with. But the AWP is not over on the same bomb site yet. There are a couple players shifting AWP up, and the AWP is included in that mix, I believe. Body's been able to get a kill, and support's now arrived. This is actually very doable here for OG. Wow. Xanta has gotten a massive kill there to actually open up the A bomb site. Cadian's been forced back by Util. They've got a very good understanding of the threat that's in towards long 4v4 on Plant, but Cadian will get one back.
He will, and Spook, when he came out of bank there, saw the legs of the bomb planter in that smoke. So, it doesn't look like it's going to mean anything, thankfully, that was overlooked. Frost, the plant is sort of for him, but there's going to be a player on that defuse immediately. It's not a player with a kit, but Artfrost knows that going for something like this is a bit too overzealous, so he's going to keep the AWP. And OG will get a very welcome doubling of their score.
Yeah, especially in that sort of a round, right? Where you're basically saving, but you've got 3 guns that you carried over from the previous. Body does very well to get a multi-kill in that round there as well. It gets the frag initially, survives into as long, gets another kill there as well. So it could be the start of something, but it has to be the start of something for OG. But it also could just be them bounce back to square one if they lose this next round here. As for TDK, still even residual money after having purchased up here in round 8. Quite a long road back and a challenging road back here for OG. I like the conditioning out of Exile as well, because he's still posing that early round threat in towards Monster, throwing similar sets of utility to make sure he's keeping players focused and concerned on that position. But this time he just only has that early presence, and now he's doubled back to join with his entire team.
Artfrost holding for the jump spot. Yeah, it's going to be another one of these moves from TDK, which might be a bit unpredictable. It's a good check from Spook, and an even better double spray down. Incredible control with the M4A4 from there. Look at Body. He's tracking, he's tracing. He's in between Axel and these other enemies. Body will take the kill. It leaves Artfrost stuck in between all of them, I'm afraid. This is a really good round from OG. Enemy will come up con to make sure Artfrost can't fall back again. Sure, money available for TDK still, but that was a lovely hold from Spook. If he only gets one of those 2 kills, that could make a big difference, them speeding up on toward A.
Yeah, I just like to see that the confidence is on display now from OG in terms of the setups that are coming through from them. They're keen to take these battles more on the front lines. They also started to poke for information a bit more on the opposite side of the map there. Came across no presence or resistance in construction, able to kind of get ahead of the game, prepare the players in towards bathrooms as to what was coming their way. OG kind of getting in their groove now here on the CT side. In this round, they can break the money of the T side, probably earn themselves an anti-eco and then tie up the scoreline from there. Both the previous maps have been competitive in the first half, but not so competitive in the second half. I wonder if Overpass will be the difference. It should be, right? On paper, this should be a competitive map from top to bottom.
Body's going to find Sugar immediately, and Xanta takes maximum damage to that HE. Poor guy. It smacks him in the chest, but he's not able to punt it away. Pecs aren't strong enough yet. Down to 12 HP. Flash will come through. Thunders is blind, but Nafni can't find him, and there are still 2 players on site to help out. 5 taps in the end will find that kill. Oh, Artfrost with the double. That recovers it into a 2v3. Xanta's still 12 HP, though. He'll try and force his way back in, but the thing is, why would you expect another player, close monster, when you've already got a collateral in that position? Book will get the kill. Cadian holds on, and despite a bit of flashiness there from Artfrost, we're almost even again.
Yeah, I mean, only one moment in the round there with the Artfrost collateral. Outside of that, OG looking robust and reliable. Coming into their own here. Defenses finding its ground. EDK try and simplify the approach, and that one going in towards the B-bomb site, but it does not work out for them. So starting to run into a bit of resistance and having to dig a bit deep and ask some questions. Another opening kill. That's been a big theme of their success in the past couple of rounds, that they've had a lot more success in that department. EDK going to continue to commit towards this B-bomb side anyway, but the short activation has been shut down with the ding. They end up on top of each other. What the hell's going on? Indeed, Axel will find a multi, but it's at the expense of his teammate in the process. Nafni is low. OG win this 5-all. Anti-eco to follow. They're in complete control.
Another round where Axel has found a double kill from somewhere, but it might be in vain. Nafni's going on an explorative mission over toward the A-bomb site. I'm going to start shifting now. He's in bathroom because he knows he could be heard from anywhere on B. Is Artfrost going to be able to get there at all? I think the plan is for Nafni to just sell a massive fake here and try and get Artfrost at least 1 kill on B and possibly a plant. Later, Nafi's going to use this molly. Oh, a kill is even better. Cadian's only jump spotting, but he's been caught brilliantly. Now, Artfrost, all of a sudden, has a free B bomb site. What a call. They could still flank A too. That's another option.
I was going to say, that's going to take so much time. And it seems like OG have realized. They've realized what's gone on here. Body has started to rotate down just in time. He is being tracked and traced. That smoke is going to force him to funnel around Monster Tunnel. Nafany has not only sold the fake, but he's survived. Spook is still chasing Ghost in on that A-bomb side, and the bomb's nearly halfway gone.
They've parred this so well. The fact that Nafany's still here and still alive is incredible. Artfrost is in a great position as well, considering where that bomb is actually planted for. There's a smoke on top of it, but he's still got a say in the round, and so is Nafany. Spook is now taking way too long toward heaven, and what a round TDK have pulled out of the bag here. That looked impossible from that situation they were in. Spook will survive on the exit, but TDK will guarantee at least a tie on their T half.
That's a really well-recovered round from TDK with some brilliant mid-round decision-making there. And it's the IGL Nafany who departs that A-bomb side after the B-bomb side rather after taking all that damage, finding a way onto B, getting that kill on KD and selling the fake, drawing the attention. Just really well navigated between himself and Artfrost. Chemistry on point between the two of them. And like you say, now guaranteed a tie on the half. Could they go one step further? Can they get a lead going into their CT side? That'd really shake things up, and it looks like they're going to go for a big brute force approach in towards the speed bomb side. Oh, Spook. How many times has he done that this half?
A lot of damage from him. Again, it's not taking a drop this time, but Body then goes searching through the corner of the con smoke. So Santo's given a kill back, NMB still fragging though. Don't look at his KD. He'll kill Axel nicely. And they're going to go for the boost on short again with Xanta and Sugar. But as you kind of noticed throughout this entire half, TDK have done this a lot. And OG are avoiding them by not playing barrel, really, at any point. Until late round.
Yeah, it's a bit of a death sentence in the early to mid round because of the boost and the nade stacks that get thrown in that direction. Boosts on boosts, though. Oh, yeah. And Adam B spotted.
I was going to say, I thought they were going for the sandbags one, but they weren't. And they went for the CT one. And actually, you still see your short boost from there. So that's kind of funny. Boost on boost, as you say. 3v4 as they try and charge their way through. Adam B still here, still healthy. Rotations are in. Good kill from Sugar, though. Xanta will get another one. Needs to be Adam, and it is going to be Adam. Xanta is 8 HP. And even with the USP, one bullet will be enough for Adam B to hold on. Doesn't know where he can get peeked from, and actually Xanta does get the kill. And Cadian does have the AWP. 19 seconds. Bomb now retrieved. Cadian's not holding an angle where you can see him. If he goes for this plant in the corner, Cadian won't be able to see him immediately. He's playing time, but now headshot angle on default. That is not easy for Cadian to hit. Surely this is not another round. Getting away from OG. In comes the USP. Xanta still on that headshot angle. Oh, only just sees him. He doesn't know he's low.
Oh my god.
Oh my word. USP drawn again.
My cortisol levels. No.
Up on top of default, but Xanta's going to find the headshot. Oh, that's another one to add to the list for OG. Xanta finds an impossible 1v2.
I swear to God, OG are just cortisol maxing right now, Trav, because they've made that so damn stressful. I mean, Adam B hasn't really done anything wrong, to be fair. He's kind of trapped in water, not much you can do about it. But the comms must have come through that Xanta was low because Adam B was more than confident not to have to get the reload off. I mean, obviously he was kind of forced into using the pistol because he was out of ammo and he was worried about being pushed on the reload. Katie was like back and forth between pistol and AWP. So that tells me that must have been an inkling that Xanta was low. So well played though. Let's think about the pathing there from Xanta. Planting the bomb in the corner, jumping on the railing, crouch walking across to the side, dropping in towards water. Just really played that one to perfection with every micro move he made.
Good kill from Cadian. Bit of revenge for the previous round, but they need this fifth. I don't know. I feel like the fact that they were so convinced they see Cadian as a free kills for Body. The fact that Cadian was switching between AWP and USP, as you say, surely there was information that that final player was low in Xanta. You know, a more confident Cadian just jumps around there with the USP looking for the one bullet needed. And I feel like I've seen him play those clutches like that historically. I don't know why he was so nervous in that one. It is a close game. I mean, nerves are natural, but
No, sure, but I agree with you that you almost want to take it out and put it on the table, proverbially, if you will, you know? And just say, yeah, have a look at it. This is how big it is. I don't care. Exile.
not again. Surely not again.
Right. Surely not. Good shot there for Kagan. This is him now showing that confidence, fighting forward. 2v3. Spook in a great position, though. Got some support that's arrived as well. Can just double swing it at this point, and it will get locked in. But that is only a 5th round in the entire half on the CT side for OG. So TDK, absolutely in pole position to go on and claim that spot in the grand final from here.
All the close rounds going TDK's way, and 7-on-T is just so damn good for them. CT is their bread and butter. Sure, they have had a few losses on the map recently, but out of the 22 they've played, they've won 18 of them, and the last 5 they won in a row, not losing more than 9 rounds against good teams too, including Nemesis and Amiga. They're home. Pistol round, and this one's pretty much cooked, I would say, for OG.
Yeah, that definitely feels like a fair assessment to me as well, mate. Feels like a pistol round is do or die as early as the first round of the second half. Art Frost, how much is he going to hear there? 3 players have crossed. There's a 4th that came from Prime Taps, didn't check the entire way. Thought he was safe, much like his teammates. He wasn't, and I believe he had at least a piece of utility, which has been dropped on the floor. Nafany, the smoke criminal, is in and amongst these smoke grenades again. Body and Adam B 2v5. Adam B has to show his hand to get that kill. Body might have slipped the net, but Nafany will eventually emerge from his home, shrouded in the smoke. Sends Adam B into the afterworld. Body's been spotted and about to be put in a bag. Call it a body bag.
Body also headshot Spook as well. Gooshed him down to 62. So a bit of team damage not helping there. Wouldn't have meant it. It doesn't really mean anything, obviously, other than the fact that we've been susceptible to a dually spam. It was a headshot that took him down anyway. But still. Oh, man. Look, I'm going to stick to my guns from what I said earlier. I am convinced that with a bit of time, this OG, at number 54 in the world, it's not that bad. It really isn't that bad. It's not egregiously poor. I do think by the end of the year, they're going to be top 40, but yeah, you can see what teams like TDK and the issues they're causing them. Pain for OG. The close rounds that got away from them is the main thing. And if OG were able to win this game today, it would have put them above TDK in the VRS by 1 position, I believe.
Oh, damn, okay.
They are like that closely ranked with each other, number 50 and number 54. But, yeah, when we're thinking of that, are we thinking of possibly winning the entire event, both these two teams, especially with the other semi-final lineup we've got later on. KOLESIE versus now called Dragon Claw. They'll be favourites against either one of those two teams, I feel. Smoke block.
Oh, okay. Well, the smoke block does stop them from seeing what's going on, but doesn't stop the bullets from coming through. Axel and Nafany combine for a frag apiece, but these tech lines continue to do work. Nafany will get one back. And he's not content with that. He's still going to hang around and continue to hold these lines, continue to inflict damage. Julie's out, pistol on pistol action. Nafany again, the difference maker. His individual level has just surged this year. And he's done a great job yet to get his team into a 1v2. It is a bit deadly though up against Spook and the Deke, but he's not going to be able to connect on that instant shot, which was a requirement. Forced by for OG, unsuccessful. At least a bomb plant out of it at a minimum. But TDK are now just 4 rounds away from the grand final.
Yeah, very difficult for Spook to get anywhere near winning that one, especially considering the first player that actually comes out of green bin in the end gets close to truck, so the deal wouldn't have even killed him in one shot, I don't think, through the corner of it. Even if it was a headshot. Look at OG with the plant. They're fully investing. I know how you feel about these ones, Matt. Just not want to let TDK streak too far clear on CT side, but 3 Galils, an AK, and a Scout with 2 players without helmets. This is where it could all end.
Yeah, I mean, it's honestly probably good enough to justify it, especially considering that TDK is 1 year on the road right now. It's the main great motivation. Well done from Axal to hold the line and be able to find a second there to make up for the fact that Artfrost goes down. Axal has got 17 kills. No surprise to see him at the top of the scoreboard on the server. OG at least able to get a kill and get some good damage on Axal. Frag now found on Nafni. That was one of the full health players. Pretty level in terms of HP with body being tagged down as well. Still plenty time here for OG to play with. And only Axal between them and that A-bomb site.
Yeah, and 20 HP as well. Go back and try and play the headshot angle toward Green Bin. The fact that Sugar and Xanta are still B, and they're waiting for that smoke to fade monster before they go start searching. They want intel. I'll be able to see that there's not really anything going on toward B. 3-man long for OG is not a bad call. Especially where now Axel is positioning himself. I imagine he'll get blindsided by this one.
Surely, right? This has got to be OG's round. Almost a certainty at this point. Especially with them being able to get out along here initially. Axal, he's done good damage on body, but he'll still go down anyway. There's no way they're attempting this 2v3. I mean, Sugar's already still committed in on Monster. Xanta will fall back. Artfrost will be able to afford an M4 in the next. Not so much for Axal. So OG finally broken through here on the T side by winning this gun round. In the 11th hour, when the door was on the brink of being slammed shut in on them here for the series, they've been able to kind of like just jam their foot before between the door and the frame, right, to stop TDK from closing them out entirely.
Yeah. Find a way to splice it together. TDK to stop OG from making a comeback happen. Live odds, as you can see, OG is still being so far behind. Either higher. DK's buy is okay. Still got the Artfrost AWP available. Sure, it's a glass cannon, but you don't care about that. Not having the best of games, Artfrost, which is unusual for him at this level, but his team's been playing well. B will see the early connector presence, or connector spam, I should say, coming through from the boost. Already down to 58 off the back of that. OG will know that half will be such a grind for them, because obviously, you know, T-side overpass, you have to take these slow approaches to taking map control, whether it's front bathroom or short B. Not rush things. Yeah, very seldom amount of shots you can take and moves you can take to get fast control, and that is a nice opening shot from Artfrost, very cleanly done on towards Spook crossing long. Not blinded up at all. Artfrost allows him to take his shot, a headshot to boot.
Yeah, you're bang on though that this is going to have to be a hell of a grind for OG, made even more difficult in round 16 because of that glass cannon AWP already finding success. Actually taking quite an advanced position in bathrooms. I'm a little bit surprised to see this, considering that he's on the glass cannon. Looks like they will be moving away from him, though. I'd imagine the bomb is going to pass its way down low. As the only risk here is for Cadian. He's going to have to cross the traffic here. Does the bomb go lowers, or are they going to end A? Artfrost about to get peeked here. Cadian spots. It makes it so easier for Artfrost. So easy for him to just prime his scope. And that now will force Body to make his way down towards his B bomb site. But this is exactly what TDK have preempted. They've rotated that extra player down. There are 4 men here now for TDK. Defense ready and raring to go, and it's only Body left. He's got no option but to try and save, and that's not going to happen either. Sugar will lock it in, and TDK get themselves up to double digits, and surely now in the final stretch.
Yeah, and it's not like OG built up any money in the round they won either. That's the issue. They have 3.6 on Spook, 3.3 on Adam, 3.7 on Cadian. It's going to have to be a partial. They're going to have to play from 11-6 behind. Going to call attack now to decide exactly what they want to do with that. Again, also Nafni having a good map. In Axal, actually the only... I have to tell a lie, I mean Xanta's 8 and 7, but Axel and Anthony are the only two majority positive KD players on TDK. Shows you just how good their fundamentals are on Overpass still. And as I said earlier, there are some people who have feelings about Nafany from what he showed in Tier 1 events a couple of years ago, but he's evolving. I know it's a lower level, you expect him to frag a bit better, but he's changed, and for the better, from what I've seen. We're going for a fast move here, OG. They did fully invest, by the way. Already got a Tech 9 through Monster, and Sugar is getting burnt out. Sometimes is giving it a look, then decides, F this shit, I'm out.
I don't blame him either. Probably a good decision, considering. Alright, well, Exile has pushed the entire way through Fountain, down T-Ramp. The problem is this is some serious false information right now and a false sense of security. He thinks he's kind of getting them trapped in on Monster and Construction, and Prime Taps that presence is going to sell it even further. Artfrost has gravitated back up. They're starting to realize it, because Axel's seeing nothing back Monster Tunnel. He's now going to realize there's nothing Construction either, and the entire team needs to rotate up towards the bomb site as quickly as possible. And Prime Tap should be telling his team, they know, they've got back Monster Tunnel. They know we are not going B. So either we need to go right now, or we need to try and come back to the B bomb site, because that could also catch TDK off guard. In fact, this might be my preferred decision of the two. Not at all surprised that KD has figured this one out as they set themselves up in the small short smoke. It's going to be a pop through, but Axel, he's so ready for this. He's going to be up close and personal, able to avoid the flash. What a transfer to find the second. Sugar in position as well, and OG gets shut down.
Book somehow gets that kill on Sugar in the end, and they're not actually like that low HP. It's still vaguely doable, but even though KD hits a banger, Dancer and Nafany will figure it out. I mean, that was incredibly fast from Axel to react to that second. I thought for sure like that's a one and maybe two, but I didn't expect the second kill to be that one. I thought it would be the player to the left of his view, not the player strafing round to Monster. Got a great grab.
I still think it's a fair call there from KD, and considering the situation, I think it was a good adjustment, but Axel just too good, bro. Just how it goes sometimes. Axel just too good. Eco around now for OG means TDK are prime to get themselves up to map point.
Sack will come through. Good timing on the push through Monster, but Sugar still manages to spin around and get that kill and stay alive. Look how clean this is from TDK. Xanta will burst down the final two, and I'm sure that's what OG is saying right now as well, Matt.
Yeah, maybe with a few more expletives, perhaps. But yeah, same sentiment, I'd imagine. 12-6, 6 opportunities. I mean, TDK had a hell of a T side. They won 7 out of the 12 rounds there. They've only lost a single round so far in the second half. Won 5 of their own. They're on the precipice now of getting a spot in the grand final and just continuing to ride this recent wave of success. When I say, I mean like winning these tournaments as well. They've been very good for a while now, but going to continue to rack up some titles.
Yeah, TDK will 100% fancy themselves against either one of KOLESIE or Dragonclaw. Of course, though, that game is to come right after this. Make sure to grab your snacks, grab your drinks and everything once this is done, and get yourself prepared for one more semi-final to come this evening. And the grand final even later. Got a prime finals day for this first Thunderpick series in 2026. Smoke front site seen by Axile. That is a smoke for the T side that is meant to allow them space to get some way nearer without getting picked off. Does force an Artfrost rotation as well.
Yeah, OG are all in. They're just going for this death ball numbers-based approach right now. Exec into the A-bomb site. Heading in towards that 30-second mark. This one is going to be difficult to navigate, especially with TDK having shifted that extra play, I'd say.
Big damage as well on Prime Taps. Body and Spook not exactly full HP either. There's one, and Art Frost now needs to deliver. Can we get an Art Frost moment to end this one? There's 3, could be more, but finally Adam B takes him down. That'll give them a chance at a plant here, but can they get there in time? Xanta, considering there being a player close, doesn't want to throw his Incendiary just yet, and there's a big flank coming through from Sugar. Will that activate at any point? KD now positioning himself in back. You got Adam B on long still. He stuck himself in that position, knowing that Cadian has got bank covered, but that allows Sugar to get up to the site and make quite a lot of progression. There's information for Cadian. Doesn't want to peek until Adam B's with him to guarantee a trade. In the end, there's the kill, but there's the trade, as I said. Xanta now knows what's up. Kit available, but there's barely any time. Incendiary could be nice, but surely Adam B can still just run through that. He will. Is there time?
No,
really
definitely
close,
not.
but surely not. No, not to be. OG will stay up just.
I don't know why Xanta's decided to throw the Incendiary instead of swing then. They've actually just taken too much time because Xanta was in bank and like when the bomb had been planted, basically.
Yeah.
And then he's hung around there for like 33 seconds before he's actually committed to the push. He's waited for Sugar, sure, but he's just waited far too long. And maybe he's thinking that they heard Xanta rotating, so the attention would be in on him, and that could mean Sugar can catch them off guard. But honestly, Xanta needs to be more proactive there in the retake, I think.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, look, Sugar was so far up, and Xanta had never shown his hand really at any point, right? So, yeah, a little bit pacier. Could have possibly won this game for TDK then and there. And as you say, if he dueled long, got the headshot immediately, that shaves, what, 2 seconds maybe off the clock? And that defuse could have been, if he's lucky, possible. Could have been close, though. Either way, obviously, TDK know that OG winning that round with nobody surviving means that the Vi is still terrible. They're terrible. I mean, it's obviously okay, but won't be many AKs, maybe only one.
Yeah, it's just not ideal at all, is it, for the team that won the previous round, now coming into this one, trying to come back into the game and having to play with Galils. They'll have 1 AK armor, I'd imagine. That's about it.
An OG tech pause. One of Adam Orcadian. I haven't bought up yet. The ticks in chat should indicate that we're almost ready to get back underway again. We're told by our producer that it's a mouse issue. I wonder if that's a charging issue, Matt. Is that going to be another bugbear of ours?
Don't get me started. Listen, it's probably like ever so slightly less egregious than the headset, because the headset should make no difference to your game whatsoever, whether it's plugged in or not. But the mouse is like, okay, I know if you're so used to playing with the wireless one, playing with the corded mouse will be a little bit different. But with a proper mouse bungee, you actually don't even notice it, to be honest with you.
No, I mean, me too. Like, genuinely, I still use a wired mouse, and I've used a wireless mouse, and because of the positioning of my desk at home and my mouse bungee, say at home, my desk here in front of me, I feel no issue whatsoever. So
yeah. I'm right there with you. I've also used a wired mouse, but that's because I lost the wireless receiver for my mouse. So
GG.
It's just become a wired mouse as a result. But hey, that means it never dies. So all good. Bit of a false start there. Countdown begun, but we haven't gone live, and we will maybe now. I'm not going to get ahead of myself. A little bit of a break in play. Does that do any damage to TDK's momentum? They don't have any residual cash here. If they lose round 20, it will be 12-9 before they get to reinvest. OG might start to perk up a little bit at that point.
Let's see. It's still 5 in a row needed. As I said, it is only the 1 AK they can afford to muster up after not starting with anyone in the previous. Try and keep it simple because of that. I mean, of course, Galils are relatively cheap. You can still get decent utility with it all, but they are pretty spread out right now. Smoke thrown in toward the front of the A-bomb site again by Cadian, just to try and sell a bit of effect. They are walking 2 players up long. That is not where the bomb is coming. Good flash, actually. It does give Daphne a chance in the door. Arthur still finds the kill, but Sugar will go down. Adam B on full spin mode there to try and get the entry onto the side. Look at Xanta again being a nuisance. Oh, he's been so good today, Xanta. He's standing up, he's standing tall, and Daphne will be there to help immediately. TDK are through to the grand final.
Yeah, and completely deserve it as well. No, I mean, that was a hell of a display. TDK dominate Overpass for the most part, I reckon.
Yeah, they look really good. And I think as well, you now get to see a little bit of, I think, in the golfing class, like ranking-wise, these sides are very similar. I think, Trav, your point was pretty spot on. I can see OG making top 40 towards the end of the year, but I still think, going back to an earlier conversation point that we had, that I think OG need to play more. There's still small things for this side that are creeping in. And I don't know if you agree, Trav, but it feels like a lot of the issues that we saw kind of plague OG in this series, like some of the individuals are there, and if you get rid of the ones who go missing at times, just in terms of like teamwork and synergy, these buzzwords we like to throw out, that comes out of your system. You get rid of those once you just play a few more officials, and you get a little bit more of this online grind under their belt, which I think OG do need to get.
They were close. They were close, and I think they are close in general from how I've watched them play. But there's just that little 5% missing against teams that are really solid at this level, like TDK. And if you're going to try and grind your way up to that ranking I mentioned, you've got to play more of these tournaments online. Sure, you're getting invited to playoffs. Fair enough. That obviously means you play less games, but still. And also these lands that are still their majority of their time they're using is going to these lands, which obviously give them more points. They've won one. I think they won a Roman Imperium, if I remember correctly, early on in the year. But yeah, I think they are close. But when it comes to fighting at the top of the top teams in tier 2, they're still, I would say, in terms of synergy and the way they go about things, the style isn't working for consistency, that's for sure. Not yet, anyway.
Yeah. I think as well, hey, something that we've kind of spoken about, if these two sides are being on opposite sides of the bracket, realistically, we probably would assume that they would meet in the final. And I think that's maybe even partly where you slightly feel a bit bad for OG. If they're on the other side, I back them against either of those two sides there, that they would have been okay. Sure, it might have been the same result in the final ultimately, but a little bit further down the line, a little bit more VRS. But these are all the right steps for OG who, I kind of, when we got on the mic together earlier today, I was sort of saying, I feel like I've not seen OG in a year. So it's glad that we're kind of starting to see them back in to competing at a level which is good enough.
I mean, the good news is that they didn't get eliminated by just players who they played against in the quarterfinal, right? Or the game before that where they were playing, not ALGO, it was EAC, I think, Trav. If they'd lost to one of those teams, that would have been come on, guys, when are we going to make any progress? Losing to TDK is respectable. It should be the eventual winners in the tournament. I think they'll beat either Ormond or Dragonclaw, VRSDelivery, Amazon Prime, whoever these people are, I can't even remember. But I reckon TDK will be the eventual winner. So at least for OG, they lost to a respectable opponent.
Yeah, I think you're right. But as well for TDK, Trav, back on this side, it just seems to be going from kind of strength to strength for this team, not only with a Pro D qualification, but now into a final where they're kind of favored to win. It feels like we're now, especially when we look at kind of the tier 2 level, these guys are becoming actually one of these gatekeeper teams. It's kind of a phrase we like to throw out there, but they are contending for a lot of tournaments they're playing in. And who knows, second half of the year, we can actually see them as a bit of a sleeper team that's really actually pushed for major contention.
Yeah, look, they're not infallible. I mean, they haven't won that many events at this level online, other than the ECL tournament, of course. They played a couple of these lands that they won. I think it was I loathe to say it, but the tournament name is the Gluck 6-7 Season 1. They won that back in April, right? That was a land over in Moscow, but they were the best team at that land by a country mile, right? They should have won that every day of the week. So They're not, as I say, they're not infallible, but I really just like watching them. They're really fun to watch because they activate Exile to make him look like the great player he once was every now and then. Xanta, as we saw on nearly every single map, actually, he's really got something about him. He's starting to improve a little bit. Nafany, definitely looking incredible in the modern day. I think like at this level, his individual form and his leadership has risen up a level. And the times I've interviewed him as well, for some of the Nodwin games, he usually gives some really good elongated interviews and good answers about the kind of situation they're in. And yeah, I think he knows the situation they're in. He's a free agent right now, of course. The old team isn't, but he is. And I think he's a very valuable commodity for this roster. And even Sugar, who's not the highest rated player on the team, we saw him have a great map today, and he can often pop up. And Art Frost, of course, even if he's only temporary, we know the quality he possesses. So I believe we are a little bit overdue for our next series. I think we're 10 minutes overdue. So I think we should probably throw it to a break here and now. Great series. TDK are in the final. We'll be back all three of us will be back for KOLESIE versus Dragonclaw.
Welcome back in. We're heading into our second semi-final of the day after a real barn burner to kickstart us here on Thunderpick. We look forward now to KOLESIE taking on Dragonclaw. It's the Polish derby, and I'm of course joined by Trav and Hayes once again. Hayes, kickstart me. We've got this Polish derby. How are you feeling heading into this game?
I mean, honestly, I should be backing KOLESIE quite a lot coming into this particular game, but with the form that we've gotten out of the team we're now calling Dragonclaw, but if you've been following the competition there with VRSDelivery before, I'm honestly not that confident, and I'm really surprised that this team, this core of Antivirus, Fnatic, and Swanko have remained as relative as they have, with the departures of was it Fnatic who left? Frontsider, right? He was the one who left, and Spavaq were the two. And I thought that this team would just like disappear into obsolescence with those two leaving. And the fact that they're almost like better than what they were with those two players, which is shocking to me. So I have no idea what to expect anymore, to be honest.
For yourself, Trav, how are you feeling? It's got this KOLESIE team up on your screen as well. And, you know, on paper, there's a lot of really decent names here, especially because Friend coming back onto EU soil. It feels like he should be able to have an extra level at this level, but I feel like we don't always see it.
Yeah, the issue with this team, right, is that they've got an X Factor player now and exist. Like him coming in from min late, they actually have a rifler that can take over a game now and again. But they've lost their best guy in Flay. Like Flay was the heartbeat of the team as the AWPer. He was incredibly talented and deserved to get that upgrade that he did get. Look, you got the experience of Innocent and Klotsu have been playing together for quite a while now. Innocent in particular, obviously, has been around for all the years in Global Offensive, all the way back to the beginning of that game too. And no, I think you do occasionally get Bylani deliver as well. And when you get Exist and Bylani delivering together, that's when KOLESIE can be the most dangerous. But yeah, I just think Friend is a bit of a downgrade, unfortunately. I understand why they've gone to pick him up. It's one of the best options they probably had available after losing Flay. But I would say they're just exactly where they were about a year ago, which is fine considering they've lost one of their star players. I think they have managed to at least keep themselves relevant.
Yeah, exactly that. And, you know, Hayes, how are you feeling about this KOLESIE team? I know you're kind of coming in towards this one where generally we would sort of like see them as favourites on paper, but do you think they still have it in them? Because on the flip side, we've got, of course, Dragonclaw / VRSDelivery, who seem to be on an upward trajectory.
Yeah, I think KOLESIE have got to be favourites coming into this. I'm excited to see if Exist can come into his own in this team with the promise we've seen from him before. That's what I'm probably like my main focus for this KOLESIE roster is Exist. I think he's probably got like the most upside and the most kind of the brightest career ahead of him from here moving forward. Anyway, this VRSDelivery team has just completely shocked me because I'd never heard of Peteru or Brylu before. I don't know if they've done that on purpose, if they're having a laugh, just both having ooze at the end of their name. But either way, it's what we're going to have to go with. And Peteru's got an 0.87 rating. Is he literally like the Winnie the Pooh character and he just doesn't have, I don't know, man, because this is crazy. Like, how's his rating so low, but they're winning all of these games? Antivirus has become an AWPer. He has a 1.19 rating in the past 3 months. He's like AWPing most of the time, but not all the time. So often they'll just do like the Liquid 2019 and just run 5 rifles and use the AWP situationally. I just have no idea how this team is as relevant and as good as they are after losing those 2 players I mentioned earlier.
Yeah, I completely agree. Like, it makes no sense to me, low-key. Like, you know, Brylu has barely any experience at this level, and Peter was mainly a coach before he, you know, he's played games back into like 2023, but he just doesn't have that many maps on HLTV at all either, even though he's been around the block a little bit. And it is crazy. Like, Swanko has stepped up and is looking like a bit more like the star rifler on the team now, and yesterday, I covered this team, and I was still as baffled, right? They played against CYBERSHOKE. CYBERSHOKE had Fluffy on the team, which is their new AWPer to replace Phenomen. And I'm afraid, at the end of that series, I found myself crying out for CYBERSHOKE to get on the phone to Inox Division and bring Phenomen back from the loan, because Fluffy was awful, and he got completely owned by a rifler who's their now stand-in AWPer. So that says it all, I'm afraid, for me.
Yeah, well, not exactly painting a pretty picture. We've got the Veto for you in this one as well. We've got the Anubis, we've got the Overpass, and we got the Dust 2. Anubis to kickstart things as well. Pretty good map for the Dragonclaw side as well, one in which they've been playing a fair decent amount, 6-7% win rate over 9 played. You got the Overpass as well to follow, which is a little bit more down the middle, and then Dust 2 as a decider. With both of these sides play, does feel like a bit of a handshake. And actually quite, you know, surprisingly, these 2 sides haven't played off against each other recently as well, so they don't really have that head-to-head to fall back on. But yeah, Matt, with this being said now as well, we've got the Veto in front of you. How are you feeling this one's going to go?
Well, I want to make a point that Inferno is a permaban for both these teams, and so I was kind of wondering which team would actually go on and ban that map out. And I really like that Dragonclaw decided to ban Nuke because they're like, you know what? We're going to float Inferno. We're going to float it. Do you have the confidence to do that as well? We're going to ban the map we really don't want to play against you guys. Your most picked map, your most reliable map. We're going to ban Nuke. Are you going to ban your permaban, or do you want to do the same thing? And then we see if we play a game of chicken, is anyone going to pick Inferno the veto? And KOLESIE say, nah, we're the favorites. We don't want to take any risks, which I think makes sense when you're the favorites to be the team that doesn't actually float permabans, because you don't want to risk them actually then picking the permaban. And then it's like, wow, we've just leveled out the playing field in a big way, and we don't really get to play into our strengths as favorites. So I think that makes sense, the way that dynamic went. And now, like you, going back to your question, this is tough to call. Like, my brain says KOLESIE, right? They've got the experience in Innocent, Bielani and Tlotsu, very reliable riflers. We know Existers, like, got the star potential. But Dragonclaw have just defied all logic lately. And I feel like I just need to start leaning into them and stop betting against the trend, because the trend is well and truly behind them at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. How about yourself, Charo? How are you feeling now they've got the veto out as well? Which is another one of these vetoes that for me feels like it should go all three.
Yeah, I think so too. The only thing that I would say that I'm really happy about is that KOLESIE do make sure to ban Mirage in the end. It's a map that they play and one they're very happy to play, but they've seen what Dragonclaw have been doing on Mirage lately. Like, this team, for some unknown reason, it's another thing that's been baffling me. They've won 8 Mirages in a row, not losing more than 10 rounds. And if any of you guys have seen or kept an eye on the Waljaki team, they play as Dragonclaw. They play a very similar swarmy, aggressive CT style on Mirage, like Waljaki do. As soon as they get information and they know what site you're taking, they're all over you, and they'll be just completely impossible to push past. So I'm glad that KOLESIE have realised that, and I'm not wanting to go anywhere near that map as a possible decider. I think it's very, very hard to call if we do go to a Dust 2, because, neither of these teams love it that much, even though they play it. And historically, I think it's important to mention as well that KOLESIE, in all the other Polish derbies I've seen them play against, the Waljakis of the world, they haven't had a matchup with these two before, but they tend to struggle in Polish derbies. I think I've seen them lose a notable amount of these sort of games at this level when it's a full Polish team up against them. So we'll see if that means anything. Our head-to-head is here, obviously. You got probably the main rifler for VRSDelivery and Swanka. I'm going to just have to start focusing on calling them one bloody name. I'm going to stick with Dragonclaw, okay?
Yeah.
Time to lock in.
I think it rolls the tongue easier as well, Dragonclaw, than VRSDelivery. It's a little bit too many syllables there.
The funny thing about it as well, like the reason they changed name, bro, probably because they're delivering VRS points to themselves at this point. They're winning way more than I think they thought they would. But Bielani's looking great too, and I think that is an important factor for KOLESIE today, that he plays well.
Yeah, exactly that. It looks like we're going to have a little bit of a break before we get underway in towards this game, though. Maybe a slight tech issue as we're getting the server ready, but hopefully we'll be all good and going in just a moment's time. So a quick break now, and we'll go straight into Anubis when it's ready. See you soon.
KOLESIE versus VRSDelivery, otherwise known as Ex-Ormond, otherwise known as Dragonclaw. Their official new name apparently is Dragonclaw. I have no idea if that's an organisation or not. I doubt it. Who cares? We're live. It's the second semi-final.
Oh, bro.
And it's a Polish derby.
At the top of the screen, it says VRSDelivery. What are we going to go with? My brain, we need to keep things as simple as we can for my brain, guys, because honestly, at the best of times, I struggle to compute simple things. Now, this is just add another layer to it. Anyway, Swanko, there's layers to this defense. They've both almost been dealt with decisively. Peteru is hoping he can maybe bait in a teammate, but he's been smoked off. Great set of utility usage with the smoke molly combo. Just renders Briulu's position useless. He's gone down as well. And KOLESIE will find the bomb plant, full side control, and surely the opening pistol.
Yeah, full rundown by Balani and Klotsu there. Good job. 2 kills for both of them. Ibarra's looking for some money with his USP. Barely getting offered up a single fight. And that is the right way to play it if you're KOLESIE. Force him away. Give him any extra dollar. They will just retreat now. Klotsu will go down, but that's fine. Mr. Anand is taken for KOLESIE. They might actually find him in water, and they will. So Innocent will take that. Pretty simple the way they go about that execute, but very effective.
Yeah, everything kind of going according to plan there, despite the opening kill picked up by Swanko. Pretty smooth sailing for KOLESIE to get the point on the board. Anubis is definitely one of the maps that have really come together nicely for this team, right? For this VRSDelivery team. 9 times been played in the past. It's actually past 2 weeks, Trav. They've played this map 9 times. They've beaten Ursa, Fnatic, Eternal Fire, Leo, Entropy, and Leo again. Only losses coming to ALGO, which was the first time they played as a team on this map, and then Amiga. So KOLESIE have certainly got their work cut out for them here.
Indeed. KOLESIE are... They're always there or thereabouts in these tournaments, aren't they? They never seem to disappear. They seem to be causing teams problems. As you say, player LAN recently over at BC Game Masters Championship. Always one of the underdogs coming into that tournament, but they didn't do that badly. Beat Acend. Managed to almost take him up over in a circle. Fortunately, they started so well and then couldn't continue it. One of the things I think that kind of like indicates how KOLESIE go about things is that they always seem to just prop their rankings up with 1 or 2 LAN wins here and there to keep themselves relevant, right? I mean, the win against Focus at the Lorgar rankings tournament is a great example for me. Focus were obviously a lot higher ranked than them at that point. I think still are. We got a win there and lost to Sinners in the semi-final. Totally acceptable. And of course, 1 win against Ascend, 1 win against Harvey on LAN. Just enough LAN wins to keep that total propped up a little bit and keep themselves being given invites at this level.
Yeah, it definitely does help, right? How many of those wins come in best of ones on LAN is my question. Because
Focus 1 was a beer 3, the other 2 are beer 1s, you're right.
Yeah, and then even going back a couple weeks ago, they beat ESC in a best of 1. That's now the Volzhaki roster. They beat Young Ninjas in a best of 1. That
was online, I think.
Was it?
Yeah, that's like unfortunately, that was the Tip Sport Conquest of Prague, the online stage in the Swiss, which was actually a beer 1 Swiss, would you believe?
Okay, well, yeah, you're bang on though. That has kind of propped them up, and fair dues to them recognizing what the best kind of course of action is for the team to maintain a decent ranking. but we want to see them making deep runs, and as they have here. But like I said earlier on, I feel like this has been a pretty easy run for them in this playoff bracket. They've beaten ALGO and they've beaten GenOne. And I know GenOne have been in good form lately, but they're like a good form Swiss stage team. They're not like a playoff contender, go all the way in the playoffs type of contender. So, yeah, I think KOLESIE have kind of breezed so far in terms of who they've had to come up against. Anyway, tech pause resolved. And we'll get back underway in this game once again.
Eco for Dragonclaw. Actually are all positioned on the right bomb site, but still winning around like this is unlikely, and the MAC-10s are there to chew you up. Comes the rush through, they're going to be lining up, but in comes the munch from Innocent, and there's nothing innocent about that. That was a easy money farm for him. 4 kills and a very quick end to the round. Second round now available for Dragonclaw to work with. No AWP yet, though, on antivirus. And he won't mind about that. Of course, he used to be main rifler for the team. I did have a little look the other day when I was covering them. I think he has like 400 and something AWP kills in his career, and over 250 of them have come this year.
Wait, is this for antivirus?
Yes.
Okay, well, it does kind of speak volumes as to how he's had a big shift in that dynamic. I don't even remember him doing a whole lot of second AWPing.
Every now and
when
then, but rare.
SPAVQ was in a team. Yeah, it was rare, right? So, like I said, you'll see him as a hybrid. He's still, I think he's still more of a rifler than he is an AWPer. Like, check his stats in the past 3 months for me and see what the distribution is between rifles and AWP kills. That would be an interesting way to look at it, actually.
Weapons.
He is going to get an opening kill here with the rifle. Good work coming through from him there.
3 months. AWP 292, AK 219.
Okay, all right. So
M4 133.
I mean, obviously, yeah. So obviously, AWP is both halves. More often on the CT side than the T side, you bring the AWP to the table. But he's it's not like he's only been using like 30% of the rounds played. Probably more like 55. Anyway, he's just playing around the edge of the smoke there. Peter Rue decides to go searching. This is going to make the life so much more difficult of Fnatic, who's going to get crunched in on from both cameras and a main as he steps out to deal with one player. The other is there to assist. Well done from KOLESIE, but the job not done. That's just enabled the plant.
Device has got a great timing on that one. Even though Sawonko gets the kill and takes it away from Antivirus, he still reacts for both of the following two. Nicely done from him. Sawonko will get the defuse. KOLESIE will be happy with at least a plant to come from that round. They're always being surrounded. We're curious to see how often this team goes aggressive over the course of the CT side of Anubis. Get themselves into Canal early. It's almost become default at this point. Get control of that position ASAP with the new window position.
Yeah, some sharp shots coming through there from Antivirus, man. Talk about his aim looking like it's on point, especially with that last kill as well. Crosshair just instantly on the head of that final player. Didn't know he was there for a fact either, just able to adjust very quickly. Good job from VRSDelivery there on the board. I wonder why SPAVQ and Frontsider are no longer on the team.
I did some, let's say some speculation on it on the broadcast I did yesterday. They had to forfeit a game against Ill Will, where none of them showed up, and that's because they were traveling in between lands. Neither one of those two lands went well at all. They went winless in both of them. I think that probably spelled an end of their attempts.
Just broke the team.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty fair speculation with the way that those events went, that they must have had some sort of effect on the state of the team. But it's not like SPAVQ and Frontsider were the reasons those lands didn't go well, because everybody just puts up shocking numbers for this team on LAN. That's been the trend that we've seen lately. There's been a lot of noise from some of their countrymen as well about how they feel about this team on LAN. And I think Kaspersky is one of the most vocal people that's actually cast some aspersions in the directions of this core, and that was then Ormond, right? He wasn't shy about kind of putting his opinions and perspectives out there, and I won't go into detail out there, but they're in the public forum and out in the public world for you to check out yourself, really.
Yeah, exactly. You can't ignore that, really. Brendan's going to try and get some damage done on this clutch attempt. He's got the bomb on his back. He can maybe attempt to plant, but with the CT position, probably impossible. Yeah, Fnatic's going to deal with him comfortably. One of the things I think we do need to see today from Dragonclaw is Fnatic playing well. I mean, I think he's been one of the players that's been disappointing. And when you've got Brylu, who's inexperienced, and Peter, who is, just put it this way kindly, a coach, pretty much. You can't just be Suwonko and Antivirus. If you look at the numbers on the team across the board, it kind of is. 1.22 for Suwonko, 1.19 for Antivirus. Brylu is 1.03, Fnatic is 1.06, and Peter is 0.87. Fnatic sometimes I think looks worse than a 1.06 rated player, unfortunately. So, yeah, they're going to need to make sure they deliver a bit more as a collective today to beat KOLESIE. But yeah, as I said, like KOLESIE tend to struggle against Polish rivals, whether it's Jackie / ESC, whatever that team was at any point. I actually have not played this core before. They did when it was Ormond, I'm not so sure. But yeah, they lost a Betclic of KOLESIE. They've had previous games against other Polish teams like Jackie, like I've said. The most recent time was that BO3 over in the Tip Sport event. That was the play-in with qualified them for LAN, but Jackie went to LAN instead. So, yeah, it's never been easy for KOLESIE in these particular matchups. And Dragonclaw are about to take the lead here.
In very convincing fashion at that as well, by the way. These past couple of rounds they've won, they've really just stomped KOLESIE out the server. Now, Bialani is going to be at least able to get a kill and scoop up an AK. Is it worth them mathematically, financially, to just save the gun? They're going to get 2,400. Could save a smoke and an AK. That's worth 3,000. Yeah, you save, yep. Math checks out. Then you still have enough money to get armor and to get yourself utility in the next. But it's all good. Doesn't really matter. Much of a muchness at the end of the day as he does go down. All posted through that window. VRSDelivery going to get themselves a lead. Were they called Dragonclaw when you were casting them yesterday?
Nope, this is their first game as Dragonclaw.
Okay. Well, as far as HLTV is concerned, right?
Yes.
I think it makes sense that we can continue to call them VRSDelivery in this cast because otherwise everyone would just be very confused about what we're talking about.
I know.
Everyone watching at least.
That is true, but honestly, I can't lie, I only blame the players for that.
I know. I 100% me as well. And I don't understand why they're constantly chopping and changing.
As I said, I don't know if Dragonclaw are an org or not. I doubt it.
No, I don't think that they are. I mean, it's an item in Dota 2. It's a pudge hook.
Yeah, and also, I think maybe they thought to themselves, hang on, we're not delivering VRS points anymore. We're not playing as badly as we thought we were going to play. We're actually still winning games somehow. We're delivering points to ourselves. Maybe we should change name and be a bit more less funny about it. Now we're looking like we're actually a serious contender for a tournament.
Yeah, true. Maybe they were doing like the possum, right? Where, hey, the VRSDelivery's arrived. Here's your free win. Don't mind us. You just coast along and get the free victory. Get your free victory. VRSDelivery. It's like, well, blammo. Bam, slam. Johnny Speed, CYBERSHOKE. Some other good names as well. And hoping to add KOLESIE to the mix of teams that they've beaten since they've gotten active in, the past, 3 weeks, really. As recent as that. Is once we've seen this team actually start to play Counter-Strike again. 30 seconds on the clock. They're trying to give Exist some time to work into this A bomb site. Now, he's been spotted. Does this disrupt the defense at all? No. They haven't moved a muscle over on B. They have completely read into the fact that KOLESIE are still going to end this round on the side of the map.
Again, there are lots of players here, but Klotsu, oh my goodness, he spread out all 3 of them. That's crazy. All of a sudden, advantage, and Antivirus is smoked off in Temple. Can't even go for a pick to try and get 1 kill back while one player is occupied with planting the bomb. Great move from Klotsu. Makes it all the more difficult now for Antivirus and Peter to recover this, and I just don't think they can, even with kits available. Try and see if one player is offered up. Make it a 2v2 and give himself a glimmer of hope, but breakthrough here is going to be nice, I think, for KOLESIE. So you see some teams go for late attempts with these retakes, but usually that's when teams go for that, they have a smoke and a kit. No smoke, only kit. So they fall back and keep what they've got.
Terrorists win.
That's just all Klotsu, isn't it? What an incredible triple kill coming through from him there to change the tide within the round, where VRSDelivery remains static and stable, committed to that B bomb site despite that little bit of an attempted fake being thrown into the mix. Then the CT side even get the opening 2 kills in on B. But once Klotsu gets going, he's impossible to stop with a triple kill spray down there. Single mag to find all 3 frags. We'll get the 3rd round on the board for KOLESIE. As this semi-final is well and truly alive. Winner puts himself at 8 with TDK later on this evening.
I'm sure all the TDK players will be keeping a very close eye on this match to see how both these two teams play. Oh, Antivirus close to finding that pick, but the tight angle being held by Balani is being held on that angle for a reason. It was like least of your body available to be hit. But, could maybe be identified as a weakness for VRSDelivery, unfortunately, in this game. And again, they found him on the A-bomb site. I wonder how often KOLESIE are going to try and punish that. Antivirus smoked off, but times the shot as any AWP would nicely. Connect will come through on this occasion. Nade could have found Innocent, but he's put himself back into the corner and exists as an advantageous angle against Fnatic. Really finds Swanko too as he changes up that position, and it's a very clean headshot from Balani too. Antivirus cannot reconnect in this round, and even though he's got 10 kills in the game, not have anything to show here.
I like that change of pace there coming through from KOLESIE. I think this is a great time to bring it to the table as well, to kind of try and break the way the game has been playing, like break it open a little bit in that regard. Play a bit more rapidly, work the trick, trading their way forward successfully as well. They've now got Antivirus on notice. He has got a lot of players kind of coming his way right now, not expecting Friend to be coming through as well. So he will eventually go down. Orb's been dropped. Not enough money here for VRSDelivery to justify the reinvest. In fact, if he had stayed alive, they probably would have gone for it. But with him being taken down, it's probably just best course of action to save their weaponry, which means KOLESIE should be able to extend their lead here, start to assert themselves in the game.
Yeah, both these two teams do play quite a bit of Anubis. You know, it's one of those maps at the moment which is very underplayed in the pool by nearly every single tier of Counter-Strike. KOLESIE don't have the best of results on it, 3 wins out of 7, and they actually have a very similar win rate on both their T and CT sides. When I say similar, I mean weak, 48% on both, even though they've won 9 out of their 14 pistol rounds, which maybe isn't entirely reassuring, right? Whereas ex-Ormond, whether they look whether it's this current team or all the teams, 57 on CT, 60 on T, with less pistol rounds won. So it shows that in the gun rounds, supposedly, on average, they are better, and KOLESIE are better in early halves with the pistols. But obviously, there's only numbers. Paper stats do not hit headshots.
Yeah, just give us an idea of maybe what we can expect. And what we can expect in this round is some resistance. KOLESIE, even though they have got a big advantage in terms of what they've got to work with coming into the round, VRSDelivery have got a big setup here in A main. 3 players. AWP, USP, MP7. Now, Antivirus decides to get a hero rifle in this round, which means no AWP for him in the next. A little bit surprised by that, honestly. Exus is going to be the first one to commit him. Peter Rue, how on earth has he done that?
Wow.
How has he gotten all 3 kills with the MP7? That is ridiculous. Bialani will only get the single kill in the round for his team before he goes down as well. Oh, VRSDelivery have just got one back there for free, and KOLESIE are going to be kicking themselves.
Yeah, I mean, again, they try and identify A as a weakness, right? But firstly, it was reinforced. Secondly, Peter, he's not a weakness, apparently. As I said, like, rightly, he's rated as a 0.87 rated player lately. He's not a good player. He's a coach that's playing out of necessity. But occasionally, he has these rounds, these singular rounds where he's impactful, and that just makes up for all the others, right? Because he basically wins a round by himself. He's got it in him occasionally. As I said, it's just all the more baffling as to how this VRSDelivery side is even as relevant as they are, that when Peter pops up with rounds like that. But there you are.
Oh boy, and if they can... Okay, Brialoo is fluffed. Antivirus not going to be able to catch any of this. They start to make their way through. He's like, nah, I don't want this off. This thing's too heavy. This is a liability. I want to run in with the rifle. Himself and Fnatic coming through from camera will combine brilliantly. Oh boy. Felt like KOLESIE kind of done the hard part of bypassing those players in towards the top of middle and kind of limiting the damage in the process as well. But they haven't been able to actually successfully get control of A. Innocent sure has read the situation nicely by going in towards this B bomb site and finding a plant, but this should be impossible for him to win in the 1v3 with only a Tech 9.
Yeah, and he's gambled to smoke himself off and play behind it to hope he gets gifted a rifle in some way, shape, or form, but actually they're just gone. Mainly big flank here on the retake. Very unlikely they're going to be able to do anything in this one anymore. Innocent found the AWP, sure. That actually makes the clutch a little bit harder even. He'll show his head for a split second, and then obviously logically he's either towards CT or Temple. Swanko will grab it, and you guys will take the AWP for free, which is nice. So good recovery, and good for Brialoo too, who I'm sure would have had his head in his hands after he whiffed his lines like that. Did massive damage to 2 players, but couldn't complete either frag. They're bailed out.
And this is now where KOLESIE start to sink. East side of the map. Played against an anti-half buy, anti-partial, and they couldn't get the job done there. Couldn't win their force buy either. And now the pressure will start to build. We spoke about how KOLESIE tend to be better in the early rounds, right, of the map, and maybe take advantage of pistols. And maybe we're kind of seeing that happen here. They need more, though. Trav 4 is not going to cut it, I would imagine, going into the second half.
Wow.
And this... Well, this could be a bit sticky. I was going to say, if Innocent can find success coming out of E-Box, he isn't able to. Brialoo is going to be baited into the swing, which will cost him his life. AWP recovered. Maybe, just maybe, an off chance now in the round.
It is only an off chance. More nades will come flying in, and with no armor on Klotsu, he gets tagged down bit by bit a bit more than otherwise he would have. Any other normal gun round. They've gone peeking for their kills in this round. They realise they just need to buckle down and hold the fort. I don't want to be like harsh, but I've watched like nearly one half of this game, and already I'm missing TDK and OG on the server in front of me.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's not as high
valid.
quality.
Yeah, I know. And that's why we had also kind of just said whoever wins that should win this without much of a fuss. Like, it's not going to be an easy game, especially if it's VRSDelivery. I feel like they'd be the more dangerous of the two teams going up against TDK later, just because KOLESIE probably play more on-brand Counter-Strike, play a little bit more in the way you would expect from them. You know what they say, Trav? The greatest samurai or swordsman doesn't fear the second greatest samurai.
Okay.
He fears the man who has never wielded a sword. Because you never know what he's going to do. Completely unpredictable.
God, that's so real.
Power, right? Wait, were you being sarcastic?
No. I mean, I realize it sounded that way, but no, it is true. It's very, very true. And
That's why I think TDK would have to fear VRSDelivery a little bit. You know, whereas KOLESIE, they'd kind of know what to expect a bit more.
it's the unpredictability, right?
Exactly.
Well, let's see if there's any banzais in this game from either one of these two teams when it comes to the aggression. It's been pretty normal Anubis so far. Virus wanting to maybe throw in one of those with a bit more an aggressive, wider hold toward A main. Mac-10 seen. Good reaction on the jiggle. Almost gets blocked by his teammate. That would have been an unfortunate trip over. But exists is hoping they continue to push forward and not be predicted in this corner. But Peter does pre-fire it. Thankfully, Antivirus does make sure to get the trade. So now he's going in for more, and he out-orps Antivirus straight up. Nicely done. 3v3.
Yeah, much needed round here for KOLESIE. Non-negotiable, honestly. Good timing on the smoke there to block them off. Still plenty of time in the round to play with here, though. So no need to panic or overcommit here. Oh, they're setting themselves up in the smoke now. Are they just going to walk straight through there? Oh, Riley on the opposite side will deal with both decisively. Oh, man. Were they maybe hoping Friend could draw some more attention away or that there wouldn't be anybody watching the smoke because it's a 3v3, I guess. So maybe expecting the resources to be spread too thin for the CT side to be able to cover that base. But, oh, it's too easy for Brylu, man. 7 out of what, the past 8 now going VRSDelivery's way?
Yeah, look at Antivirus go, man. 17-6. That rating that he's got recently is no lie. For some reason, he's a good AWPer. Not sure
What
why.
can't he do? Is he IGLing? Surely that's Peteroo, right? You
Yeah,
gotta imagine
you'd
the guy who's
imagine.
coming as a coach has taken over the calling as well.
Thing is, as well, they're just like so mysterious because they don't really have any like. I mean, Brylo and Peter in particular they barely have any maps on HLTV overall. Like it's a combined like 200 between the two of them. Great pick with the nades there as well. And like, I don't know, man. They don't really have any social medias or anything. They don't really message that much or tweet that much.
Yeah, it's difficult to tell. It's difficult to kind of get a read on them, that's for sure. Antivirus last player left alive, and he will be able to control the taps with the Deeg there to finish off the job. What a splendid display from VRSDelivery on the half. They have won 8 out of the past 10 rounds to assert themselves on Anubis and build up a very comfortable lead now coming into the second half.
That might be the best half I've seen from Antivirus, even though he's been good lately. That was incredibly impressive.
Yeah, I'm right there with you, especially in some extremely important moments as well. Oh boy, big pistol round shot with the Julies, only good for one. Peteroo, he was the boss of the A-bomb site in the first half, and he's looking to rule the roost here in the second as well. You have got Exist who's playing in behind the bomb site right now, but Peteroo will deal with him as well. Innocent's a quick responder. At the moment, it's a 2v2 on the same bomb site because you've got Swanko, I believe, he's still trying to come through from Temple. Both players now been spotted for KOLESIE, but Swanko is shift walking because the bomb is making its way back towards the B site. Look at where he is. This is a devilish position being taken up by him right now. Will execute one, can't deal with the other, but he's got info on his position. Bomb plant will come through, and Innocent needs to clutch.
Yeah, he's making no secrets about where he's coming from either. E-box is the port of call. Look at the setup. Swanko will peek off Fnatic's contact as soon as he goes in, and there we go. Big pistol round from Peter. Old Pete's got it, hasn't he? Good old Pete. I say old Pete, he's only 26, but good old Pete's got it, Matt.
Good old Pete, reliable as ever. As our VRSDelivery, evidently just dominating this first map now, in complete control against KOLESIE, who are going to force buy. I'm not a fan of this, Raggy. The thing is, like, CT side's already so difficult on Anubis, but I mean, I'm just glad that they are at least gambling. This is going to give them the best possible chance of actually doing something with said force buy. No pressure through E-box either. If VRSDelivery pulled the plug, I wonder what the tell was, why they've decided against committing here. They were all in on B initially. There's no smoke to block them off, but they smelt the rat, and they couldn't have been more correct. As they now reroute through middle, and it appears as though a split on the A bomb site is what they're going to go for.
Yeah, they always had Peter out in Canal, right? So he was that extra prong. Innocent's going to get pre-fired. And Innocent will be annoyed about that one. They have to save their force by and use it again in the following.
All right, well, yeah, at least, like you say, there'll be something for KOLESIE now to work with going into this next round. But VRSDelivery just 3 rounds away from opening up the semi-final.
It is their pick as well, so they are obviously a little bit more comfortable on Anubis. There was always going to be a bit of a weirdness with the veto that you were describing earlier, with the fact they share the permaban of Inferno. Who was going to ban it at any point? Who was going to float it? I am hopeful for KOLESIE's overpass. I think they are very solid on that map, even though they haven't played it that much recently. Historically, that duo of Innocent and Klotsu has outperformed their team's level on maps like Overpass. So, be surprised if this one goes 3, like we've been saying, and Dust 2 is our final battleground for this one.
Yeah, I wonder if we are going to end up going the distance. It kind of feels like we probably will. Overpass, you wouldn't imagine it's a map that a team like VRSDelivery would be very good on. This time they've done the exact same thing. They started 4 outside B, and then they've moved away from that play, and they've gone back and towards middle. 3 spotted, but they're all in on the T's. No option to fall back this time. They've got to stand and fight. And they'll get pipped one by one. They drop like flies, and KOLESIE will win the half bar like that. It's basically a force sprite from what they had in the previous. And begin this battle back now on the CT side.
Yeah, kind of a very similar setup for VRSDelivery, 2 rounds in a row, right? I mean, again, they have Peter outside in Canal, outside A, if they want to try and pincer through with him, but this time they go into that mid-stack. Let's see gamble correctly. It gives them a bit of a glimmer of hope. Okay.
There's no way. No, it's all good. He'll die to be a Lanny. Yeah, he was even looking in the direction. That's what I got nervous for a brief moment there. Peter, who has pulled the rabbit out of hat a couple times here already, but yeah, this is where the start of the comeback needs to commence for KOLESIE, right? All right, well, let's see if KOLESIE can win consecutive rounds. Bialani goes searching. Antivirus shoots ever so slightly above his head. He's in deep trouble now. Trapped in by the molly. Brialu tries to provide the support there to bail Antivirus out, but he goes down as well. Suffers the fate. Antivirus follows suit. 5v3.
Yeah, it's one of the one positions, obviously, it's a little bit more difficult for an AWPer because it's an elevated angle, which you can shoot above or below on. And that time it was a little bit above, as you say, but Biani peeking below the crosshair of Antivirus. So for a rifler who's standing AWPer, CT side will definitely be a little bit easier than the T side. I mean, he's already figuring that out in this game. And he will hold on, only losing Klotsu so far. Peter does well to find 1 kill, but Swanko, yeah, dink through the smoke. Innocent here's the dink. Easy follow-up kill. KOLESIE has something to show here for map 2. Will be for Lico as well.
Pause. Yes, for VRSDelivery coming into this round. So I wonder if it was a discussion about what they'd like to do in this round to try and enable a plant, which is the less likely. The more likely is that they're talking about what they're going to do in the next gun round.
Yes, sir. Comes the push. Innocent, how many can you get? He's gotten 4 eco kills in the first half already. He's added another 3 to his tally there.
Trav keeping count. I love that. Trav doesn't let you get away by farming eco kills, guys. Not that easy when he's on the case.
Hey, man. I'm not the eco kill police.
Nah, I don't mind you keeping tabs, is all I'm saying.
Yeah, okay.
We're not making any arrests for now. Oh, Fnatic. He's got this round under control. Well, not under control, but he's at least been able to do some damage. Even gets a shot off there in Friend's direction. I mean, 3 kills in the bomb plant is actually a hell of a return for a team that only invested a single flash into that eco.
Yeah, indeed. And look, I mean, the only point I was going to make is that, Innocent's in-game leader, I can forgive him for not having the best of games, but if 7 of his 13 kills are ecos, then I want to see a little bit more in the rounds that matter. As I said, it's all good. All good. I don't judge him. I don't judge anyone, actually.
That makes one of us. I judge these end users, Trav.
Yeah,
I
fair
know
enough.
you
okay.
do too.
I'm adding
yeah.
That's number 1 to the list, yeah.
Good. Glad we could agree on that at a minimum, either way.
Anyone that's watching right now, though, I don't judge you. You guys are great.
Yeah, unless you're a CZ user.
Okay.
Then you receive... We tar you all with the same brush. Either way,
it's Suwonko.
Yeah, he's just paving a road through middle right now with the wonderful double. There's only one player now left between them and that A-bomb site. He is being surrounded as well. Exist will go down empty-handed. VRSDelivery. Lovely change of pace. Hyper-aggressive through middle. Just taking names in the process. KOLESIE never able to get a foothold in on the round as VRSDelivery will get up to an 11th.
Yeah, they have been speeding up a little bit in this game. They're playing a little bit slower to begin with, and then the pace change is what can really put the hammer down. And I do like that. I think all too often teams don't really try and play with that a bit too much. Don't play that enough, sorry. Yeah, Suwonko is invariably the man that has kind of taken up that star player role in a team that kind of needs it. It wouldn't surprise me to see them hunting for Klotsu here. Not bad. Innocent will just about stay alive. It wouldn't surprise me that one of the things that they've very obviously changed, Matt, from the previous roster they had to now, knowing they're playing with their 2 players who have not much HLTV experience and one of them being most recently a coach, I wouldn't be surprised if they just changed their protocols a little bit to allow 2 of their original players, who are good players, to maybe play a little bit more for themselves, in a way. Activate them a bit more.
Okay.
I think that's what they've done with Suwonko and Antivirus. Like, that duo obviously was not as high rated before when they had Frontsider and Spava, and that's probably because they were playing more like a bit like Jackie in a way, like everyone can frag, everyone can deliver, everyone can do something if called upon. Now I think they know they're in this situation, and they have chosen the 2 of their arguably best players just to be a little bit more aggressive and take point in the game. This round's not working though, and Friend's going to hit a collateral, by the way. That's a very nice hold. But still, my point remains.
Yeah, and I think that you might be onto something as well. I mean, it's also... They're almost forced to take up some of that more space when you bring guys like Peter and Brile into the mix who aren't going to be contributing as much on an individual level. But this one here is as clean as it could possibly be. Clean as a whistle, they might say. KOLESIE win a very important round there to stop VRSDelivery from getting up to map point. Decision-making time now for the T side. I wonder if they half buy or they go all in. I'm leaning in towards the half buy here. I mean, they have got 2,400 round loss bonus, so Suwonko could consider getting a hero AK. But KOLESIE should be able to draw within 2 here.
Again, they'll creep middle. It was a good counter from KOLESIE in the previous round. Isn't kind of just playing that angle for information, but he could. There you go. Be caught, but thankfully he realizes what's going on this time. But of course, with all that space available, VRSDelivery can just go through Temple. They can go through beach to A, they can go through beach to B, they can go anywhere they want. And Friend's going to miss a critical shot. That will speed them up. That will let them take the B-bomb site. And KOLESIE's in a okay position. He will get himself a 1, but Antivirus is trying to trade it. Can't go too deep on it, though, as he realizes pretty late on there, I think, that, wait, I'm the one with the bomb. I shouldn't lose it in the open to get it planted first. So do just that. Good flash. Antivirus still on the angle, manages to click one. Doesn't change his crosshair placement at all. KOLESIE, thankfully, quick trade. So Brylu with the picked up AWP, and Peter on a Tech 9, blindsided by Exist. Clothesline is Brylu by KOLESIE. The gap is only 2 now.
Yeah, I mean, that was the half fight, to be fair. And they get a bomb plant and a couple of kills. Probably the most they could have realistically hoped for. But you're right, KOLESIE are battling their way back. VRSDelivery still within touching distance. But the problem is it's not going to be, hey, we just win one round here. We play against a 4-spy. We can win the map. It's, nope, you need to win against 2 gun rounds to finish off the job here for VRSDelivery. So it's a tall order. What's the game plan? It's probably one of the more passive beginnings we've seen to a gun round here from VRSDelivery. They've generally had some sort of impetus early on, whether it's fighting B main or middle in particular, the 2 places they've looked to try and take early duels. This time it's a little bit more of a measured approach coming out of them.
Working to camera for Sawonko. It allows them a space to move up middle if they want to, but that's a bit of a fake because they've been very mid-focused the last few rounds. Have VRSDelivery. And focusing to push through Canal into E-box. Finding he's not used too many bullets, but it doesn't matter. He's pushing to help. Lovely hold between the 2 of them, but Innocent will get traded in the end. Again, of ammunition, 2v2. And Friend and Exist, they decide to push in through E-box, but with that, guess what? They have decided to push through into Temple, go all the way through middle, and plant on the A-bomb site. So, Exist and Friends, quick rotation, means nothing. They do realise what's going on pretty quickly, though, to be fair. Friend is already back through Canal into A main. And Exist has a kit and a smoke, so doesn't surprise me. They still managed to find a way to pull this off. Quick flash, Friend, have you got anything? No, not blinded up in that corner. 25 and 39 HP for Exist to find. Smoke onto the bomb. Knows where Peter's coming from. Saw that flash trajectory, and there's the first kill. And Sawonko with the picked up AWP on the line. Great flick up. Sawonko, maybe he can AWP as well. Who knew? VRSDelivery are going to hit 12.
And that's going to give them some breathing room here to finish off the job as well and get this across the line to go up 1-0 in the semi. Well navigated. Some good decisions late in the round there for them to shift their focus. Very well read out of them, recognizing what opportunity kind of presented itself and taking full advantage. 2 gun rounds is what they're going to have here to finish off the job, and they clearly want to get it done here and now. That's why they've called for the pause. They'd like to discuss what they're going to do to get this one done. I haven't ever been completely sold on Frame, by the way, and I know it's probably an easier point to make now with them only having 10 kills on the map, but
yeah,
obviously they needed to bring an AWPer in. He's been held in pretty high regard with how he's been around the scene, you know, been spoken about at a pretty high level by some established players. But I'm looking at Polo and I'm thinking, ooh, you know what? I think Polo would cook in this team. I feel like they'd need some extra impetus from an AWPer, and I think Polo would bring that.
And that synergy with Exist as well, isn't it? Having knowing each other very well.
And late, yes.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree, but I still think, like, Play was just such a different type of AWPer to Friend, wasn't he? Like, he just had so much more X factor, so it's very hard to replace that in what is a very impactful role, obviously. They want to stay Polish. They don't want to go international, I don't think. So.
All right, well, Exist is going to get proactive, or is very important at the start of a round on the CT side of Anubis to feel comfortable to make a move of that nature. Get an opening kill. Innocent's also in a, I was going to say, good position to maybe catch him off guard. I wonder if he was heard there in the repause. Or you've got Brylu and Swanko making their way through middle, and they're going to bypass Friend. So Friend doesn't know that's going to cost Exist his life. Innocent will at least be able to get one back. That then compromises his position. He's done a brilliant job, though, to find a multi before he inevitably gets overwhelmed. Man advantage on the retake for KOLESIE into the A-bomb site this time compared to the 2v2 in the previous. Need to win this one to keep themselves in the contest.
Antivirus is going to be in the afterplant position, though, with the AWP, and with how good he's been. Don't put anything against him. Double A main retake. Brylu trying to stay hidden behind the box, jiggling out Antivirus. Klotsu is trying to make him shoot, and eventually he will, and he'll a dink, but only through the corner of the wall. It's now all down to him in the corner of heaven. Friend is trying to bait him out, but with no kit, this game is ebbing away from KOLESIE.
It's over.
And Bylani's picked one
he
up.
picked one up.
But is he going to find the knife in the smoke to keep it alive? He's going to. Oh, Antivirus will even hit the no-scope to finish it off, but it's not a finish of the map. It's only the end of the round, and it goes in KOLESIE's favour.
Oh, that's so unfortunate for Innocent. For Antivirus swiping in the smoke there, not able to even tag Bialani. He couldn't find him. Bialani smartly went back to pick up the kit in A main because he didn't have a kit initially. That's why the extra time was taken before he actually drops the smoke and then jumps on the defuse. Really well done from Bialani to have that presence of mind to figure it out in time. VRSDelivery going to persist with the investments here. But that means back-to-back force buys for them to try and finish this off in regulation.
Friend's going to find the opening on Antivirus as well. And who knows, maybe overtime could be a reality. Unlucky, Matt. Fnatic's going to entry Bylani.
Well, it's more unlucky Neo than it is unlucky Matt, I'm afraid.
No, I mean, that is true. Fair enough. Oh, good grab from Klotsu on Fnatic as he tries to fall back into Canal, though. Good job. 4v2. Bomb in spawn to have to go and recollect. Innocent's got a lot of progress, actually, toward the Rugs position. I think he can just stick himself there and not worry about too many things. I got full control over the map. They don't really know about his middle, and that obviously is now going to be figured out. There we go. Exist can see the bomb carrier now in Brylu. So, information. Walking back A now is a bit more unlikely. Swanko is trying to clear E-box, but there's a double setup in here. There's a headshot in the first, but he doesn't expect the second. Klotsu is going to be totally fine here. Oh, now he's been seen, though. He's been seen. Okay, that's awkward for Klotsu. It's now worrying. Okay, he's managed to find Swanko. It's all good. 15 seconds for a plant. Brylu will try and get it down, hoping that he's going to be peaked, but he needs a reload as well. That Galil only had like 3 bullets left, I think. And now there's no chance. Could even be taken out after time here, Brylu. As you can see, they're running away. Fox is doing a great job. Eventually, it actually does go down, but Innocent can force the issue here. Just spam him down. Nope, he guesses wrong and actually doesn't die, but that's a good call to try and go for that kill, to try and kill him after time. Brylu was a lucky boy. He still has his gun for round 24.
I mean, honestly, needed to commit to the bomb plant there for the finances to just buff them up a little bit more coming into this last round. An extra 600 actually would have gone quite a long way here in either enabling Galils that could have been AKs or more utility at a minimum. Either way, all 24 rounds required here on Anubis to try and separate these two teams in the second semi-final of the day. Already have TDK waiting in the wings to take center stage in the grand final later on.
I wonder what TDK are thinking watching this game.
Boys, we're CCT EU Series 2 champions.
There you go. Oh. Bye, Innocent.
More of that required.
Indeed. I mean, Swanko has got this in his locker. We know that. And that is a stunning start. And what did I say about these two players being the two main instigators on the team? 21 and 25 kills between them. Brylu's waiting. Easy headshot exists. Friend has to hold him with only an MP7. He's 1 HP. One bullet from death. Being flanked by Brylu. That could very well be enough, you know. Klotsu and Bailani 2v4. KOLESIE have fought well on a map they don't love too much. Bailani needs to make a crazy play happen, and he's in between two players. All down to Klotsu. Kit available to be picked up in that heaven position, but 2 more players to find. Fnatic and Antivirus bunking themselves down into the site, making sure they just can't get down. They certainly can't get down onto the level of VRSDelivery. Dragonclaw, XRMund, VRSDelivery, whatever the hell you want to call them, somehow they still find a way to win maps with their roster situation, and they have quality. KOLESIE will fall 13-11 on map 1.
Yeah, very good result there coming through from VRSDelivery, just getting it done in the nick of time before that whole slate gap swipe clean, and the 24 rounds mean nothing. Either way, a man who has sat back watching the full 24 and can break it down for us is Neokai. Let's see what he's got.
Yeah, just guys, the cosmetic comeback, as they like to say, for that one. But in the end, not enough. Very close, Anubis, and actually a little bit closer than I probably initially expected. KOLESIE started to show a little bit of class towards that tail end, but for Dragonclaw, VRSDelivery, however you want to put them, that extra edge that really came through. Antivirus, a very, very strong performance coming from him. I think just having somebody who can kind of tap in towards that. Swanko was kind of the main guy that we highlighted in the head-to-head heading in towards this game. But Antivirus really found his form. He looked really, really good. And Swanko alongside him also showing just a little bit of that class too. Where for KOLESIE, we got these moments here and there. But I think, you know, Hayes brought up a really decent point. I think for me, with Friend, for a while, I've been sort of unconfident in terms of his sort of ability, not kind of fully sold on him, and it is obviously just a huge loss without Flay in the side, and massive injection of firepower. Obviously he's going on to sort of bigger and better things, where you look at kind of where they're at now, and they were missing that individual who could sort of take over on the big green and make a real difference there. And I think that became a real kind of prevalent point, as we saw on the flip side, someone like Antivirus who really started to look incredibly solid. So for Dragonclaw, great way to start it off. I think just generally for their own confidence, they would have liked to be able to close out their map pick a little bit more comfortable, considering that they were in a really solid spot. But if you actually look at that second half, outside of kind of the pistol and kind of the force to follow it, gun rounds were, for the most part, on that CT side won by KOLESIE, which is a nice little confidence booster for them, despite the loss of map as a whole. It was kind of a couple of rounds, or 3 rounds in total, kind of to break up, I think, like a streak of something along the lines of like 8 for KOLESIE, where it was looking a little dicey and a little bit on edge for a hot second. So I think KOLESIE have probably earned a little bit of confidence in themselves after a much better CT side and a much better kind of second half. In the end, just not enough in that 1 versus 2 diving out of heaven. But heading in towards Overpass, I feel like they're in a pretty strong spot. It's a map in which they've got a decent win rate on. They've got a few more reps than Dragonclaw as well. And it just feels like a little bit easier at the moment to sort of back them heading into that because of how decent they look towards that tail end. But Dragonclaw are showing they've got individuals. And I think that can be something that can make a real difference on towards the Overpass. And considering they're most likely starting that CT side as well. Overpass statistically, one of, I think it might even still be the most CT-sided map in the competitive map pool at the moment. T-side's often very difficult to properly get going, and that's where I maybe look to this for KOLESIE and say, you know, if they can't really get going on their T-side, I actually do maybe have a little bit of worry that we could start to entertain the idea of a Dragonclaw 2-0, right? And, you know, it kind of goes back to a conversation we were saying earlier with a lot of mistakes that were creeping in towards that series. Again, you've got to kind of feel for OG and the other side of the bracket, having to come against TDK, or TDK waiting in the wings, as the boys were mentioning. Like, they must be sort of licking their lips thinking, right, we can definitely make life difficult against whoever we come against in that grand final later on today. So a lot more cleaner Counter-Strike is what we're looking for heading in towards map number 2. We've got that Overpass coming up next. Is the pick, of course, of KOLESIE to see whether they can bounce back after a very close loss in map number 1. I'm going to have to find out if that is the case. For now, we're going to go to a break. Sit tight. See you soon.
Map 2 between VRSDelivery and KOLESIE. Anubis went the way we were expecting. In the end, despite a cosmetic comeback, as Neo calls it, nothing doing for KOLESIE. And then I had to go into Overpass, one of their favoured maps, to try and recover this series.
Otherwise, they're out, eliminated in the semi-finals, and not even really with any particularly impressive wins, to be honest with you. They've beaten ALGO and... who was the first team that they beat in their round of 16 game? I actually can't even remember off the top of my head, but I know it wasn't a team that's
Betclic.
like, wow. Oh,
No,
GenOne.
GenOne.
Yeah. Either way, defense required over on this B-bomb side. Briley and Peteroo, the two players most recently added into the mix, combining very nicely, buying a lot of time for this flank out of Swanko as well. Bomb carrier gets denied as he tries to cross onto the site. Impossible now for Exus. He'll get rounded on, shut down, and VRSDelivery open up with the pistol.
Start they will want, and of course, whether you're good on the map or not, starting CT Overpass, you can always maybe snowball some of these rounds early and get yourself up and running very, very quickly. So we'll have to see if that's going to be something that is possible for VRSDelivery here, even though KOLESIE do play the map and do like it. I think one of the things that's important for me to say about their map of Overpass is that I think it's that the numbers on it are deceiving. You shouldn't think they're like a 50-50 team on the map. You shouldn't think that they could be exposed on the map. I still think it is the best pick they can go for, or one of the best picks they can go for in their pool. Nuke is the other one, but obviously Dragonclaw wanted that out of the veto immediately. So yeah, I think I'm quite happy with the fact they got Overpass, but you never know how difficult that will be as the rounds go on. Good chain flashes here to try and get them into the site, but Swanko's going to get himself 2, and Peter gets his 1. His MP7 as well. Now extra help from Rylu, and a nice tap from Swanko onto Friend coming out of Monster. Swanko will get himself 4 in the end. It's a 5-0 start for him, and it's going to be another anti-eco to come. So 3-0 on the round count. Incoming.
Yeah, should be no issue with them whatsoever getting that third on the board as they deal with the force buy so decisively. Oh, KOLESIE. Going to start to get quite difficult for them. They can't do a decent amount of damage here on this T side. I mean, it does... I feel like Overpass shouldn't be a great map for this VRSDelivery squad, just by the way that they play the game, like a pretty puggy style, quite a lot of freedom within the ranks of the team. Haven't had a whole lot of time to work with to really go deep with their strats either. So I really do feel like if there was a map KOLESIE should win, it should be this one.
Yeah, exactly. There's a reason why I just think that those numbers are deceiving and they are better on the map than it suggests. Even though they haven't played it that much, technically. Oh, that's some shot from Exist. Okay. Suddenly there's a glimmer of hope on this deco coming in now, and it's not a deco anymore. They found both those two M4 A1Ss. The whole minute to go, they can figure out what they want to do with them. Where they want to go.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it almost shifts from, hey, damage is great, to, well, how far can we actually take this? Can we maybe even go on to win the round here? Time winding down, though. 23 seconds left on the clock here for KOLESIE to try and make something work. They're just going to be clustered together here on short and try and charge in towards this B-bomb site. VRSDelivery are well poised to deal with what's coming their way, but those M4s, double pronged, 2 of them work together to dispatch a Fnatic. Peteroo is trapped, who seems to do great with the MP7 already, and Swanko's got the cross under control. In the blink of an eye, the 2v4 goes VRSDelivery's way.
Yeah, that's just lack of armor as well, not really helping them right. KOLESIE, they had a chance if they just got the timings right on their re-swings, but again, the reliability of Swanko is too much to get by.
This is the gun round, the aforementioned gun round. Big opportunity for KOLESIE to move the needle and get themselves on the board. Start to make some progress here on the second map. They were pipped to the chase, only just 13-11.
Weird place for the AWP to be. Stuck his antivirus and almost manages to click another one. Exist will headshot him. So important trade to remove the AWP from the equation early round here, rather than letting him, as you often put it, Matt, fall back from checkpoint to checkpoint on overpass.
Yeah, exactly. And his inner rifler, his intrusive thoughts got the better of him. If I just play from lowers here, I can just frag them all like I could do with the rifle normally, right? Wrong. One and done out of him. Lots of space being taken up by Existent towards long, but they're quite spread out across the map right now. So there's no obvious options available here for KOLESIE.
Riley's timing is fantastic here. Exist caught. Waiting on long for any aggression that could come through into the sort of late round for information. Wonko's in a great position as well. No one's actually walking toward him from Con or Divider side of Bathroom. They're all three going long. And I think that's probably the right call, because Briley would have got that kill on Exist, thinking to himself, okay, well, there's no one else long now.
Yeah.
So they're taking a very long time with this, and they have to keep silent about it, but they should be able to get a plant with this right-click smoke from Friend. There we go.
Yeah, at a minimum.
This is really nice from KOLESIE. This is the only option, and they've managed to hit it.
Exactly. They've managed to figure out what, like you say, was the only and best option available to them. However, that's just the first part of the equation that enables a bomb plant and a chance in the round. And now down 2v4, Klotzer goes searching in towards Bank, and he'll get traded out. Nice little arm-in-arm buddy system employed there by Peter Rune Fnatic. And now you only have Balani left remaining, and Briley is leaving it so late in terms of his activation. He's now spotted Balani, but hasn't been able to connect, but he's just performed enough of a distraction there that will now allow for his teammate to stick the defuse, and that means VRSDelivery remain flawless at 4-0.
Oh, man. Sounds like they're always pincered, doesn't it? Doesn't feel like they've got any room to maneuver, do KOLESIE at all. Or 0 to begin on CT side, clean as anything. Sure, there have been some parts of progress made by KOLESIE, but they're going to need to get rounds on the board quickly. I would say if they get 4 on T side, I still think they can win easily.
Yeah, I don't know about easily, but they can still win.
That's not what I mean. Like, there's still a high percentage of winning, not easily, but they can come back easily.
Okay, yeah. Fair enough.
I
definitely agree with that. No, you're all good, man. You're all good. I certainly agree with the sentiments of the point that you're making. See if they can get 4. What do their T-side numbers normally look like on this map, actually? Well, my mouse is really just tweaking out right now. Let's see. Okay, it seems to be working all right. I don't know, man. I've unplugged it and plugged it back in like 5 times already today, and it's still giving me uphill. Anyway, for KOLESIE, past 7 times they've played this map. They have got a 46% win rate on the T side and 55% on their CT side. So pretty normal numbers, I'd say.
You got a new chair recently, right? Relatively recently. Maybe it's time for a mouse to add to the list.
This mouse is brand new. It's
oh, is it?
Mouse, it's the one that we were given when we were like season 1 or season 2 talent, when we were all given that care package. True. I just never used mine, and eventually my old mouse packed up, and I brought this one out the packaging, brand new, and it's already yeah.
Unfortunate then.
Mm-hmm.
It just sucks. We can say that we're not sponsored by them.
Listen, it's free. It's free, so
that's
it's
true.
all good.
That's true.
Oh, Innocent wants the gun. But the thing is, like, he's so loud and trying to pick up the gun that it's so obvious as to what's gone on there, bro.
I know. Okay, important question. If this is a 12-0 half, what happens then? Are you still going to have to Scarpa?
The thing is, like, watch it be 12-0, and then KOLESIE win the first pistol. It's like, okay, cool. Then we go. And then it ends like 13-5, but I spend an extra 10 minutes. And it's like, every minute is like gold dust right now to me. Okay?
I know, I understand.
I've already been sent some passive-aggressive responses about needing to be late, so...
What, from your family?
From my aunt.
Oh, yeah. I see, okay.
The mother of the cousin.
I see. Okay, yeah, that's never a nice feeling.
No.
Listen, this is one of the things that I need to say as well is, like, you know, my parents and everyone around me in general very, very accepting and very, very understanding of me when I need to work, whatever. Like, they'll let me prioritize work in nearly every given situation, unless it's like, you know, funeral or something crazy. So, you know, I'm very grateful to not have that judging eye on the side, you know?
Yeah, but this isn't the same as that, because this is something that's been planned for weeks in advance, where you've had to RSVP for catering, and you've figured out your work schedule, and you've committed to something. It's not like they're just not being accepting of like change. It's this is not like that. Either way, something's going to have to change up for KOLESIE, that's for sure. And they're going to persist with these investments as well. So that means a weaker buy here with 3 Galils, a Tech 9, fairly light util, and they're trying to accelerate this as quickly as they possibly can right now.
Yeah, I don't blame them. They need to find something to get them going. Otherwise, it could be a very quick 2-0 all of a sudden. Rylu will get his 1. Virus. Oh, on the corner. Will get run down. Okay. That will change things. Finally, a bit of a speed up there for KOLESIE toward the A-bomb site is going to work out. Antivirus not in a comfortable position. Wasn't a knower about long being free. If he was, maybe he'd feel a bit more comfortable in playing from that corner and playing time. It's got run over, and now with the money that VRSDelivery have, I think they will be giving this one a little poke and prod, but only if one player on KOLESIE makes a mistake will they actually go for it.
Yeah, there's no way in here, surely, right? Like, there's not this late into it. I'm shocked that they're even hanging around right now. Yeah, but the bombs, they start to, like, run onto the bomb and drop the smoke from here. This is just a suicide mission, I'm afraid.
Agreed.
And there we go. They will get dropped. Tots is going to be able to get far away enough from the bomb explosion to survive. And KOLESIE are on the board. Their persistence with the 4 spies have worked the trick.
Yeah, and it's not like they were completely infallible in the first 5 rounds and they'd won like all the rounds with like 4 or 5 players alive. There have been a few that were a bit closer, which meant that it's not like they had 9 grand or something ridiculous to fall back on, right? They only had about 3 or 4 before lost bonus. So yeah, as you can see now, the gun round to follow is 2 MP7s. So they very easily win this round. It's still very strong, this buy, but yeah, it's that experience not being used nicely there. They're going to try and change it up with double peaks, and it does work out.
Oh, God. My microphone volume catches me off. It just pumps up like that all of a sudden. Anyway.
Yeah, sometimes I've noticed that, and what it does, it automatically, like, sends it back down again. I don't know what it is.
No, that's me. That's me turning it back down again.
All right. Fair enough.
Yeah. Because I can hear it in my headphones when it's that loud.
I see.
Anyway, here we go. Swanko.
Uh-oh.
Friend has slipped the net. He's going to let him go, though. This makes the most sense because now Friend is trying to maximize what he can get out of this position. He may even have spotted Peteroo as well. Bomb going to make its way through Monster because it's gotten a kill on a player advanced all the way through into T-spawn. So Bielanemi immediately recognizes, okay, surely I've got a free path into the B-bomb side. This round is so weird. You've got a T in CT spawn. You've got a CT in T-spawn. Antivirus is going to catch this player. That frag is free. And that's going to get them a man advantage. And also, Friend has not, he will not get any value from this position that he's in all of a sudden, besides a strong post-plant spot. He didn't catch any players and get any kills for free, and now he needs to clutch. Surely the bomb would have been planted for him, right? They definitely would have had that attention to detail, but now his position's been compromised, and he can't even get the kill on one.
Yeah, Antivirus with a quad kill there, doing everything at every single angle. In the midst of the T side, in their spawn, all over them. Very nice. Even being able to get the last 2 is kind of crazy when Friend was trying to take his time with it, but that's what happens sometimes. You just can't take your time. So does your like mixer like change it automatically then without you touching anything? Is that what it does?
Sometimes I just bump it as well. It's like a very sensitive touch like thing that changed because I've always got it on the mic setting so that I can never mute it if I have to like sneeze or cough or something like that. And then if I just bump it with like the sleeve when I'm reaching for my keyboard or my mouse, then it can just change it. So that's what will happen.
I'm just curious because like I've had that problem before with just my regular setup in terms of like not having one of those Windows settings on, which automatically changes your mic volume in certain ways. But obviously that being like that being a standalone thing, like it's not Windows doing it. So
exactly, which would be way worse, to be fair.
Yeah,
this is just a skill issue more than a software one.
Yeah, sometimes like you start a sentence and it's like, woo, and then I hear you put it down immediately. It doesn't actually cause an issue. It's like almost like it's automatic, but it's I find that interesting.
All right, well,
anyway,
VRSDelivery are able to win round 7, which immediately puts KOLESIE back to square one.
Yeah, that's a shame, right? I mean, KOLESIE probably would have been somewhat aware that they were 1 round away from breaking their economy. So the fact that they're not able to get it is frustrating for them. And once again, a start to the round from Brylu. Information for Peter.
Oh, bro, wait, what? How is that not mollied himself? How is the flames not even completely extinguished by that smoke? What are those barrels? Oh, it doesn't matter because this is just complete and utter domination coming through from VRSDelivery right now. KOLESIE not even able to inflict a dent on the defense in on that B-bomb site.
I told you, man. I don't know what it is. I really don't know what it is. But KOLESIE just don't like playing against fellow Polish teams. They've always struggled. I'm going to look through the recent matches now and see if how many I can find. I mentioned the one against ESC. As a BO3, they lost in I think another online tournament. They won a BO1 against ESC before. But against Waljaki, when they went from ESC to Waljaki in the important BO3 that would have qualified them for the LAN in Prague, they lost it. Against previous iterations of that team, they struggled against them too. They lost to Betclic here at Parken. They beat Loska Gurtos there back in March. They lost to them here. So again, that's a very 50-50 result for them. Yeah, it's just looking back at it, it's again like there's certain rosters they just don't have a good record against, and fortunately, could be happening again here today. Walker's making a lot of noise with his jump spotting here, but he knows he has a free fall back to bank if needed. And once again, Brylu is hearing the stomping up A. He's like, look, I can just make a play though. I'm going to just make a play through, flanks him again. Should be no issue. There's 2. Very good job. Doesn't prevent the bomb plant, but this retake is still very doable.
Oh, yeah. They should be able to win the round from here, especially with the damage onto Bialani as well. They've got utility, they've got kits, everything they need to make this one work. Bomb, just about halfway gone there. They're waiting for the smoke to fade from Swanko's face here in on bank, and then they're going to start to get a move on. But that does mean that they are pretty damn limited here in terms of the time on the clock. In fact, they might have to just smoke the bomb and have someone dive on the defuse and then try and provide the cover necessary. Nate to try break it open actually does a lot of damage, but it's going to be Exist who's able to work his way around the fringe of that smoke to find a multi. That was a CT smoke that had been thrown, by the way, which enables Exist.
Yes, there's small little factors that can change rounds and change games. Look, you never know. Watch KOLESIE win this round, and they build up to like 4 or 5 on T side, and all of a sudden they're just favourites for the map. It's small little factors. And it happens so much when a team is up like 6 or 7-1. They play, they don't really change how they play in any way, but the T side starts learning, starts gauging how the CT side are playing the map, and the half comes into like a 7-5, 8-4. Give them a look in rather than shutting them out. Would be possible for this recovery for KOLESIE still.
Yeah, I mean, especially if they can win this round here, right? This is the one. Antivirus with his AWP trained in on long right now. Great flashbang. He's completely blind. He can't hit the timing shot either. Antivirus not as successful as he was in the previous map, but still doing an alright job. Goes down empty-handed on this occasion. Does leave Brylu in a bit of an awkward position now towards Bathroom. So I'm Lonesome. There are a couple rotations that have come through here from Fnatic and Swanko to try and assist Brylu in this advanced position. KOLESIE all in on A.
Oh, I thought for a second he wasn't going to see Bialani, but he's managed to get it again. That's the 3rd time Brylu has managed to flank around Bathroom and find success. But this time they're bursting through long, and it's totally okay. Good kill from Exist. Starting to show what we need to see from him, right? Here's the start that has been fragging the hardest for KOLESIE lately. They're forced to save. Hopefully old Pete can keep his M4.
Old Pete. He is going to keep his M4. And KOLESIE are going to net themselves a third. So they're starting to train in the direction of what you kind of dubbed as the bare minimum, which was getting 3 rounds out of this first half.
Yeah,
now,
three.
I mean,
three,
sorry, 4 rounds was what you said. Yeah.
3 bare minimum, but 4 very winnable, I would say.
Okay. And now,
Terrorists win.
probably going to play against an anti-eco, I'd imagine. So, like, 7-5 is even a possibility from here, which is a stark contrast from the direction the game was trending in at one point.
Indeed. Good burst through Condor here for KOLESIE to take far short control with Bylani coming through short pipe. That's what they're going to do. Know where the Deagles are, and that's already the M4 removed. So that is the biggest threat. This is whiffing slightly here. Does well not to get caught though. Oh, he's even pulled up the Tech 9 to find antivirus too. Great recovery there. Sure, like he was going to go down. Oh, loads of dinks coming through here though.
No way, right?
I mean, this is 10 HP out of that earlier excursion. And Sawonko has now found that AK. You don't want to give Sawonko an AK in any situation. He's 13-4 and having an amazing series, but Innocent thankfully playing long range. We'll catch him on the advance up con. So, no problem.
All right, like you say, no problem. Just looked a little bit spooky at one point there with the 2 kills that come through, but it's all been worked out and ironed out just fine. That is now the 4th on the board for KOLESIE. Very good in terms of how they've actually been able to establish their footing here, considering the slow start that they had to the map, because there's a very realistic world in where that could have just petered out all the way to the end of the half. It could have been like a 10-2 half or something like that, and VRSDelivery just win this map in the first half. But instead, largely thanks to Exus, which a guy I've been really excited about seeing on his KOLESIE roster, and he hasn't really materialized in terms of how good he's looked in the past. We haven't seen that form from him yet in the new team, where he'll be playing at a bit of a higher level more consistently. He's doing it here in a very important game for his team.
Exactly.
Terrorists win.
Full strength buys apart from the antivirus AWP on this final round of the first half. Unfortunately, again, a bit of an underwhelming half from Friend. I know it's T-side, never easy, but get that little bit more from him, unfortunately. I think he'll try and make a play, and he's gotten 1 kill towards short, and a quick 1-for-1 though with the trade from Sawonko.
I was going to say we'll really judge him in the second half, but I guess your Neo will really judge him in the second half when he's on the CT side with that AWP to see what he's bringing to the table. And just to fill everybody in, I've got family obligations. Unfortunately, we were given the wrong timings on our sheet, so I am going to have to depart after this round, and Neokai will kindly be slotting in to provide the cover. At least it's one Sapphire for another, so, you know, not too much of a change up in that regard, but he's kindly offered to step in to help me out, and he'll cover the rest of this map and the next one if required. Either way, KOLESIE looking to try and get themselves the 5th. Frylu in the corner. He's just been omnipresent on the map. Always right time, right place. Much like a wizard. Arrives precisely when he means to. And he's going to pull an 8th out of his first half for his team.
Thank you, Matt, and I love you. Have a nice evening.
Thank you, everybody. I love you guys too, and I'll see you tomorrow. Goodbye.
Brylu with a great quad kill there. That was about as best you could possibly have hoped for from that position. Very rare you see all those kills come through from that one area. But he was just incredible in that half. I mean, how many times did he flank from long to bathroom to get at least 1 or 2 kills? And yeah, so 8 is good, but I still think KOLESIE have a decent chance here.
Yeah, and hopefully we're all good. You can hear me, and we can kind of get this show on the road. But yeah, it's been interesting watching that first half. I will say, generally speaking, and this might even seem like a little bit kind of crazy to say, but I actually like to say that if you get 4 rounds T-side overpass, I actually do think that's all right. I don't think that's actually as bad as it initially seems sort of on paper. So I'm not going to car KOLESIE by any means just yet, but this pistol round could really make a big difference. They're going pretty pacey here now at VRSDelivery. They're diving in towards A. You've got Exist playing up close. Bialani will open up proceedings. Swanko quick on the trade as Exist will fall. There's a lot of presence here, and it seems to be favorable trades for the T side, but now into 2 versus 2.
Yeah, KOLESIE and Innocent. Gonna try and make this one happen. Losing the pistol, you know, mentioned 4 is fine, but obviously that's hoping you get a pistol win and maybe they can grab it still. Antivirus, one of the main men of the series, looking to find a quick headshot, and KOLESIE immediately found. Oh, Antivirus has been too damn good today.
Yeah, these last 2 maps in particular, just really, really sharp. Like, really becoming quite the difference maker. And I think, you know, it's starting to become quite apparent of just the level that sort of I think he individually can play. And I think just also these sort of moments of where we can get like real impact out from him. And yeah, KOLESIE, that is going to hurt. Now, you know, normally with an 8-4-4 being on that T side, there's still a bit of a checklist that you've got to pull off for me to feel confident on it. It's like the pistol on the force by competitive first gun round. That's normally how I look at it, obviously, because that first gun round, you generally are on a bonus. The fact that you've already failed the first step isn't great. We are diving through. The nade does a lot of damage. But again, fight off very positive for VRSDelivery as that MAC-10 looks to get even more cash. In a matter of moments, may I say, it's just Friend all alone. And yeah, he's had a rough game and it will continue. 3-12 for him as VRSDelivery get ever closer to the finish line.
This is only Brylu's 60th map on HLTV in his career, and he's doing a very, very good job. His highest ever rating is a 1.85 against Harvu 5 days ago. I'm looking at a lot of his ratings. Some of his best games have come in the last 11 days. He's starting to grow as a professional on this team, and you know, I think this could be a record rating for him. That's for sure. I mean, going by how much impact he's found in this half in the multi-kill spot, that's going to really add to the round swing. And there again, with the MAC-10, making sure it doesn't get caught against the force. KOLESIE are all here again, by the way. It's going to be exactly the same round. They're going to try and run back. There are so many players to face. Thankfully, the bomb is far enough away not to get dropped in that position, and Brylu was already, playing further back to avoid that. Thankfully, it's all good, and the fight will go the way of the VRSDelivery once again. It seems like they're going to be the ones they're delivering points to, not their opponents.
It really felt like that actually should have been a little bit better, if anything. You know, they had that gamble stack. It sort of done all right, and there was still some relatively scary guns there, but yeah, in the end, not to be. 11-4, getting closer and closer. And it's really now or never for KOLESIE, right? You know, we're looking at the investment that comes through. This is the buy to keep them afloat. You lose this, and that's that. I mean, it is just map point and series point VRSDelivery with such a long recovery required that it feels essentially next to impossible. So let's see if there's any life left in KOLESIE. They've got to overcome what is still sort of essentially a bonus buy as well.
They're going to run it back,
VRSDelivery. And yeah, why wouldn't you, right? If they broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, why would you predict it either? I mean, the setup for KOLESIE isn't bad, but yeah, with the SMG still on Peter, I feel like they're just going to try and pop a few flashes of a monster and send them in again. That smoke is giving them a chance to get a bit closer as well. And with the map falling silent, it's more difficult to predict. He wants to push through. KOLESIE does fall away, but again, it's an awkward timing. He's somewhat caught in the open, but then he caught on short, and again, just like an easy B pop. That's all you need. You know, 4 on T might be decent, but as you say, you're going to need the pistol, you're going to need the conversions, and you're going to need a gun round. At the moment, they've had none of those.
Yeah, and you can see the sort of like lack of respect being shown by VRSDelivery as well. I mean, real credit to them. They are playing these incredibly kind of pacey, punchy T-side rounds. They're diving in, and they're just backing themselves. It's sort of this mentality you can see in the way they're approaching their counter-strike of like, we are just better, and it's working. So a save that comes through for 3 remaining alive for KOLESIE, Innocent Friend, and Exist will keep hold of what they can. And with 3 staying alive, generally that does mean that you can get like a full buy across the board with drops coming through. But at this point, who cares, right? 12-4 down. game is already all but gone. He doesn't really know it, but Matt could have stuck around and it would have only been like 5 extra minutes of his time.
I know. Every minute was apparently got gold dust to him, though. So when you got family obligations, you don't want to upset them. Family comes first, always. And yeah, I think, unfortunately for KOLESIE, again, just a case of just them struggling in these sort of Polish derby matchups. I think it's not been as bad as I've kind of been describing it, but definitely last year they really struggled against teams like ESC and I haven't played against Orman that much, but still, I do think it's a good example in this game. I was kind of mentioning it earlier, right, about how VRSDelivery with the roster changes they've had to make to continue playing. That frontsider and Spava, it seems like they're really trying to put them in roles to activate them more than they were before, sorry. And Antivirus and Swanko, they're an incredible series here, and that is kind of what KOLESIE don't have. They have exist. They kind of only have exist, low-key.
Yeah. I think you're absolutely right. Like, it really, really feels so simple, so easy. Tech pause, which finally looks like it is concluded. And get back underway, but 12-4 scoreline should be impossible to close out. I don't think even that tech pause will change that all too much. KOLESIE have really just never got going in this game. It's just been way, way too easy for VRSDelivery. And if anything, their T side looks even more kind of flawless than what we saw in the first half, which is pretty impressive.
Yeah, exactly. And how do KOLESIE even make something happen from here? Then they just can't really. Like, if they try and go aggressive, VRSDelivery are waiting early round. If they try and wait, and look at it, they're trying to do the ultimate disrespect and go for the B play one more time. This time, the monster setup is a little bit too good. They try and do it at a slightly faster timing to catch them off guard, but yeah, Balani says no. You're not winning the game like that.
So, last 2. Batting an antivirus, it should be impossible here. But yeah, they try and go for that same type around again. This time, you see it actually shored up the numbers over there. 50 seconds. Bit of a short move coming through. Antivirus can't capitalize. Gotta go now, though. I mean, it really does feel like this is a write-off, unless I speak too soon. Thankfully, Friend is here with that AWP, and there is into heaven support. Yeah, and there we go. Innocent will see it off. Was a moment that felt like he could dive around that pillar. Not to be. It's okay. KOLESIE find 5. Long, long road to recovery.
It is, and even though Friend finds his first kill there in a while, it's just been a very underwhelming series from him, unfortunately. Yeah, bit of a shame when you lose a player like Flay. Obviously, it's very hard to replace him, but Friend went 13-17 on Anubis, 0.74 rating. This will not be better than that. As he makes a sudden recovery here in a comeback attempt. So, yeah, not feeling too strong. Antivirus went 25-14 on map 1. Swanko went 21-14. Burns to it again, with Riley now added to the mix. Try and take short, and Riley will open the round again. With a quick trade, and loads of spam damage on Innocent on the attempt to spray him back. Incendiary's on a good timing, that will stall him for a little bit, but Innocent needs help, and there's actually just a little bit of room behind that Incendiary to take down Innocent comfortably. So it's all really on Friend on the site. How many can he get? There's one, Molly in the way. Bomb plant will be attempted. Exist has been spotted as well, so all the information in the world for VRSDelivery on where these 2 CTs are returning from. Antivirus will find him, and Swanko will find the last. A very apt ending with both the 2 stars of the team of VRSDelivery getting the 2 kills to finish it off. That was incredibly comfortable all series long, really, apart from that fake comeback on Anubis.
Yeah, exactly. I really think that's quite a statement as well. And I think that, especially that overpassment ticket, that's sort of what we're going to need to see come to the table in towards that final for us to sort of any belief that they can take on TDK. Like a TDK side has so much firepower they can fall back on, so many individuals they can rely on. It isn't the same for this VRSDelivery side, but if they can tap into, honestly, like a bit of that brazen confidence, that they just kind of got to be like unbelievably cocky, I think. And that's the way that you're going to make life difficult, because in a sense, that's kind of what Nafany does, right? Nafany's calling and play style and the way he sets up this side, it is quite cocky. Like, it is like, we are better, so we're going to play better. And I think, you know, more often than not, that worked. I think the only way to kind of really beat that at this level, especially when you are the underdogs, the way this VRSDelivery side will be, is just to be sort of like this lack of respect and sort of fight fire with fire in a way.
Yeah, we'll have to see how that pans out, of course. But I believe we can have a look at the bracket and just confirm exactly our grand final for this tournament. The first EU online series of Thunderpick in 2026. Our grand final is TDK versus VRSDelivery, otherwise known as X-Ornament or Dragonclaw, whatever you want to call them. It's the same 5 players. And then we'll be playing for the top prize later on this evening. Very exciting, of course, for TDK and a chance for another trophy under their belt in online Counter-Strike, playing for that 30 grand prize pool. First place gets you 12.5. So for a couple of the players on TDK who, you know, maybe are free agents now, like Nafany, for example, like, the money helps and the money will count in their life, and it will certainly help them out. So yeah, same goes for this side too. I don't think Dragonclaw is an org, so whatever money they get, very handy for them as well. And we'll find out the champion later tonight with some colleagues on your screen to take you through that broadcast.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to kind of seeing how it pans out. I think, you know, I'm definitely going to be back in TDK. I think it's really kind of hard not to. I think there's obviously a side that recent form is looking fantastic for them. But yeah, it could be quite exciting. But credit where it's due, even just make it to the final for this VRSDelivery side, I think is actually quite impressive. Like, they obviously put themselves in a really good position for them as a whole. I think there's a lot to like now about maybe what kind of that second half of the year can look like. And if they can just translate it to LAN performances too, they could start to scale up in towards that like top end of tier 2.
Yeah, for sure. I'll have to see how that goes. But I've got one more CCT game to prepare for in about an hour. So I'm going to go and grab some food and stuff like that and prepare for that. Thanks, Neo, for hopping in and for the day overall, of course. We're going to check out now and leave it over to some of our esteemed colleagues for that grand final. Make sure to keep in touch with Thunderpick when the series is over and follow all the socials and everything. But for now, we'll see you soon.
It is grand final time here for Thunderpick here in Europe. We have Dragonclaw, we have VRSDelivery, we have X Orman. We don't know what's going on, but hopefully they do a little bit more on the server. An exciting series to cap off today's games, and obviously the end of the tournament as well. TDK, I feel like they're more of a known quantity. I guess we expected them here. Dragonclaw, though, guys, or whatever they're called on the server, get your head around it. They are a bit of a shocker to have made it this far, especially given all the asterisks around this team. Even making this final for them is a pretty serious achievement.
Everything around them right now. Yeah, go ahead, Ted. You go.
Yeah,
you go.
Absolutely is. I think it's just Polish Counter-Strike, man. Point. It's just Polish Counter-Strike in a nutshell, isn't it? You go into an event, you go through 3-4 different name of your team. You just change it every now and then. You just keep it fresh. You know, you're making it difficult for people to anti-strat you as well, because people are like, well, we're playing Dragonclaw. Aren't these guys horrible? No, psych. This is the VRS, whatever that was. So people just do not know which demos to watch, right? They just lose track of things. So yeah, this is going to be exciting.
I wonder if that is really the case at the end of the day, or if anybody really wants to be watching their VODs anyway. But at the end of the day, they got here, right? And if you look at the match that I heard earlier versus KOLESIE, it was a decisive one, right? Getting that 2-0 very quickly, I feel like that's some positives from them. On the other hand, I still feel there is a lot for them to show. The fact that they got here means that they can bring in some upsets. There is some good firepower we can look at. But TDK, yeah, that's the known entity here. That's what we're looking at in terms of who we think will be performing. So, yeah, I wonder if VRSDelivery, a.k.a. Dragonclaw, a.k.a. Xoramond, have got what it takes today.
Which team has had the tougher route, you can include groups if you want, to this grand final? Which team has had to do more to make it here?
Ooh, that's a very good question. I think when you look at the polls, it's just the fact that they were not expected to do. I'd say it's them in some way. I feel like with TDK, they were probably favored to win the games against TNC Omega. OG was probably the toughest game so far in this entire tournament. So this is the only thing that might make me say TDK in some sense. But I feel like it's just the fact that VRSDelivery or Ormond or whatever the hell they want to call themselves, they've been playing a lot more competitive games for their own standard as a team. Right, so I would say maybe considering the weight class, it's them to some extent.
Yeah, I'll follow it up by saying if you look at all three games together getting here, I say VRSDelivery had a harder time. But if you look at the hardest game, I'd say TDK versus OG overall. But yeah, I guess let's start talking about these rosters.
Yes, indeed. TDK, I guess the more known names, the more known quantity, obviously, especially for the likes of Nafany and Axel, even someone like Xanta, who at a tier 2 level has been very proven now, at least at this sort of game. This is the better lineup, guys, surely.
Yeah, this absolutely is the better lineup, right? You've got a couple world-class talent players, right? They might not be world-class right now as per, you know, as per the standard of a lot of the teams that are in the top 10, top 15, top 20, but guys like Nafany, like Arfrost, like Axel that break through so early. I mean, Axel and Nafany at a certain point were part of one of the best teams in the world, right? And we cannot overlook that. I know it's been a while. I know it's a very different iteration of the team that they're on, of the game that we're playing even, and the meta has changed a lot, and Nafany has been faced with the struggles of having to adapt. Axel had a very lackluster 2025, but you're still looking at the name value. Axel's had a very good year. Xanter's playing well. Arfrost is still a very mechanically capable AWPer, so that without a doubt is one of the teams that have been making moves and waves in the tier 2 space, especially off the back of that EPO qualification.
I'll double down on that as well. It's not just the players on the server, it's what happens behind the scenes. And Groove also joining in with Axel Nafany here is really bringing that ex-Gambit youngsters, ex-Gambit project all together back, right? This is kind of a core piece of what made that team special. So yeah, looking to see how that kind of transpires as the time goes on. You're right, Ted. This is kind of the redemption arc for Axel generally after his bench from BetBoom. So looking here to see how far they can get. This is just a small rock in the road, I feel like, right? When you look at the namesakes of a team like this, you expect bigger things, right? You expect slowly to be getting some bigger qualifications, bigger tournament representation. Winning tournaments like this should be an occurrence we should be seeing every couple of months from these guys for sure.
Nafany's also one of the highest rated players in this tournament right now. Granted, only 2 series are going into that versus, the teams that have played all the group stages, but still, if he's in that sort of form coming into this final, that makes this lineup even more scary. Let's take a look at their opponents. VRSDelivery, I guess we're going with on the assets, the Polish squad. Obviously, as you can see with the Reason jerseys, the bulk of that team minus a couple of guys coming into here. Again, we didn't necessarily expect them into this grand final. Suonko's had a fabulous event. But for you guys, I mean, for them to be competitive, let alone win this series, which names simply have to show up to make this happen?
I feel like Suonko should be the main guy that we're talking about here, and maybe to some extent Antivirus as well, right? Those are the 2 people that made the difference in their semi-final game earlier on, but you're looking at Suonko as being the main aggressor when it comes down to the T sides, and then on the CT side, Antivirus. In that game earlier, by the way, because I wanted to have a look, he initiated 40%, above 40% of the opening kills on the CT side for Dragonclaw, and he had an 80% success rate. So you denied those 2 guys, you're going to have a much easier time playing against that Polish side. But this is one of the main things that they need to go right for them, right? You need those space creators, those guys that are going to be making the early aggressive moves to find success and put them in 5v4s, 5v3s, 4v3s. Just give them the advantage early on.
I think we also need to be focusing on the players that have been added since that Oromond roster, right? You've got some reasons to show why this project is better than the one before. So you look at the guys like the likes of Brylu, and he's one of the reasons why I think they have been able to get a lot of these wins recently, right? Some big prizes on that AWP. He's had a lot of impact. So yeah, for me, eyes on him mostly.
Let's start thinking maps between these teams, of course. All important. Coming into this grand final, being on home turf, playing maps you like. Here is said Vito. It's Overpass out for Dragonclaw, Nuke for TDK. Picks are Mirage, Dust 2, Anubis as the decider. Some curiosities here where teams, I guess, could flex their bans a little bit, having such wide map pools. But for you guys, any standout surprises here?
I wouldn't say in particularly surprises. I'd say it's pretty expected for Dragonclaw to go for that Mirage pick and then for the Dust 2 counter to come through. I would say it is interesting that first TDK didn't go for the Overpass pick as a first. And then the fact that obviously Overpass does get removed because both these teams do not really like Inferno and Nuke. So the polls felt like they could float it in. So yeah, pretty evened up veto. You get a bit punished with Overpass, but all in all, TDK should be in a good spot.
Let's not waste any more time. Let's get into Mirage.
All right, let's get into the action indeed. Thank you, Alan, for that. And yeah, grand final time between VRSDelivery versus TDK here at Thunderpick Series 2 of 2026. Things are getting exciting as VRSDelivery have got into a spot not many have expected, but TDK now on the up and up with some players falling off of grace. Joining with their pass.
Look at you two.
Old teammates looking to see if they can find damage here. Quick play from VRSDelivery already. And it's Patero that enters enemy lines. Bomb to go down, and things are looking tough for DDK. Axar trying to bring things back, but instantly punched in the face. Santa, another 1 versus 3. And it's been revealed that Molly has shown exactly where he's coming from. And there's even a lurk being created by Brylu. Slowly but surely, those dualies will enter the back line. And Santa's completely been left in the dark. No one revealing themselves. No one really wants to be part of this play. Fnatic kind of jumps in at the right moment. And there you go. A very decisive, quick start for VRSDelivery.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see how Brylu and Patero are going to come into this team, right? The fact that obviously they have been on Oromond, but they were on Oromond for just a little while. For the side of Brylu, or for the likes of Brylu, he's just 22 years old. He was part of Oromond for a little while. He played on a team called M1 for literally a month last year, right? So you're looking at someone who's got 60 maps in total on HLTV in his entire career for a 22-year-old. It doesn't really give you a massive sample size. Obviously, with Patero, it's a little bit different. He played on Reason Gaming as well last year with a lot of these same players. Played on M1, Devils 1, some of these projects. And he was even a coach for a little while. An interesting mix. Force by though. Walking into a bit of a stack.
No issue though for the AKs. Even though a couple of casualties along the way. It's a quickly taken care of endeavor. Axal has also, I think he's made some noise. Or has he? Because
nope.
VRSDelivery is still looking.
Yeah, they didn't see him cross towards the left-hand side of the murder hole, so he might actually get a kill here. If they decide to just break the vent and go in. They don't know he's out there. It would have been exciting if he was able to actually get himself a little bit closer with that defuse kit, but it's all about staying alive and trying to, I guess, get an upgrade onto a gun potentially for the next round.
Probably have a little bit of a chat in regards to Exile here, Ted, because he's still so young, 23. He's had one of the greatest and quickest starts to his career in terms of, you know, jumping from tier 2 to tier 1, going through the Gambit scene with Cloud9. They've had some really nice appearances. He seemed like a really high-flying performer. And then at some point along the way, it was a quick bounce off the tier 1 scene, right? I don't know. I feel like for someone so young, at 23 years of age, quite a lot has happened in his career.
Yeah, it has. I think he's one of these players that had issues with the transition from CSGO to CS2 as well. It just never felt like he was the same player after the C9 days, right? On tier 2. And I feel like for a lot of people, the issue was last year's performance with the side of Bedboom, right? Because 2025 was far from the best year in Exile's career. There was a lot of doubts. A lot of things that never went well. So he was another one of these guys that got removed from that Bedboom lineup.
Yep.
Just didn't work under Boomage, but it's been working under Nafany. And we still remember that interview that Nafany gave us about Exile a couple of weeks ago, right? Saying that he just needs someone to believe in him.
Absolutely. Getting caught by Exile, won the 1-dig. Slowly but surely, Nafany to close in. With all eyes peeled on Nafany. The same can be said about the T side of VRSDelivery. Xanta getting the pick here may make you want to think aggression is a possibility, but Nafany getting caught looking in the wrong direction. And VRSDelivery able to scramble up the W by the end. Doesn't come out without its difficulties, but a win nevertheless.
I wouldn't say that's a bad eco round per se. I mean, it's a good start with the 3-0 on Mirage for the Poles, but it's very good damage being inflicted by the CT side. A lot of reinvestments are going to come through for the T's, losing 3 players in a round like this. Nafany probably could have held on to the AK, but he wanted to do a little bit extra damage. Of course, shout out to Thunderpick. You can go and claim that boosted €600 welcome bonus. But this is starting to get exciting, right? This is what we wanted to see. A clean start on that Mirage T side for the Poles. Massive underdog into the grand final. Now making TDK work for it a little bit more. This is what's going to potentially make the series a lot more entertaining for all of us. Double pushing towards the ramp. They've gained a lot of information, but they don't realize the bomb, alongside 2 more Ts, is in Palace. This is such a weird round. Yeah, they're just leaving A. They're convinced it's a B play.
On this opportunity.
One should go back.
So VRSDelivery are going to clear out the A side. No one's going to be around.
That's so weird.
And now they won't know where to look, where to focus. Was this a stack from TDK? Why would there be a stack on B side? They left the ramp unchecked, so they surely should know a situation of a push could come to shove here. Palace play as well, Nafany. Biding his time, waiting for the rest of the team to put in some distraction so he can jump out of there. But there's deep delay, deep molly positionings as well. This is tough. There's a great shove coming in from VRSDelivery, taking matters to their own hands. A flash paired up with a double push, and that instantly crushes a CT front. And with that, not much remaining in the round either. Sugar has to leave with the M4 in hand, and VRSDelivery shutting down TDK's first buy.
It's a little bit concerning how genius of a call that is. I mean, for the likes of TDK, right? Because they tried to play a proactive first buy round on the CT side, double push in towards the ramp, started off with a 3-man B stack. It's something a little bit more creative, right? In case the T's want to play a slow default round, you're putting yourselves in a very good position. It's just a very unorthodox first buy round for VRSDelivery. You've got those 2 players in towards middle, and then 3 people just walking out Palace. It's just the perfect call. They didn't have to meet anyone on their way onto the bomb side. And as you pointed out during the round, they knew Nafany could be in towards the ramp and towards the Palace, because I guess all of them came out of Palace, so they knew there was the timing for the push. Not been the greatest of starts for TDK. Down to the pistols we go. Hero rifle in the hands of VRFrost. Might get an opportunity on the spam.
Well, the first opportunities come from Swonko. 3 players fall to his hands. He just stares at them, and they turn to stone. Practically cosplaying Medusa. That's very anticlimactic from TDK. Sure, this was an eco round. Sure, there's less firepower available to them, but falling all to one man, who was all by himself, by the way.
One of the biggest misconceptions people could have about this game in general is that there's no firepower on the side of the poles, right? They might be playing a little bit wilder. Maybe there's going to be more micro mistakes. There's going to be more times when individuals are not really doing risk assessment in the best way possible. But when things are going well for these guys, they can just run around and ego peek you all around the map. This is the type of a team that can do something like this. But again, that's such a safe round. Going in towards that A-bomb side, utility's good. You block in towards the stairs, block Jungo. Arfrost had that 1 HE with a chance to break the smoke. That fails, so there was nothing he could have done about it. And then Swonko is just the ultimate BM. I doubt they're winning round even if he doesn't get that triple kill towards middle. But it's the fact that he still claims all 3 of these kills. Just every single fight that you lose in that situation, if you're TDK, makes you, I guess, feel a little bit slower, a bit more rusty at the start of this. Also, it's an interesting conversation to be had. Which one of these teams is happier with when they played their semi-final, right? Because for VRSDelivery, it was a lot more recent of a game. And it was a Polish derby that they won over KOLESIE, which is always going to feel nice. For TDK, it's been a couple hours. Maybe they're going to need a little bit of time to get back into the mindset.
Yeah, they really haven't had a chance in this map, particularly to get warmed up at all. It very much felt like a one-sided endeavor. You know, VRSDelivery winning the round of the first confrontations, essentially. Hasn't really been a nail-biting back-and-forth situation within the rounds themselves. Fast play this time around, and Axel ready for it. He's got assistance, and it looks like it's charming together for DDK. All in unison, spraying upon the apartments push. And if you're VRSDelivery, what do you do? Looking for an aggressive approach. Swonko able to find one, but overwhelmed by the numbers on the site. Finally, TDK to break the silence.
Yeah, this is much more like it. And that's probably one of the breaking points of this entire first half, right? Off the back of a tactical timeout, you get around like this. Money's going to be looking great as well after winning such a purchase. So now this is filling you up with hope. It's all about trying to ruin the T-side economy, right? This is not too late to come back into the Mirage. It's traditionally not a bad map for TDK either. Especially after the win against Nemesis in that ECL Grand Final to qualify for EPL. It's one of these old school maps for Nafany and Axel as well. One of the good old Gambit specials.
That's information I've gathered from PDK, but VRSDelivery, as soon as the push comes to shove, they provide a W push from their own.
Oh,
double-sided aggression from short. But there are too many pieces around for VRSDelivery are causing issues. Right, also charming in. Fnatic outside of Palace. The jump provides the space for the rest of the team to move into. A-site's taken, rounds taken with that as well.
VRSDelivery are just playing like they're not getting surprised by anything, right? It's like you're expecting every single move that TDK are making. They group up, gather up with 4 players to go and swing and re-clear middle on a second timing. You wait it out. You don't let them see anyone. And then the moment that they back off after the initial flashes and not spotting anyone, you just swing middle and go for the fights. It's a massive kill out of Swonko. He just got double peeked out of short and was still able to deal damage onto the first player and get the kill with the headshot onto Axile. Then Nafany gets dropped. Palace player reacts to the fact that there was one more player. That was the A anchor of Sugar spotted in towards connector, getting the refrag, so he takes the space very quickly. Good reactions, good calls. That was just reaction-based Counter-Strike coming out of the balls. Something that you're not necessarily used to seeing out of a team like them, right? They're more often than not the initiators, but now looking like the team that is more than happy with letting TDK pull off their aggressive moves on the CT side and then just counter.
I wonder what the response is. So far, it's always felt like it's VRSDelivery attacks that have been played out on their own terms. TDK have just been reactionary, even though they've gone for some microaggressions themselves for information and picks. Which is mad to think about how things have transpired off the back of them. But you could be in a very difficult position, TDK, if you continue to lose rounds like this. But for now, leaving mid-control fully under the control of the Poles. Flash into Con, 2 players strong. And even a double push coming in from Ramp and Palace. All positions seem to be held aptly by TDK. Patero keeping things under control a little bit. Fnatic wins his duel.
No
and
way.
Doubles up with that as well. Popping the tables. And without TDK need to respond, players disadvantage. They need to act quickly. They're looking to join in forces together. But still a tough endeavor. You can hear the footsteps, Axile spraying in the direction. But Fnatic having an extra angle to this. TDK knowing the complications involved, I think they're waving the white flag.
Surely they realize they're not going to be allowed to get out of here, right? They've made so much noise. Fnatic, they're not ready for the timing. Axile able to turn around and get the kill. They still have a fuse kit. They can give it a go. There's enough time.
Smoke thrown as well. Thing is, Antivirus
God.
not be permitted to connect with the first shot. Xanta holding both of them back. And I think he's got plenty of time for the deep fuse. Or does he?
No!
No! Bomb explodes right in his face. And somehow this one is not a comeback time for TDK.
They were tempted to go for it. It's just because of the kill that Axile gets with the AWP. It's just because of the fact that Fnatic pushes a little bit too early. So they turn around and say, you know what? To hell with that. We've got the util, we've got the defuse kits. We're gonna give it a go. But the 1 kill out of Patero makes it a miracle for the T's and an absolute nightmare for TDK. This is worst case scenario. Not only you didn't call it off, not only you went for it, but you lost every single gun and the round.
Nafany trying to take matters into his own hands. After that, you've got to be mad, but you've got to stay calm and composed. Flash allowing Nafany the cross. But 2 pairs of eyes laser beamed in his direction. No easy feat, especially with one of those guns being an AWP scoped in on position. And it's a slow creep walk from Antivirus, who is able to see his opponent first. The answer is Nafany, goes for the swing. There is an answer back from Brylu, a labored attempt from Axile, getting him caught out on short. And Swanko trying to use that distraction to move out on A. Molly
This would be too much. After the 3 versus 5 in the previous round, another very close one and another big double kill coming out of Brylu. You cannot be losing back-to-back 3v5s.
There's a gap for the smoke that can be used. Artfrost very nicely taking care of Suonko. I think he spotted out the barrel, is able to take care of business. But Artfrost keeping things afloat. An explosive 2-piece from him. I need Xanta to show up quickly because Brylu might be thinking it would be a good idea for him to push, but no, sticks to his corner. Artfrost might get surprised by this. But doesn't think it's a good idea to push, waiting for Xanta to come into the fight himself. A 1v1 opportunity now for Brylu to take care of business himself.
No kit. He doesn't have time.
And with that, Xanta has to tailgate it away if he wants to have any hopes in saving the rifle, because saving the round is not a given chance.
The defuse kit was dropped in towards Robs, right? We saw it on the dev count. It was dropped towards CT spawn. So in that situation, I guess, yeah, sure, Artfrost, you're the one that is known, right? You're the one that's made his presence known, but surely you're not the guy that should be playing first after you get the first kill. Surely Xanta just lets go of the shift key and just runs for it. Artfrost is the only one who can pick up a defuse kit. TDK, this is quickly running out of control here. I mean, I say running out of control. For something to run out of your control, you need to have it under control in the first place. They've never had anything to do with control since the start of this map. An 8-1 lead on the T side, and now they're going for a tactical timeout on the T side as well. Recognizing there's still going to be enough money. Some of these rounds have been getting very close, and I actually like this from the Poles, right? They've won back-to-back rounds. You would say they're still winning. Why are they calling a tactical timeout? back-to-back rounds, they started in a 3v5. And they do realize this is TDK making mistakes to let them back in. You want to work on these opening couple of seconds, opening couple of fights. You do that, you're going to perfect that T side, and we might be looking at double digits to start things off. And I know this is a grand final, but it's still a standard best of 3, so this could very quickly feel like it's over before it's even started for TDK.
Yeah, what's problematic to me, Ted, is that this isn't a one-time thing that TDK are struggling on Mirage, right? So often they have a hard time dealing with teams that should be of less caliber than them, right? Roll back, you know, into their old matches. You've barely been able to create any kind of streak, consecutive wins. It's been a tough one. And this one seems to be following suit as well. The reactions on antivirus are massive there. Xanta being no more creates a gaping hole in B site that can be exploited, and indeed, the Poles are looking to take care of that position. Patero, the one-on-one. Nafany, if you wanted your team to stand a chance in that one, you should have won the 1v1. And because you didn't, this one is already over.
I don't want to be the one saying this in a grand final, Pavlos, but this first map, it's not even competitive. It's not even close at this point. And this is why we spoke about the tactical timeout as well, right? You went 2 rounds in a row after losing the opening kills. Then you go for the attack. You hit him fast. You hit him hard. You hit him quick. And they don't get a single kill. I mean, look at the kill counts. Frost is topping the board for TDK with 6 frags. Xanter's on 5. Axel's on 5. Nafany 4. Sugar 4 as well. You couldn't even say that this is just 1 or 2 key players being liabilities for the team, right? Just have a bad map. This is a team-level domination and annihilation out of VRSDelivery. Everyone is better than everyone on the other side, and that's how it feels like it is. And I know this is their map pick. I know this is their bread and butter, right? We're talking about a team that's won 8 consecutive Mirage maps. Project 91, twice against Psycho Phase, Havu, Bebop, Entropy, Joni Speeds, and CYBERSHOKE. But this is still one of the good maps of Bad Boom, or TDK, sorry. This is still one of the good maps of this Russian side, right? It's one of the maps on which you expect them to be a little more competitive.
Would you know? I don't know, man. I feel like they've been plagued with inconsistencies on this side.
It is inconsistent, but even when they lose, they still put up a fight, right? You rarely see them get dominated to that extent.
Lavked, 513?
Yeah, but that's one map.
Yeah, but then lose against Mountain
half.
XT? I don't know. I'm not convinced with Mirage, with TDK. But either way, this is a fast peak from VRSDelivery. A fast one. That's already taken care of the singular face-forwarding defender. Axar wanting to take matters into his own hands, pushing past the smoke. It's nicely done, and he's out of there with his life, which is huge. Jump up from Nafany. They figured out that the way to do this is by disrupting, but it's still not over. There are answers back from Antivirus, but that's limited until Axel and Artfrost both pop off. Surely that's around. Surely you're not letting him clutch up in a 1 versus 3. He's repositioning towards the ramp, and they might not be aware. Fnatic's got a timing. He needs to play for a kill ASAP. 3 players. Surely you can shut it off. Smoke lands by his feet. Frost to start defusing. Xanta's jiggle peeking, and he is enough to keep Fnatic back. All right. This is a step in the right direction. Finally around on the board. Axel with a big double kill, and you get a second round. It is very difficult to just feel hopeful at this point, right? We're seeing some replays from the previous rounds. Don't get worried. Yeah, that's the correct one. Good support utility, nice swing through the smoke out of Exile. Nafany climbing on top of Ticket. Making it very uncomfortable for the T's to hold on. But I don't feel like it makes that big of a difference. Exile running an aggressive setup with Yob. That might be interesting. The bomb is going there. Ooh, connecting on both actually. That is nuts from Frost. But a double nade stack will take care of him. Bit of a sad way to go. Yeah, the sub AWP position is something that we'll need to be discussing later on. For now, VRSDelivery trying to scrap their way back in, but Nafany not going to be falling here, and Axel backing it up with his own push means that Fnatic is in a familiar position, similar to where he was before, but this time I think it's a little bit worse, considering there's no bomb planted. There's 4 instead of 3.
See, the final straw would be a 1v4 with a bomb dropped on the other side of the map.
Can you imagine? Oh, I don't think I want to.
That would be some unbelievable S.
Yeah, it wouldn't be head scratching. It'd be
Give me another
eye-gouging.
word, please. Another S word.
S word to describe what?
Unbelievable. Sniff.
Wait, say that again. Unbelievable. There you go.
Right, thank you. Well, nothing of the likes. Axel will put an end to it. Fnatic will indeed go down. So you've got 3 rounds here on the CT side for TDK. Still very difficult to be hopeful for their chances for a first half comeback. But I guess at least from a mental point of view, to some extent, you start saying, at a certain point, as you pointed out, this is not our greatest map. We're not used to being, you know, consistent on Mirage. So it's all about getting some of our individuals fired up towards the end of this, even if we end up losing it, right? It's these guys' best map. It's not our greatest one. So as long as we can put up a little bit of a fight and make it somewhat competitive, we should be all right with that second map coming up. Of course, for those of you that are just joining in, that second map will indeed be Dust 2. This is the map pick of TDK. And then we've got on Anubis as a third and final one if need be. This round, though, quite vital for TDK's chances of making this one remotely more competitive. Bebop coming out.
That's quick. Ridu connecting with the first. And he's even found a second one without being tested. He's just dancing around the pillar for now. Finally taken down. And now TDK is starting to bring some shots back themselves. Suwanko struggling to stay alive and eventually has to fall. But VRSDelivery are ped to the hip. And TDK, no, this is tough. A minute on the clock, and these two are dancing. Ooh, Xanta, great head tap. But Antivirus out to the open, maybe not the right call. Look to take matters into his own hands. And TDK, a very important pistol.
Yeah, we're working with a 2v4 pistol round here, right? You're looking to kill Xanta and Arfrost. Fantastic work coming out of the clock. Xanta with a couple of very good shots, and then the double peek to deal with Antivirus towards the end. That's what they needed. Right, control the money game. At least try and get up to 5, 6 rounds. And yeah, I'm not going to say the round after. You little weirdos.
No comment.
20 plus 20 plus 20 plus 7.
Nice.
I'm so sad I cannot. Really? Hey man, we're casting a video game. It's fine. So good. Yeah.
No, I literally held out my fingers in order to count the amount of 20s you said.
Well, that was 3 of them, Pavlos.
No, I know now. I counted on my fingers.
All right. Get this one cleanly over the line, and maybe there will be something about this Mirage. The good news is Axel, Xanta, and Arfrost actually don't look bad individually. The KZ is not great for Xanta right now, as we can tell, but that's fine. Getting on top of Nafany is not always easy. That's a good shot out of Arfrost.
Were you counting in French, Ted?
Sorry?
Were you counting in French?
Oh, I know what you mean, but no. In French, you actually have a you actually have a word that means 60. You know, it's not the.
There is.
It's it's
yeah. Right, it's at 80 that you say 80.
Well, it could work. It works at 70 as well. So I'm gonna give you some general knowledge. So in Quebec. You can actually say 70, which means 70. But if you're in France, you say 78, for example, which is 68. But you're saying you're saying 60-18 basically. So you do that for 70, nuts. You do that for 80, you do it for 90. You do it for a lot of numbers.
Well, I've got many reasons now to dislike the French. Including the loss to Paris Saint-Germain last night. Yeah. Anyway, that watched the match.
Allez, le bleu. Football won yesterday. I'm sorry.
That's okay. I was in a pub where it was full of Paris fans. I don't know how to say it. I'm like, yeah. And I was literally probably the only Arsenal fan in there. Horrible experience.
Oh. Horrible experience popping in towards that B-bomb side, especially with antivirus coming in as well. This is not going to be an easy take for TDK.
Oh, Pateru able to find the one, and then in assistance with antivirus, they've done enough to dent the attack of TDK, and they're considering it. The drop back, and it's a quick maneuver.
There's no one on short, just that window player, right? So they can technically cross up connector.
Good nade from Suonko. Pair that up with a spray. Sugar is barely standing, barely holding on. Fnatic, though, loses his life, and there's a chance. If you catch Suonko in the timing when he's run out of bullets, they could get the cross through, but the HP bars are so damn limited, it's hard to imagine they will. Sugar.
Hold on.
Bomb down. And Artfrost was holding the right angle. Looking for the right moment to shine, and it's a 1v1 now with bomb down. One bullet. One bullet through a box, through a wall, anywhere. Landing even on Artfrost's pinky should do the job.
He's going to try and run him down.
Knows that is the right thing to do. He's going to swing. Oh, Artfrost even managed to get a shot across, but didn't land. Therefore, Suonko will end up clutching.
That was a little bit tricky there for a second, by the way. I was going to say, if Artfrost doesn't jiggle and he plays from behind and just buys time, Suonko might have not had enough to run him down. Might have been a little bit more difficult. Artfrost even took a shot out of the AWP, right? So there was an opportunity. And all in all, I want to say, considering the fact that they went into a 3-man setup on B, they had to run up connector, both players were attacked down low. The fact that you get 4 kills in a bomb plant is actually great for TDK. Look at the CT side money. Sure, it's a given. They will have a better purchase than you going into this round number 16, but if you somehow make it work and you're up against 2 SMGs and limited utility on some of the players, you might reset the CT side economy. This could still be a closer mirage.
TDK, their plans are clear. Antivirus, though, very much aware. He even saw the play across. Ready for it. And sticks around, even blind pulling the trigger accurately. This is VRSDelivery getting right back on the case, right back on the saddle. And they might be leaving TDK behind with a trail of dust.
Well, never mind. Remember all these things that we said about them resetting the CT side economy and making it a competitive game? You can scratch all of this. They've just closed it out with this round. It's so decisive. It's so clean. Exil's left all alone, and they're just hunting him down. Look at antivirus. He's just jumping up with an open hand going for the no-scope. Of course he does. He's just having fun.
Oh, boy.
He deserves
the funny
to
thing
go
is,
down.
Axel may have a... No, the AWP isn't actually...
No, they'll just kill him after time. They're just going to group up. I think Axel realizes he needs to try and make a move, at least die before the time runs out, because there's no way they're letting him save.
And he's moving. And jiggling. And making noise. And Bob's your uncle.
Yeah. Doesn't get more dead than this. Worst case scenario, 1900 loss bonus, so you don't even have a high quality force buy. Taking a look at the Thunderpick odds.
So close.
Yeah, now leaning a little bit. I mean, they have shifted massively, right? TDK was the big favorite going into this, and now there's been a bit of a noticeable change to them. VRSDelivery, basically one map up at this point, going up against the force buy consisting of a bunch of Tech 9s, Pit 250s, Yuto. This is going to be an A exec coming out of TDK. If that one doesn't work out, we could be looking at a 13-5.
And it hasn't been unclean Counter-Strike from VRSDelivery either. I thought they'd give the opposite. Cool. Questionable moments, but none have been able to get punished from TDK. Here comes the aggression. And it's a good read from the CT squad. A lot of players around, but Santa able to take one down and potentially getting a rifle. The blinds are massive. Antivirus falling in the middle of Sandwich and getting squished to death. Is this how TDK get back in the game? Because with this, they potentially haven't got a real big chance of coming back. That is huge for TDK.
You just said it. There's been some mishaps so far from the side of VRSDelivery, but none of them punished by TDK. This is the first time that piece of over-aggression gets punished, right? Suonko maybe going in for it a little bit too much. Antivirus just dropping into her stand, which is a complete madness, especially in a 4v5. Trying to be the difference maker. There was 3 people around him, so he drops and there's suddenly 6 eyes staring at him. All of them with a tech nice and close range, and he was even fully blinded. That's the type of round that could be of a massive swing percentage. Get you right back at it. Nice nade. That's gonna attack Sugar slightly. Exile actually trying, being very invested into hunting that player down and towards the B card. That was Betero. A lot of support provided though out of the short presence of Brilu.
And Nafany spotted as well. Not difficult for Betero to deal with. So twice in a row where TDK sent an individual to try and create something heroic. Doesn't end up panning out the way they would have liked. And another singular attempt. Obviously, the further and further behind, the bigger the risk that you need to get back in the round, sure. Did you really need to end up in the circumstance is the question I guess we should be asking ourselves. For now, TDK focused on the situation at hand. Xanta, Artfrost both found their way onto the site. HE falling short. And you do not feel comfortable getting the bomb down. You're surrounded, but Xanta trying to take fights one after the other. It's just the one, and here comes the shutdown on Outfrost as well. Dragon Claw are 1 round away from taking down map 1 decisively.
They're just very comfortable when it comes down to a team defaulting against them on the T side. That's what it feels like, right? And I'm sure if you were to ask coldSpawn.com, they would agree. Of course, go and check them out. But you're going from a half bite that you just hit a bomb site with a set piece, you go for a full-on exec with 5 people, and that works out perfectly. Going for the defaults in these solo, duo, aggressive plays around the map, just not been working out, just not been paying out. I mean, it's a good shot, but it's just attack, isn't it?
Yeah.
You still need a little bit more. And you've got 3 pistols, a Galil, and a scout, and you need to win 6 consecutive rounds, so doesn't really help you that much. No. But it's nice to see our Frost is hitting some good shots, especially going into Dust 2.
Yeah, he's had some really good moments the entire game. He's the only one that's had great moments, to be fair. From TDK, that is. I don't know, is he considered a full-fledged 5th for the squad? Because I think the squad was teetering on, you know, finding the right AWP player. I think he was under the sub status for quite a while. Is that the case still?
I mean, I guess this is an orgless team that's just qualified for EPO, and Nafany put out a post that they are looking for an organization, so I say he's on.
Fair
Obviously,
enough.
they had Zorti on, but then Bedboom called him in, and they qualified for a major with him, and Arfrost was there, and he was sent back into this team, so TDK is kind of like the second-hand Bedboom as of right now, it feels like.
Yeah, it really does. And they are walking in to a very stacked B site, but apparently not stacked enough. Good shots from Exile and Sugar, but Arfrost keeps them on their toes. Suddenly, this is very doable. And Suanko's low HP
nice kill.
Means that this is already done.
All right, they get a 7 round on the board, not giving it up. Not letting go of this map. Another good sequence coming out of Exile. And if there's any positives about the last couple of rounds and in general about this map for TDK, that is that Exile, Xanta, and Arfrost look very well individually, right? They look in shape. They look ready for this game. And you get these guys fired up, get a couple multi-kills, even though it's a long road back to try and force OT at this point. Even the fact that they might be a little bit sharper individually going into that second map could pay out and help you in the long run. Of course, this is a grand final. And it's a bit of a marathon, not a sprint. One good map doesn't guarantee you anything. So even if you need a little bit of time to warm up, ease into it, you might get an opportunity to activate as long as you don't need more than one map. Then you might not get the chance.
So, tactical pause taken. Nearly called it tactical pause. Yeah.
Nice.
Funny how the tongue twists sometimes.
It's actually more difficult to say it the way that you wanted to say it than it is to say it in
I
a
know.
proper way. Yes.
Brain works in weird ways sometimes, dude.
Oh yeah, that's me when I speak English more often than not.
Yeah, a lot of people think being bilingual is a good thing. It is, you know. I know 2 languages, mother tongues, but tongue twists
It
more
sometimes
than
gets
I
more
like to admit.
confusing. Yeah. When you the more you go up, you go to trilingual, and then you just lose it completely.
I can't imagine how that works.
Oh, it doesn't. Not for me. Dancer will turn around and get the kill. He's a lucky man that was just the USP and nothing else. So they are clearing room here in towards that A bomb side. Fnatic still able to get a kill onto Sugar, so this is quite a costly round. I don't think the T's really mind at this point. It's all about putting the rounds on the board, but there still is that M4 in the hands of Swanko. He's got a defuse kit too.
And there's always the looming possibility of a mistake for TDK. Swanko only good for the one, as there were just too many players around looking in that direction. But there comes the 8. The expected, at least. 4 rounds to go. You could say 2 full buys and a force. And TDK take care of business and take things to overtime. That would be quite the feat, considering how things started.
I mean, it could be a little bit more, as the loss bonus is going to start accumulating. It does depend on how many guns they save, how do they lose the rounds, right? But as you pointed out, it's at this point, it feels a lot more doable for them to bring it back. 12-8 doesn't feel impossible. As you said, you win a round where you get every single kill. That's a reset. You're up against a half buy in the next, so you could be at 12-10, and then they have a buy, and then maybe not a perfect one for the last Xanter. Once again, sent on that solo mission, but Axel's been dropped in towards the ramp, and they're all suddenly just falling.
I mean, all we had to see is look at the kill feed and see players disappear off the server for TDK. We thought there was a chance for TDK to win a couple of buy rounds and get back into the server. That's an instant denial from VRSDelivery. 2 players left, and Nafany trying to take matters into his own hands, but there's a good buddy system from the con and short player, and with that, it is going to be VRSDelivery getting map number 1 in their control.
Yeah, what a good close that was from the Poles. They absolutely deserve this one, especially with TDK letting slip of so many big rounds. Alan, please break this one down for us.
I'll do my best, guys. It was a pretty funky map, certainly. Nobody had on our bingo cards the Poles going up 9-1 to start off this best of 3. So let's first delve into that first half, because I think it is a little bit deceptive. I don't think TDK played so badly as you might expect, given the sort of scoreline there. I think the way they approached this CT side is, very dynamic Counter-Strike, calling into different areas, getting aggressive at different times. And when you play a style like that, for those that have watched for a while, Heroic with Cadian used to play a lot like this. Sometimes you're just going to get it wrong. And TDK got it wrong more often than not on the CT side. The first gun round, they double pushed A ramp, somehow managed to avoid all of the Terrorist players, thought it was a B round, and then were completely out of position. Had another round later in the half where they were playing into mid, and the timing just wasn't with them. The T side just came out when they're falling out of mid. So a lot of examples like this. But I think in terms of, big mistakes for TDK, round 8 is the standout. 5v3 situation on A. 3 of their 3A defenders just got caught in individual duels, and all of them lost, and none of them managed to end up in a fight where a teammate could help them. So I think certainly for players of the experience of these TDK guys, they'll look back on that round and say, there certainly is better ways we could have played that, and individually, perhaps they could have done more the next round. Brillo wins a 1v2, and from that point, everything's looking so bad for the CT side. And I think for TDK, over the course of that first half, they looked the lesser individually to their opponents. I think Dragonclaw or VRSDelivery, whatever we're going by, they just looked sensational. Fnatic had a monster AWP opening on I think it was round 10 to open up the B bomb site, and everybody just ran in behind them. And I'm sure for TDK, they were just thinking, man alive, what do we need to do here? We played aggressive early in this half, it didn't work. We're playing default now, we're getting picked apart by the individuals of our opponents. And certainly over the course of that half, it was just an absolute nightmare. And honestly, to win the last 2 rounds and stay somewhat in the game was quite impressive, given how much it hurt. So 9-3 start from the VRSDelivery guys, and I think going on to that second half, yes, it started to look competitive. Problem was for TDK, they just didn't have the rounds to play with. It was a very competitive second half in isolation. It certainly, had it been the first half, it would have been very exciting to watch, but they didn't have any wiggle room to play with. And as we're seeing in these replays, they might be close rounds, they might be good situations, but not enough conversions. And certainly with only 3 on the docks in the first half, they just had nowhere to fall back. So ultimately, that was the game. I don't think TDK played horribly. I think their game plan is going to cause losses at times, and you play so proactive on the CT side, just a virtue of it. And I think individually, they'll surely warm up into this series. I just can't imagine a world where the likes of VRSDelivery and their individuals continue to look better over the course of a series. It's just a bit jarring when you know how good Axel, Xanta, Sugar, these guys are mechanically. You just don't expect them to have such troublesome games again and again over the course of this series. So a slightly unusual map. I guess it was the pick of VRSDelivery, and it's one where TDK has struggled a little bit, but having watched the fashion of that first half, it still caught me very much off guard to see what happened. Next up's going to be Dust 2. Certainly, from the perspective of TDK, a more experienced map. They've played it 24 times. They've won it a lot of times against various opponents. They'll pick it into some very strong teams. Yes, some curiosities about why Overpass wasn't in this veto, but Dust 2 isn't a terrible fallback, and it's certainly not the favorite map of VRSDelivery. So there is absolutely scope to even this up, but I think if you want to keep tabs on anything, it's a bit reductive, but I think individually TDK just needs to be a much better team. I don't massively hate the way they approached that first map and the first half in terms of the macro, in terms of the game plan, but if your individuals can't hit the shots, or we're getting wrong the small protocols and people being on the same page, that's what happens. You get flattened. And certainly the VRSDelivery we saw in that first map justified their position in this grand final, because even when we look at these lineups on paper, you would never have expected that to happen. So big shocker. VRSDelivery in the lead. Dust 2 up next. TDK's pick to see if they can even up this series. Quick break, and when we're back, we'll see if TDK can survive. We'll see you then.
Directly in the server? Okay.
And we're back, everybody, for the second map of the grand final between TDK and VRSDelivery at Thunderpick European Series 1. So far, bit of an upset in the first map. VRSDelivery taking home their own map pick. Let's see if they can keep things up on Dust 2.
Big upset coming by the fact that it was a very one-sided affair on Mirage as well. A bunch of 3v5s, but a lot of clean rounds coming out of the post. So now going into Dust 2, one pistol round could put them on the right track, and it's going to be a B play going right through the smoke for TDK.
They're waiting for it. Flash coming his way, but he's just stood right in the middle of things. Still, though, Fnatic from a distance is tapping them away, deleting them off the server. How about that for a start?
The DF down. What a play from Fnatic to kick things off on Dust 2. We were wondering whether this could be a competitive map of Counter-Strike. Well, how's that for an answer?
Competitive. Let's see if there's an answer back. That was crazy from Fnatic. Oh, boy.
It's the most awful way that this map could start as well for TDK, isn't it?
True.
Not only, apparently they were ready for that type of a play because they had a triple setup into WRSD with the Julies right in front of the smoke and an instant smoke for the tunnels. But one of their players has the highlight of a lifetime as well with the USP.
Mr. Dominic Barkiet.
Yeah, very clean shots. His name is Dominic. I'm just finding that from you. That's a cool name.
He's keeping it up. 5 kills in 2 rounds, and the round's not even over.
You reckon he likes wearing tank tops, driving fast cars, and has a big cross on his chest?
Is that a thing that people with the name Dominic do?
Dominic Toretto. Fast and Furious.
Yeah. Gotcha. No, I don't think that's his vibe.
Sure.
Don't ask me what would be his vibe. I wouldn't know. Let's ask him. Look, this is a nice push coming out from Pretty. Gets 2 on the crunch. A bit uncomfortable for Suonko. The 1v1 against the Glock is far from optimal.
That's an M4 lost, which is not ideal.
And it won't get caught up to in time. You're right.
Yeah, Patera was on the other side of the map, and he was the only one that didn't have an M4. So
sure.
It's not too bad to get one of these rifles out of their hands. It's not a great fight, obviously, but for Suonko, still a clean round out of the side of VRSDelivery. Relatively clean. You get a 2-0 start on Dust 2. This is the bread and butter of TDK.
Ooh! Okay. Maybe we do have an answer back already. Artfrost showing his thing on the scout. That's crazy. Are we seeing a bit of a push coming through into Ton? Xanta to be expecting it. And deletes both of them! Woo. And with that, TDK have got a big advantage. Patera, the last man standing, but with that information, TDK can opt to move to the other side of the map and call this one history.
Yeah, Sugar wants to stick around. You want to make sure he doesn't pick up an AK and stay alive, but you don't want to drop or get dropped too early.
True.
It's a very good response. Nice sequence coming out of Xanter. That's a monster play. I was just going to say, these double pushes are never comfortable when there's a guy playing on the right-hand side. Yeah. When he's just peeking on the timing, but the second kill, I thought he didn't have it, right? The player turns around, dinks him, and he still gets the headshot.
Why did I only just notice that Artfrost's C4 has a calculator written on it?
Yeah. Yeah, it does. There's some very weird ones.
Yeah.
Some pretty unhinged ones as well for some players.
What's been your favorite? That's safe for broadcast.
Yeah, I was just going to say my favorite is not safe for broadcast.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I don't think I've ever
back.
Thought about giving a nickname to Bomb.
No, neither have I, to be honest.
Yeah.
What about to the Zeus?
Oh no, I actually have a favorite one. It's how we call it in Bulgaria. We call it the cheese.
The cheese? Why?
The cheese.
It's like a cheese block?
Yeah, basically that's what we call it.
Oh, I love that. That's actually pretty cool. The exit from Axel, nicely done onto Brillig. So that puts a dent to the defense of VRSDelivery. Now you need to kind of gamble it up, right? Put your players together, and it looks like they're looking for a mid-exit.
It's a good reaction, though. You lose that one player in towards long, and you don't have any presence there, so you re-clear middle, and now they're going to figure out it's probably a full 5-man exec coming out of TDK, so everyone can basically rotate over. They haven't seen anyone middle, not lower, not in towards B. they're going to have the majority of their numbers in towards that A bomb site ready to pounce, and there's a bit of util as well for the CTs to work with.
Yeah,
Some
so
smokes and
a drop from antivirus into CT means that there's only one on the upper level, at least nearby. Sure, Fnatic can close in, but Swonko is a little bit left alone. If the rest can't do damage, moving into round. Swonko gets his head ripped off his shoulders, and with the jump up from antivirus, maybe there's something to be done, but it's already been put to rest. Fnatic up against the full. It's hard to imagine that they'll have a chance in here. Likely to be seeing an attempt to a save, especially considering Axile's already crossed in mid. But a good start and follow-up from TDK.
Yeah, it felt like there wasn't a clear idea onto how they wanted to approach the situation, right? And this is going to be the story when it comes down to these two teams. Oftentimes on Mirage, it just came down to who's going to get the instant headshot, right? Who's going to win an individual fight? Because VRSDelivery, it wasn't like they were in a bad spot, but all of their individuals were fighting alone, right? So it all comes down to a bunch of 1v1s, and Fnatic will get that kill onto Xanter. That might make them a little bit more worried about him going for the defuse. Oh, he's seen him. Hello, that's a nice kill. That's an AK upgrade for you as well.
If you want
to run out.
mid.
Yeah, he's not going.
Fair enough. You have no information of your opponent's whereabouts. Still, it's TDK with the W. And if you're on the CT side, it's much harder to maintain your guns on the server. So we are seeing this one a little bit more back and forth than what we saw in Mirage. And I guess there's not much of a difference. You know, it doesn't take much to make that statement, given the 9-1 start for VRSDelivery.
Yeah, also Dust 2 is never perfect for the polls, right? When they were called Ormont, back when they were called Ormont, like 24 hours ago. It's been a while.
Back 24 hours ago, they were called VRSDelivery. Now they're called Dragon Claw. Before that, they were called Ormont.
Yeah. So they've lost 5 out of their last 6 Dust 2s, right? They've beaten only Johnny Speeds, losses to CYBERSHOKE, Leo, 100 Thieves, HYPERSPIRIT, Havoc. Now, there's a couple very close games in there. And towards the start of this month, they actually were in a very positive streak. It's just the fact that these guys play so much Counter-Strike, it's difficult to actually, you know, look 5 games and say, well, the last months they've been struggling. It's more like the last 2 days.
Well, it looked like VRSDelivery had a plan to push into mid, and even though there was a pick from Fnatic early doors, I didn't think that it'd be best to scrap the plan, and they pushed into a massive amount of TDK players, which, of course, had the facilities to deal with them. Oh well. Still the lead to be taken by the CIS roster. All right. It's already a big surprise seeing VRSDelivery in the final, right? Generally getting the wins, upset wins, pretty much all across playoffs, right? Every single match was a situation in which we thought, yeah, maybe they're not the right squad for this, but they've really been showing up, right? Mostly in that firepower department.
It's only their second grand final of the year as well, right? You look at Swonko as a core of players, right? The only tournament that they have won was the European Pro League Series 4, and that was on the 4th of February. And to win that, they had to take down teams like Favbet, Magic, but that was an FF win in the semifinals, actually. And then teams like Sashi and Bebop. So it's not an easy run, but definitely not as difficult as the one here in the Thunderpick World Championship, or the one that's required of them. Nice shot out of Arfrost. Didn't get baited by the player jumping towards the left-hand side. Kept his crosshair down low.
Yeah, Arfrost, a big part of the rejuvenation efforts in Mirage. Looking to get the ball rolling here as well. It's a big player to take out of the server, right? Fnatic has been the big multi-kill piece for the polls.
I guess at this point in time, with how badly things have been going for the team, you could say Fnatic is the best Fnatic in the world. Yeah, I knew the soundboard was coming.
That's because you got no response from me vocally. Ooh. And Antivirus gets given an opportunity. He's hurt one more, and you may want to avoid pushing through tunnels again. Waiting for Nafany to show up. It does take time for it to actualize. Brilu now on the 1v3. He knows one player is tagged, but Nafany is enough to take care of business. Boy, that could have gotten problematic.
Yeah, that was very nice out of Antivirus. All he needed was just one of the rifles to try and support him, right? It's just the fact that all of them just got deleted around the map. So even though he gets those 2 kills and a half in towards the tunnels, he didn't have any information about middle, didn't know if Nafany's up close and personal. He was trying to jump out, maybe catch the timing, but rifle was already too close for him to react in time. And this is the Thunderpick odds now in favor of VRSDelivery. Well, shifted live on broadcast. And now in favor of TDK, courtesy of the 4-2 lead on Dust 2.
Yeah, close
That's
series.
the best thing about these Thunderpick odds, by the way, Pablos. They keep getting updated live. Thunderpick are always on top of their game, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah,
enough.
I even envy them at times. How are
On
they
top of their
that
game.
quick?
Well, you're quick at some things, Ted.
No, don't make that joke. I saw that coming from miles away.
Sorry, low-hanging fruit. Sometimes you got to go for it. Well, it looks like the direction
I hope
Of
someone
TDK.
does eventually.
is heading towards this B site. I will not comment. By saying that, I basically comment. Anyway, two pieces, actually gone to 3. Now that Fnatic is looking to support. They have a
Okay.
chance. Oh, I'll give him more things, shall we?
Are they going?
I
You
think
gotta cancel.
The
This is
fact that-
terrifying.
he found impact the previous round. They say, let's not give him the opportunity. Tailgating it over
God.
into mid, and they want to cross into short, but Antivirus is here once again.
This is terrifying. Where do you go? You're so low on HP. The scout is just going to
Why?
jump around. That's because they've got the push. He thinks they're going up short.
looking for that.
Second
He's got
player.
AK.
One player in towards the tunnels. This is complete chaos. Fanatics picked up a double, and now the bomb is going back B again.
That is massive, and the rotation from Patero is there as well. They've got to move fast. 13 seconds. You're going to try and get the bomb to the ground, so you're not going to be checking all corners carefully. It doesn't even come down to Patero. Swonko taking scout duties, and with that VRSDelivery, win a very unlikely round.
What a blunder. If that ends up being a 2-0, by the way, this is going to be one of the rounds that we get back to. This is a round
yeah.
that you should never be winning. They just get blocked in towards the tunnel, smoked off. Scout finds another big pickup. I say another. It's one of the first big ones for the Scout for Antivirus, but this is back-to-back rounds where he's been able to find impact in towards the Bebop side.
It's going to get frustrating for TDK if they start losing rounds like this.
They need better coders right now, because this Antivirus is up to date to deal with them.
Maybe
Another
it's a
failed mid-smoke, by the way.
biological virus.
TDK have been... Alright.
Maybe it's not a digital one.
Okay.
And you need a vaccine or antibiotics. I don't know if do antibiotics take care of viruses? I don't think so, right?
Bacteria.
Bacteria. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good thing I asked. Could have made a fool out of myself. Ooh. Well, if antivirus misses, you've got Brilliant to help. Oh. Enough said. Over the mid. Or short. Where Swonko's waiting. He's trying to work off the back of the smoke. And if it fades on time, it's a matter of who gets there quickest. And Swonko backs out. Realizes he's a little bit out of depth. And it's good timing on it as well, as the smoke does indeed dissipate.
It's a good decision. He's got the support to try and, or the support of the Oper from the back of the bomb side. He's even gotten the first kill. Now it's all about just staying put. You don't need to peek. Well, now you do.
That's a good pick from Nafany. But again, you've got to deal with Antivirus. Even though he did miss the first shot of the round, he's been pretty dangerous all
boosted.
game long. Re-swing. Taking fights on its terms. It's looking clean. Smoke does keep Sugar alive, but realizes no time. That is going to be the end of him. VRSDelivery. Now their rifles are firing as well.
That's why that half buy changes so much, by the way. Suddenly, you're going to the full buys, and they're just getting decimated. Oper even missed the shot. He was blinded, flashed off the angle. Brillu's still able to get a double kill. Lovely job out of Swonko towards the back of default as well, able to get that first kill, stay alive for a little bit longer. Shout out one time to hotspawn.com. As you can see on the screen, on the screen, sorry, they are a proud partner of the Thunderpick World Championship, and we're proud to have them as well. It's a love-love relationship, no red flags.
I think the situation TDK right now is a bit of a red flag. But Antivirus getting flashed and taken care of by the single rifle available to TDK is a decent sign.
That was a good flash, though. It's you need something like this in a purchase situation like the one that they're in, right? With Nafany on a hero AK and our Frost on a scout and everybody else on pistols basically without armors. You need something a little bit more creative to get an opening kill, and they've been able to make it work. It's all about following up now. So Onko's going to deploy that incendiary. They probably don't run through. And he spotted a couple. So you know in a purchase like this, there should be a lot of people at the same place.
But he's going to have to come back and support. Zonko spotted out the push. And he's even walked in with a pick. Nafany taking care of him.
Dangerous.
Still a lot more to be done, given that Brilu's closing up the distance. Flash realized he is in exposed position. TDK with a great advantage, and they're being shut down by Nafany. He's had an incredible round, this one. A quad piece, but it's up for us to close it up by the end.
Yeah, this is what we were talking about, right? Is the risk assessment that they sometimes struggle with on the side of VRSDelivery. The Oper staying in the middle of nowhere and towards middle. He gets picked apart, and the rifle towards the back of the ramp gets one kill, but that gets a little bit too close for comfort and gets refragged by the AK of Nafany. It's great impact being brought in from both Frost with the support flashes and Nafany with the kills. But if you're VRSDelivery, you probably feel like you could have played the situations a little bit safer.
Poor boost play from Antivirus.
He's been on top of his game since the start of those two. I know he's on 7 kills, so it doesn't really feel like a lot, but with the impact he had in towards the B side a couple of times, now with how mobile he's trying to be around the map, you forget about the previous round where he dies to the flash play on middle, and he sneaked in. Does he see the Oper? Nope, he doesn't know. He has no clue there's a player behind him.
Oh no. No,
now he does.
That's rough.
Goodness gracious.
And now the A-site hit coming, and there's also a player, like we said earlier, ramp push coming his way. Suwonko moving back into the flames, and that will be his downfall. But TDK gained a lot of space control. HP bar's low, however.
Nice
It doesn't matter, though, if you win your fight so swiftly. Axel getting confident as well. TDK right back in pace.
Are we talking about being on top of your game, by the way? Because Nafany swings for the kill in towards the Oper, sneaks in towards that CT spawn position through the smoke, and then even flash assists for his teammates to clean house in towards the ramp. That was such an impactful round out of Nafany. We didn't catch it in real time, but he was the one to actually blind that player in towards the ramp after getting the kill in CT. That's great impact being brought in from the IGO. 11-7 now. All right.
This is some crazy business. Do you want to be aggressing now after that pick? I'm not sure.
Yeah. Double peek. Try and hunt him down. Maybe not anymore.
So you've got him out of the position. Do you want to try and push more? There is a chance that TDK could spend a couple of players over into lower. Xanta, limited to the 16 points of health, still stays afloat. Virus spotted, and they can hear some even more movement. Suwonko's push out of long is successful. You found the bomb, but do you look lower on time?
Oh my goodness, what?
Another one dig, and it's a one-shot, one-kill situation against Xanta, no matter where he hits. And we'll get there eventually. An upgrade on the rifle, 3 kills to his name, and 1 more for the clutch for the quad piece. Bomb collected importantly for Sugar. And he's trying to get there towards the A site, and Suwonko can hear everything.
He's hearing him every step of the way. Does he beat the Molotov, though? Oh, he's just staying on the other side, allowing him to go for the bomb plant.
Question marks for Sugar now. Suwonko wait and CT. This question will now be answered. Molly for ramp, but catches a timing. Nicely played out for Sugar, but shouldn't have been that close to begin with.
Yeah, no, it shouldn't have been. I'm even looking at the way that Sugar plays that 1v1. He knows that Suwonko's probably not got armor, right? So that's why he wants to give him a fight. This is probably the least comfortable angle for for Sugar, though, right? The only reason he wins it is because Swonko's got a nade in his hand. Otherwise, it's a headshot angle, right? So the fact that he doesn't have armor doesn't really play that big of a role. It was a bit of a risky play out of Sugar, but he still clutches up.
Big nade. Running right into the face of Sugar. Half HP available.
He's pushing the smoke. He looks like he's pushing the... Yeah, you can see it in his eyes. It's antivirus, of course.
And it's a pop flash as well to permit Nafany's push in mid.
He wants to go forward so bad. He just knows it's not the right thing to do. Now they've had the Molotov. Maybe you go in a bit.
They know there's a lot of mid pressure being asserted. A lot of flashes, a lot of mollies that have come deep. It's being respected by VRSDelivery. The smoke settles in CT, begging the question of this being a potential mid to B push, but it's a fake from Nafany as he walks through the smoke. We've seen this position taken once again, but it's 2 players holding on site alone with an imminent flood coming.
They've not seen Nafany, but it doesn't really matter.
Really great flash coming through from Swonko, followed up nicely. And with that, Nafany having to take a ramp angle at this, but having to collect the bomb in the meantime, locked in on Catwalk. It's a done deal. 30 seconds on the clock, 3 to play with. No saving in this situation. Last round of the half, and that's how VRSDelivery close up the gap by the end.
Yeah, that was very comfortable. This is a round that you win just by proxy, by utility, right? Well-placed util, the nades to open things up onto Sugar into our short, and then the flash coming out. It's such a basic play as well. A very standard thing to do, but it was the readjustment, feeling like Swonko was being a little bit too pressured in towards the bomb side, and oftentimes when he didn't have support, it was too tough for him to get more than the 1 kill. So you just send the second player in towards Goose, and then it just works out perfectly. You get 5 rounds on the CT side. Still a competitive game. Still a 2-0 might be on the cards here for VRSDelivery.
It wouldn't have been competitive if it wasn't for the pistol, the follow-up, and weird and, you know, eco round from TDK, right? They've only won 2 full buy rounds in this half. It's helped their case. But now it's VRSDelivery's time to be the aggressors. Bit of a spread out approach this time around. Bomb kind of heading towards that left-hand side of the map, and there is support in tons.
It's pivoting towards B. They still have that player in towards the car. That's going to be Nafany. The smoke will probably keep them occupied, so this is a good fake. Even if 4 players rotating back, they might buy into this. Sugar is alone. Good spot to be alone, though.
He's found damage, and he stayed alive. And he is buying a lot of time for his teammates to arrive. A deep position required from antivirus, and you can't feel comfortable going for the bomb plant. Xanta kind of teasing the idea of an aggressive play, but just gets a shot in and denies the plant once again. 1 distracted by the push of 2 in long, but if you're able to shut down the player on site, that is the bomb defuse in their hands.
That's it. Round's done. Fnatic, you can't make your way to the bomb site in time. It's a good find onto Arfrost. You get 1 more kill. You don't want to be peeking him. You don't want to give him a chance. Now, I'm not a big fan of this. Fnatic's got enough money. If he's a good teammate, he can drop over an AK and just play no head armor with a pistol dropped by a teammate. This is a very expensive, or he can just buy head armor and Galil. Either way, point stands. They lose the round, but they get a bomb plant and 4 kills. This is still a dangerous round. 3 Galils, an MP7, and we know how OP that one is nowadays.
Let's see,
And a long pop.
Illustrate that, indeed, with this long play.
Xanta's alone.
Yeah, he's in a very lonely world right now, and it will be assisted by a flash. Won't even come down to it either.
Oh, wasted smoke. That was a bit of miscom there. Both players trying to go, and the reason we're pointing this one out, they have only 1 smoke left now. That was a very low on util buy, right? They wanted to have the rifles in, so they decided to go with that over the utility, and you need every single piece of the limited amount.
Oof, dink.
Careful.
Gotta be
He's
cautious.
already low.
There are mollies and HGs available to this CT side. Thing is, Brillu takes down his own teammate in his attempt to take down Axile. Very close endeavor. Aggression shown out from TDK. Nafany wanting to take vengeance. But the
They can get a
sidecross
bomb
is
plant.
permitted, and VRSDelivery cannot feel comfortable about the situation.
Yeah, but they can get the bomb planted. Oh, Nafany needs to be careful not to go down. They've got the double flank coming in from long. Do they realize it, though? They're pushing short.
This is so fast, this is so speedy. VRSDelivery accounting for it with a crouch play at peaks. Slowly moving up like crabs into catwalk. There's one already on ramp. Yeah, they're going to miss the timing on this. They have no idea Sugar is this close. And with that, TDK perform a successful retake. Very nicely done.
Yeah, that was well handled by Nafany as well, right? He made a step trying to climb on top of the new box. So the moment that he does that, he's like, well, you know what? I don't really want the smoke. I'm going to stay alive. My teammates are going to win the round in a second coming in from that double flank. They're never going to be reading into this when those two T's on the bomb side. They just have way too many angles to be worried about into our short, into our CT spawn. Patience being shown out of Nafany, and a big decision to be made for VRSDelivery. This is probably the right time for a tactical timeout, because you've got two options here. You've planted the bomb in both these rounds that you've lost, and you've been able to do some damage, I guess. So you could go all in, but considering you did get the bomb plants and the fact that the loss bonus is accumulating and building up, you can just go for a half buy with a bit of a set piece play. Now, that purchase out of Swonko makes me feel like this could be a force.
I think that technical pause lasted for a full 2 seconds.
It is a force. So they are going all in, which is not a bad decision, because you do have the rifles. It's just not AKs, right?
This camera angle is cursed.
I like it. I like cursed things.
I think that tells a lot about your character, Ted.
My face and profile is cursed.
Does look like an A hit. You've let Patero on the lurk and B. But he doesn't really have much utility to fake anything in that direction, just a smoke.
This is good, though. They've noticed that TDK have a tendency of leaving Xanter all alone into her spit, right? And they were able to do it with him last time around, so just give it a go again.
Nice pick
God.
from Xanta.
Good night. Good night.
Xanta backs it up. And that is yet another buy-up from VRSDelivery that finds no success in the first few confrontations. Yep, that's done. Good usual damage as well.
And what a shutdown that is, by the way. They're just trying to abuse the same weakness, or what they thought was a weakness on the map, and then Xanter just shuts down two of them. That's why it's so pivotal and so useful to have a player with this mechanical ability to be our anchor. Fnatic finally getting one back onto Sugar, but that doesn't really change too much. Xanter overextending a little bit, maybe. You don't want to lose too many guns, but I doubt on the low HP Fnatic picks up one more, so 3 alive is still good enough. And that was a great double kill out of Xanter. Good support out of Axel with that secondary flash too. And as you can see on the graph, Storm is brewing. TDK winning consecutive rounds. That's 3 in a row now. And VRSDelivery, finally, will have to go for a bit of a half buy, which, according to how things have been going so far in this series, Pavlos, that might mean that they finally pick up a round on the T side now.
Possibly. I mean, look, they had a good B spawn, and they're looking like they might end up going for a B push eventually. Obviously, with a Molly and HG in the way, it's not going to be an insta push. You've lost antivirus already. But this is looking a lot more like it for DDK. It looked like they were upset on Mirage and now feel very much in control. A lot closer to what was anticipated at the start of the day. Patero, not having fun. Limbs dangling by his body. He's found some position to move into, but leaves Sugar's position unchecked. A headshot landing by Brillu.
Oh, out of ammo.
And the rest of the CTs are pretty
Hold
far
on.
away. This bomb plant is possible, and 2 rifles collected.
And they've got a 3v3 post plan. Look at it push through the smoke. Look at Fnatic.
Smoke is a little bit deep, and the molly will be thrown, and it's failed.
Oh no, they mollied themselves.
Denying their own entry into the site, but for some reason, Fnatic aggresses and loses his life. Brick holding down the line nicely, but Xanta moving in from tunnels, gets spotted,
Oh my
getting
God.
shut down, and not
They've done
too
it.
far away to take care of it.
They really have picked up the half bite. I was not messing around.
You
It's
cannot
been
make
the
this up.
trend. It's been the trend of the game. Whenever a team starts getting consecutive rounds, building up that confidence, getting their money going, they just crumble in the eyes of the Pistols. And that wasn't even, it wasn't even the most genius of all plays, right? It was just, we're going B. We lose our first player towards top middle early on, so it's a 4v5 already. Then we lose a second guy, so it's a 5v3. And then we just have the lurk smoke. We walk out, a bunch of flashes, get clean kills, rifles out, Fnatic gets dropped, but then it's still a B retake, and it's a scrappy one from TDK. I felt Molotov in towards the window, buys the T's extra seconds. Tunnels player was a little bit too late for the party, and he just gets double peeked. Artfrost already knew what was going on. He was already thinking about the save. This is VRSDelivery's opportunity to still think about a 2-0.
Molly a little bit late, which allows VRSDelivery to cross out, but Xanta still peeks even if it's without a flash. On the back foot once again. But a long ploy. That will be blocked by yet another smoke, ignored by the
They're
poles.
just walking through. Is there
Indeed
a flash?
They are. Blinding Xander so it makes him second guess himself, but a wide corner from Brillu allows him to get there faster. Smoke's allowing the cross, but the sprays are premature. Molly denying ramp access, that's big. So the smoke forced up. Axile taken down instantly, but Artfrost replies in favor. This is tough. You don't have catwalk control if you're VRSDelivery, but at least you got bomb in the ground.
What?
And the jump up from Nafany gets punished. Jump as well from Sugar. Antivirus from the long distance is able to use the AWP adequately, and Artfrost has to run as fast as possible away from the site.
It's starting to look a little bit desperate for TDK, isn't it, in some of these rounds? I mean, I get Nafany going for the jump and trying to get the bomb planter off of it. The second jump, surely you know you're just giving up your life, right? Because the bomb is getting planted. You can clearly see that it has already been planted and that the T's got an AK out. So you're just giving him a free kill, jumping the second time. And then Xanter going for the Jiggo in towards long. Nafany had a flash and a nade right behind him. So Nafany could have flashed if Xanter just wanted to get the info, but he wanted to be a little bit too greedy, right? He wanted to get the information, then hide, request the flash, and go for the kill. Doesn't really work though. You just Jiggo. There's 4 people that have walked through your smoke, and why wouldn't they? It's not like anyone had a lookout on the smoke. No one had eyes on it. VRSDelivery just taking advantage of TDK making a couple individual mistakes, and now their money has been completely ruined. Artfrost has got that hero, but that's about it.
No support, no util, no pistols, nothing. Just a Zeus on Nafany.
And he just got double mollied. They did let him get out. It's just the fact that they're going to be a little bit more cautious with middle in some of these long-range positions because they do know that Artfrost survived, right? So they're not peeking middle before the door smoke opens up.
Good call to make. B-stack, though, from TDK. And that is not the area that is being tested. Antivirus gets given a frag on a silver platter. Blood smoke as well enables the catwalk push, and little do they know that it's all clear for the taking. Suddenly, we have a very close Dust 2 on our hands.
What we're seeing right now, this is why we kind of refer to TDK as the second team of Bedboom, right? Because it carries part of the identity of Bedboom from 2025. With Exile, with Nafany, with Artfrost coming in. It's more like the Bedboom retirement home, though, because these guys were there before the current lineup. And one of the issues with Bedboom last year, which was the Exile and Bedboom and Artfrost and all of that, was the fact that they were very good, but then you would go down to a very important game, a very tight situation where mistakes would start being made and they would lose in a way that is very difficult to analyze and describe, right? Just off the back of a couple mistakes, which quite frankly shouldn't be happening. Just losing control, losing games that they shouldn't be, in positions that they should be all right with, just running away with a win. And we might be seeing something similar here. Now, they still have a 2-round lead with enough money to go for the reinvestment. Arfrost being dropped in the hunt is actually massive, because now he's going to be down to a scout with the utility.
It's a great spawn from Suonko.
Yeah, he's going to challenge B. That's one of these moments. He's not even the Oper, but he's like, well, I've got the spawn. I can just hold the Xbox. If I get a kill, you go.
And no one will peek him.
That's good, though. He's not been smoked off. He knows the player is playing close. They're not going to challenge.
And after the smoke, you lose that information, that knowledge. Anything can happen after that. Although, Flood Smoke is also thrown in outside of B main. It's going to keep the 2 B holders busy. But heavy attention on the 2 flanks for TDK. Another lot of mid control for free. Not that VRSDelivery are taking it.
Yeah, it's just extremity-based Counter-Strike. You're just holding on to the bomb sites. He soon enough will start realizing they've got plenty of time. So getting that mid control is going to feel quite liberating for VRSDelivery. And you should know what kind of a setup they're running. Now, the game you're playing right here is the fact that you don't have any information. It's a guessing game. Do they have a double setup in towards A, playing it on a retake? Or with that Molotov, you should know it's not the case. You should know it's not just the Oper holding the cross and another guy playing close long. And they probably have a 3-man setup on the A bomb side. This should be the information.
Scariest thing that could happen is that mid to B smoke. Now they are slowly trying to close up the distance. HE not quite breaking the smoke, and indeed, this is going to be out of the dark play. They knew where Sugar was after the first pick, and with that reason, it shut down quick. VRSDelivery have taken over the B-site fortress and its curtains for the round.
Now, I wonder if this is really what happened there, right? With the Molotov coming out of the ramp, because usually when the CTs have left middle completely like this, and there's no presence in towards short, no nothing, there's 2 chances, right? They're either running a 3-man setup in towards that B bomb site, or it's just going to be a standard 3-2. If it is a standard 3-2, then you're expecting a rifle to be playing in towards the ramp. If they're playing double in towards that A-bomb side, that would mean that it's either Arfrost with a scout or a glass cannon AWP in towards car holding short, and then a rifle who's ready to help him playing close in towards long, right? And that means that you're ready to fight the long guys, the Oper gets 1 kill, and then you play the A-bomb side on a retake. But when that Molotov comes through, that means that there is a player on the bomb side, which in a certain situation could mean you're either playing a very weird setup on A with 2 people, or you just have 3 guys. And I think they might have just read into it.
A little bit late on the lookout there from Antivirus. ADK know the pressure's on. Cannot afford to be reset too many times. Of course, saved rifles has kept them afloat buy-wise. And nothing really changes unless VRSDelivery can actually perform this comeback. They haven't completely turned the tide just yet.
Leveled up odds by Thunderpick as well for this one. This is getting very tight, and you can understand why. TDK are still very competitive, but they are losing consecutive rounds now on the CT side. VRSDelivery looking a lot more cautious than usual. Fnatic on 21 and 10. He's had a phenomenal map.
Fantastic, hasn't it? Since the very beginning.
Yeah, just got to keep it up. They are going into the Rifle of Exile, but with the util, they should be able to molly Nafany out of position, make it uncomfortable for those 2 CDs.
That's what they'll try and do. That's some decent HE damage, but Exile getting 1 shot
very low.
and still being alive can make this disruptive. How much damage can he do? Keeping his head low, but the long play from Xanta is the one that puts VRSDelivery in the toughest of spots.
Look at the mid flank.
Can he get there on time? Frost can sense there's something odd in the air.
He can get a double kill.
Oh, this could be massive. Massive indeed. Headshot, but Sugar gets away through the smoke, and that means Antivirus is alone onto the site, and that information is known now. They can tailgate it onto the site and get that bomb defused. I don't think there's anything Brillo can do. He can throw down a molly, but it's a bit too late.
Kit.
No, it's not too late. Without the kit, this is an impossible defuse. He's closing up. Surely they know he's looking to close up this distance. He can hear Sugar in that angle, looking for the headshot. Sugar is able to support his teammate, and there is time for the defuse. There should be, and yes, finally, TDK break their silence and are looking to close up the map.
What a round out of backside as well. That hero M4 does so much, and Xantor in towards long as well. Brillo just couldn't see the second guy. Antivirus misses a shot. That was very undecisive as well. He didn't really know what he wanted to do, right? Do I want to kill the short guy and then go for the diffuser? Do I want to go for the jump? And then in the end, it's a labor jump. Didn't even hug the wall properly. It was such a weird play. I presume the pressure was up there, but VRSDelivery crumbling when it matters the most. And it's another half-buy working out for one of these two teams.
Okay, is this where we left off? Frosty was having entry moments like this at the start of the game. We're back into that territory now. If this is going to be an A hit, it has to be very decisive, has to be very crisp and smooth.
He's
but
not looking
TDK
at
have made
short.
this very difficult to take over.
What?
Shot connecting twice for Antivirus. A site defenders in the ground, face parted, mud in their face. And if you're DDK, do you want to go for this?
No.
I don't think so.
Nope, you just call it off. This is such a mental play out of Antivirus, by the way. Because Arpros gets the kill from short. And that's one of these moments where you're just saying, well, he just got in the kill from there. Knowing Artfrost, he's probably going to be very mobile. So Antivirus decides, I'm going to ignore the possibility of him holding an angle in towards short. A different angle. I'm just going to walk in. No utility, no flashes, no mollies. I'm just going for the jugular. Hoping I catch him on the timing. Hoping he's already out of here.
I'll tell you what, though, Ted, that was nuclear from Antivirus.
Xantor might die. Double kill coming out of Antivirus.
Huh.
1 round game.
Who would have thought? Not fully convincing T slides from VRSDelivery, right? You're kind of delivery, right? You're kind of hoping on some star picks to get you going in the right direction, and that's not a reliable thing to hope on.
I mean, it kind of feels like it's been the case for both teams, if you get what I mean. Because then for the side of TDK, you could say Xantor's impact in towards long has been massive, but then try and pinpoint a couple of things that tactically, stylistically have been working out very well for them. Axel had that big round with a hero M4. Let's not forget, TDK have won 1 round since VRSDelivery got the guns out, right? Since they lost that anti-half buy. They've gotten 1 round, and that was a half buy for them too. And that was Axel and Xantor having hero rifles being able to find the impact. So VRSDelivery has been the better team when it comes down to the buy rounds. And I'd say, sure, they are relying a lot on the individuals, but there's been a couple save situations, a couple very good calls, a couple good reads, and good mid-round calls out of VRSDelivery. So, yeah, I'd say in that previous round, it was just an individual popping off. It was Antivirus getting them or bailing them out of a very tough spot. But all in all, a lot of the ideas have been sound for the T's. Antivirus is back on the server.
Never mind.
No.
I love that the moment you said it, he disappeared, and he's back again.
Antivirus is back on the server. He is. Easier.
I feel like it's one of those antivirus ads that pop up. That you know when you used to download what was it? WinRAR, probably, right? WinRAR, that
No,
kind
there
of
was
you
a
had
couple.
the
There was a
option to
couple.
download McAfee for free.
Yeah,
Or
no,
something like
there was
that.
a couple things. There's a couple things that make you download an antivirus, or there's a couple other things that make you download Opera,
Like
for
a-
example.
Like a torrent client or something, like
Yeah.
uTorrent.
I think it was uTorrent. But I think
feel
me
like
and you
it's
are going to know
WinRAR as
what
well, maybe.
uTorrent is more than a lot of the other people, because we are from Eastern Europe. And
No, come on, torrenting should be worldwide thing. Well, not anymore. I don't think. I don't think many
it's a bit
people.
illegal now.
It's a bit illegal. No, torrenting is fully legal. Torrenting is just a method of downloading.
No,
The
torrenting.
sources of what you download are
No, you know what? Torrenting is fine. It's
Torrenting
just
is
the fact
legal.
that it's Eastern European culture, man. Do you think anyone was paying for movies back in the days?
Hey, I'm not admitting to anything.
Well, it's been a while, and I was like 5 years old back then, so I am admitting I did it. I wanted to watch Shrek.
It's just a protocol of sharing, man. P2P. Sharing is caring. Have you heard of that? Or are we talking about Eastern Europe and getting into a communism discussion?
Oh, no. Sharing is caring.
Okay. Oof. Axar, it felt like he was ready for that confrontation, but still Swonko is able to get that pick first.
Long push. He's heard the steps of the second player, but there's another guy that's holding. That's going to be Patero. Do you want to go for that play? You might have to with all that pressure in towards middle.
Great flash. And the entering from Sugar is just more spectacular. Sure, somehow doesn't manage to shut down antivirus, but getting the 2 picks is more than you could hope for. Suddenly, this is a round within grasp for TDK.
God.
Swonko under the radar, though.
The bomb's going short.
Did not have a clue. And surely you must know there's another B player that assists the flash into the Tun's push. Now you know where Outfrost is, and this makes things complicated. Swonko, that is massive.
Is he going back?
2 players are separated, and now you're wanting to walk over to this B site. Thing is, Outfrost will distract you and disrupt you. What do you do with this? Smoke? Does that work against them a little? Yes, it does. Oh, you're probably thinking that's not the wisest, of course, to make... Not for the USP side angle. Swonko, are you expecting this? Yes, you are! And you are fully ready for the quad-piece clutch!
That is so crazy. What a mental round of Counter-Strike. The mid-walk out of Swonko. The flash in. And the moment that you see Sugar get that double kill, you're thinking round's over. Nafany's looking towards the right-hand side. As the smoke is fading, he's just fully exposed to middle. And then they try to go back. So many weird individual moments, but Swonko's there with a 4-piece, and this might have been what breaks TDK's backs. Lower push. They should be aware.
Backs maybe, economy not yet. And as long as that's flowing for TDK, it's not out of reach, technically.
Nafany's dead.
Ooh, they've heard the burn.
He's staying.
Will they expect him to stick around? M4 the AK moment right there. Numbers advantage for the Poles.
That's a big opener as well, and such a key round. That was one of the M4s. You've got Xanter on an MP9, and they're already running a little bit lower on Yuto. Where did they go with this? That's the big question.
Gathered. At least not yet for VRSDelivery.
You should know they have an AWP as well on Arfrost, right? They've got enough money for that. So no matter where you go, it's going to be a game of avoiding the open, not giving chances. You need to use these flashes and these smokes, but the open is currently down in towards CT spawn. So if you do execute short, Arfrost might be isolated from the action.
You have Axile though, and he's been massive on some of these holes. This one will not be one of them.
You gotta go. You gotta call it off. You're running out of money. You've lost the bomb side. Arfrost is still there with the AWP and towards CT spawn, but you've got Xanter down long with an MP9, and he's not being given a fight. This is gonna be 12 rounds VRSDelivery. This is map match and tournament point.
I wouldn't be surprised if VRSDelivery look to go for the chase here. Sure, it's difficult to track down players that could be anywhere, possibly moving into that B side, kind of fortressing themselves in. Santa's taken down, and now you're probably looking for that lookout.
You don't care about the money, by the way. You get that AWP out of Arfrost's hands. He's not going to have another one going into the next round. This would be all on the line on that save and hunt. Look at the 2 players coming in towards the tunnels. They want to take everything.
It's so unfortunate for Arfrost. Shot lands, but it's through the door. Can't quite get the shutdown. You know where Sugar is now. Damage dealt. Arfrost is holding on to that AK with his dear life and will succeed to take that to the next round. A must-hold situation. TDK have an opportunity to keep things to overtime, but it's VRSDelivery to successfully perform the comeback. Now they are the ones in charge.
Did you ever think you'd see these guys in the grand final? Did you ever think you'd see them in a position where they can even run away with the trophy? But the thunder is here. The storm really is brewing, and VRSDelivery is just 1 round away.
That must have been so frustrating, but you can't let that get to you. TDK have to remain fully focused Some of these shots from the poles have been monstrous. Taro stepping up. And he's had the quietest of the games from VRSDelivery. And it feels
Fnatic
like
was blinded.
another moment like this.
Yeah, I think there was a flash from Nafany for Xanter to go for the peak, but Fnatic got the kill regardless. Nafany's alone.
Swonko pushing past the smoke! Patera chiming in as well. This is well over unless magic can come through from TDK players. And the magic has just been found! Axel has just brought things back. Sprayed up through mid. Sugar taking down Fnatic, and this could be problematic. Brilu, though, is not checked, and he's playing the trigger discipline game. There is no way that just happened. Swonko on the clutch. Surely he's got spotted. Surely they know he's crossed. No, they don't. They absolutely do not know. Axel, though, will check it either way. And TDK draw it out to overtime.
What a round. What a turnaround. How is this game still going? They didn't even have a defuse kit on anyone but our Frost. That was a 5 versus 3. They make their way onto the bomb side. They can plant the bomb, and no one is covering the new box. The double kill out of Exile. This is the play. No one is looking towards the smoke. No one's ready for it. There's one. There's a second. And from that point on, it just starts going bad. Brilu cleared out, not getting a kill. You cannot make this up.
They needed magic. Axel pulled out a wand. There is no telling where this map is going. And by extension, the series.
Absolutely mind-boggling. And how do you respond to all of this? Opening kills have been going in favor of the T's for the last couple of rounds. TDK switching things up with a little bit of mid presence. This time, not a push in towards lower, but in towards top mid.
Nafanit's been spotted though. There's a pre-fire attempt there from Patero, and he's been monstrous on a couple of the last shots. But instead of Nafany dropping back, he's going into suicide.
Yeah, he's gone deeper. Patero should be aware of the possibility.
Yeah, he's lined the back a little bit, but he hasn't been pressured just yet. So maybe he's let that fly.
Thing is, Nafany cannot really support that A player like this. And with the Util starting to go there, they might misread the situation. They might think it's naked. This fake could actually work.
It could. But will it? Sugar. I don't think he spotted out Swonko, but he's looking to get there quicker. Swonko. Great entry. That's the B site. It's opened up. The bomb is there. They can plant.
This is so weird. Nafany's still in towards T-spawn, by the way. He's wondering where he should go.
VRSDelivery. Surely they should know there's someone that could be lingering in the T-spawn.
They're saving.
Is that information given?
It doesn't matter. I mean, they're saving. Even if Nafany gets both of these kills, by the way, you're not retaking that B bomb side. You're just not. There's no way you are.
All coming down to Swonko's entry on B, leaving the site exposed with a single holder available.
Are they going? This is going to be so late.
Players busy, but you're right. It's a late effort. Molly onto antivirus. He could get funneled out into the open. Patera doing wonder work, and antivirus cannot fall. Alpha realizes this is not going to be a situation where he'll win. Patera goes down with the explosion, but round one by VRSDelivery.
That was so weird because Nafany's in a good position, but his spot doesn't really indicate exactly which bomb side they're going towards, or let me correct that. It indicates they might be going A, because he spotted one player in front of long, just holding in towards mid for the push. He doesn't see anything else. Boosted over in towards lower, doesn't get challenged, not even a flash, not even a sound being made by those two players in towards the tunnels. And then the util comes in towards long. That was just screaming, we're going A with a full-on execute.
Okay, first shot for TDK. Patero, he's really stepped things up, and Brilu's not letting that pace slow down at all. 3v3. These two teams are not scared getting their hands dirty, that's for sure.
Very noisy with climbing on top of the box. Swonk must have heard all of this.
And he's ready for it. Swallowing up, pressure coming in from long. Nafany is no longer in a position to help. The double AWP setup might just implode. Cross smoke may not be the right call for Nafany. He's not going to be looking right in front of Swonko's hands. He is truly having A great overtime session.
He's had such a recovery throughout the map as well. It was such a slow start out of Suonko on that second map. But now it feels like he's back to his Mirage self. Running around, getting kills, beating HYPERSPIRIT in a straight up 1v1. Overtime affairs going in favor of VRSDelivery so far. Yet to drop a round on that T side. And I don't care how confident you are in your T side, TDK. You need at least one here on the defense. Double up setup even being brought out. Nafany and Frost.
Very slow. And fairly silent for the Polish squad. Suonko's used that ball as utility, and now he's saying, trying to make this rifle sing. Dante's revealed himself, spooked by the flash. Molly directly where he wanted to stand. Flash coming in as well. There is some assistance, but Axel has left. Xanta,
oh my God.
He somehow stuck around longer than what we would thought possible, but Suonko dying here has provided TDK a breath.
Oh, Antivirus is alone in the middle with the open. He's been spotted down and tagged down.
But TDK, do they go chasing for this, or do they try and hold down this A site? That's a marvelous flash coming in from Nafany. And there doesn't seem to be a right follow-up for this. Antivirus is on the wrong side of the map to do anything about this. One pistol shot away from his demise. At least TDK are able to muster up around on the CT side.
Yeah, heroic efforts coming out of Frost. And as you pointed out, that refrag onto Suonko was massive. Flash was good. No one playing anti. Provided Frost with the opportunity to start mowing people down, even with the AWP. It's a one-round game, and for everyone that is just joining in, this is the second map of the grand final. TDK still trying to push for an Anubis. But if VRSDelivery get it over the line, that would be their first tournament online of this caliber to win in 2026. Shout out hotspawn.com one time. Same over to Thunderpick.
Big nade. Axel wanting to walk in front of it, doesn't quite get there on time. VRSDelivery so far in control. 4 players out on long, and TDK wanting to move towards this A site. This spells disaster.
Hope's here.
And now you realize, do you want to double down or rotate?
You don't have a choice.
You are doubling down. Moving a little bit forward time by time. Frost finally wins the AWP duel.
Oh,
Spray through the smoke, and nothing has been decided.
That's a 2v5, boys. Let's not overdo it.
Fnatic trying to close in. Hugging the wall so he's not visible by Xanta. Waiting for assistance to arrive from Suonko as well into the smoke. Fnatic has been able to survive. Frost lands another bullet, and now it's 2v2. From a 2v5, that's already catastrophic. Now Suonko is left on the clutch, and he also gets shut down. We are now level with that 2v5 from TDK.
The amount of rounds that they've been in unlosable position, and they've let it go. It's absolutely crazy. VRSDelivery, they're doing everything they can right now to keep TDK in this game. And I know that doesn't sound well. It doesn't sit well with them. They're definitely very frustrated, but so many of these individuals could have played the situation better. These are the mistakes that are going to come through when you underestimate. A round like this, though, you're going to get punished. Surely you're going to get punished. Another massive recovery. Once again, Xanter being in the heart of it. His impact. Frost's impact. These two have been playing their hearts out.
AWP v AWP battle again. Antivirus forced away from it. Okay. A lot of these takes have been off of taking A control. This may be the same. Teetering on that catwalk side, at least 4 strong. But it's crisscross smokes to cause some questions for VRSDelivery on the defense.
It's a very slow round. A mid-wall coming out of Nafany. He's made it work onto Fnatic.
They've had
Lazer's
a
on top of
hard
the box.
time getting these numbers advantage, but now they have. This time, though, on B, this could get disrupted. This is crazy. What is going on? Fights all over the place. There is help around.
The bomb's going A.
And TDK are lined up for something brilliant. Brilu's position has been telegraphed, heard, and is checked. Spray, though, has worked for him. Artfrost, though, knows where to pre-fire, and antivirus. There's no way in this world you are clutching this up.
No, he's not. Dancer's got the kill. And now you're looking at map point TDK. And surely they do it. Surely they take us to another one. And it feels like they deserve it. It feels like VRSDelivery had so many chances to close out this game into a 5 versus 3 on that A bomb site. A 2v5 in the previous. TDK finally get an opportunity themselves, and they're double upping on that T side.
Missed opportunities on both sides, to be fair, to close this map. VRSDelivery being the most recent one, and that has got to hurt, right? Getting so close to the prize. Getting so close to the biggest upset of the tournament. Every game they played has gotten more difficult and more difficult. And now they take matters into their own hands to take Upper Tun's control.
They've been blocked into our tunnels. This is very weird.
Naphany's
down short.
And Suonku doesn't quite realize it quick enough. Fnatic's position, though, is on telegraph. Naphany, however, is great on that damn AK. Lacking the numbers. Really needs to step up, and he's trying to play it quickly with the MP9 that's paid off. Naphany's spree has now been put to a halt. On the smoke, though, Artfrost is able to escape through. It's mad. It's crazy. Fighting fire with fire, bringing chaos to the madness. Off angle created. Surprised by Axile. And antivirus in an all too familiar position and flawless OTT side by TDK puts them 1-1 on the map score.
Can you believe it?
Over to you. Break that down, my man.
Where do we start? There's just too many places where that game got absolutely crazy. I guess let's do this chronologically and jump all the way back to the first half, because that feels like a different lifetime. At this point, what a bizarre map this has been. That first half, that was an absolute nightmare for the side of VRSDelivery. They, of 4 of 5 gun rounds in a row, they lost the first pick. And they got shot through the mid doors. They got picked by, fast spawns on long, and then getting caught out in the open. And when you're losing that many opening picks, it's just a completely unplayable scenario. And I'm honestly surprised, given how rough in that respect it was going, that they managed to get 5 rounds out of that half. Because, man alive, for the life of them, they couldn't, get into a regular gun round with a fine advantage. Part of the reason they did make it up to 5 is because they won a pretty critical half-buy round at the midpoint of that half, and it sort of stabilized and at least kept them in contention moving forward in seconds. So honestly, that first half, it felt all TDK. They're getting so many openings. Artfrost seems to be hitting every bullet humanly possible across as well, and with all those things factoring in, yeah, it's not a surprise that TDK won so many T rounds, and they lost pistol as well. So to get 7 for them, you got to be doing something right. Second half, that is when it starts getting pretty funky. Second round, this is after losing pistol. VRS forced up. They had an opening kill on long, and they tried to scale up and take the bomb site, and it was just an absolute mess. So many players flying around, util everywhere. Nobody was anti-flash, and they got absolutely shredded trying to cross long. And that was kind of the first of these moments where this game unfortunately started to fall apart. We had some other bizarre rounds as we got deeper into that second half. A 4v5 half-buy win from VRSDelivery kept them in the game right towards the end. That was a round onto B, and I watched it back several times, and certainly from the CT's perspective, from TDK's perspective, they'd be absolutely livid. They lost that round, and from that position, the money was actually so good for VRSDelivery that it looked like they're just going to close out the map and win the tournament. But then we had the moment, final gun round, massive advantage, taking the A-bomb site, and Axel jumps up on the quick back cat boxes manages to get 2, fall back, and stay alive, and salvage that round for his team. And yeah, that's how they got into overtime. It was all Axel. What a bonkers round. We then get into overtime itself. It actually looks so good in that first half of overtime for VRSDelivery. These are some of the rounds you're starting to see in a moment in the replays. They played a fabulous first half, actually, of said overtime, and they looked really good. And they were in such a fine position. They were playing much cleaner Counter-Strike. And the moment that half switched and they got onto the CT side, it was just absolute unbridled madness. Some of the rounds, it was quite obvious to me that the pressure of being on the brink of winning the tournament, and in those moments, really got to some of those players. A lot of bizarre moves, a lot of miscommunications and crazy late rounds. And the one that's going to hang over VRSDelivery, the polls the most, is round 28 in that first bout of overtime. 5v2 on the A-bomb site would have put them on championship point, and it just completely falls apart. I mean, to lose a 5v2 in the position they were in, you have to make a lot of mistakes. And unfortunately for them, it was kind of one mistake too many, cost them the map. And TDK, how they've managed to win that, given some of those situations, it's just madness. As much as, they played good Counter-Strike, the list of insane moments and bizarre mistakes coming out from VRSDelivery is no doubt a factor. So, credit to TDK for hanging in that map, but I'm not sure they should have won it. And the number of scenarios where somebody like Axel, like Xanta, people like this have to bail them out from seemingly impossible positions is a little bit jarring, honestly, and was a bit mad to watch. So, bonkers map. Dust 2 then in the can. Going to be tough, I think, for both teams to get their head around what just happened. The decider of this series is going to be Anubis, and if the map we've just seen is anything to go by, Anubis tends to end up in a lot of crazy afterplants and chaotic moments, and riflers up close and people getting lost in smokes. I expect nothing less than abject madness for this final map, and at least from a statistics perspective, this is a map where both teams are very comfortable. They'll play it in a lot of series. They win a great deal of these games, and neither team is unhappy about this being on Anubis, but good luck anybody that's trying to predict what's going to happen from here, because that second map, particularly towards the end, defied all logic. And again, TDK's individuals and some huge moments to salvage rounds is the only reason this is going to a third map. Without those, it would be championship to their opponents. So Anubis then to finish this series. Quick break, and when we're back, we'll see who will emerge as victor of this edition of Thunderpick. We'll see you then.
And it's time for the final map of the Grand Final, the Thunderpick World Championship Europe Series 1 of 2026. TDK are able to win on Dust 2. Eventually, it did take overtime, but now it's the fight for all the marbles right here, right now.
And the pistol's already started. The fast-paced round in Source and Antivirus. Welcome back to the good old Dust 2 highlight moments, my friend. He's got more in the trunk, and Brilu's gonna help him out with the final one, but it's a 4-piece out of Antivirus. Sorry, a 3-piece out of Antivirus. And the Poles start things off with a converted pistol around Pavlos. This map might be yet another piece of craziness.
Yeah, I mean, it started very much like the previous map did. I think it was Fnatic who got 3 picks right off the rip on the previous one, and now it's Antivirus's turn to do the same thing. Same team, different guys, same result. 1-0 from the get-go. Having the pistol really helped their endeavor in the previous one as well, kept it close. But let's not talk about Dust 2. Let's focus on this one.
This should be a much more competitive map. In general, Dust 2 should have been cleaner for TDK in their favor, and that was very close, right? But VRSDelivery still made it quite close. They had a 5 versus 3 at a map match in tournament point, and they couldn't win it. Then they lost the 5v2, but this one should be good for both teams, right? We've seen no very bad losses, a lot of wins, good results generally for both TDK and VRSDelivery on Anubis lately. We're expecting a competitive affair. Ooh, okay.
Arfros has had some scrumptious moments as well. All series long. I mean, bomb plant is very, very possible, although it is teetering towards the potential connector crunch. It hasn't really felt comfortable for them to get to the bomb planting duties, which is surprising. Maybe there's something that was missed throughout it all, but Suonko's quad piece will permit the round win for the Poles.
All right. It's a good start out of the Poles. They don't let TDK get a bomb plant as well on the back of that opening kill out of Arfros. Will be interesting to see how Arfros does, right? Because as Alan pointed out, and as we were talking about throughout the second map, it felt like he was the one to step up in the most important moments alongside Xanter, right? Axel had a couple moments, Nafany as well, Sugar too, but all in all, it felt like Xanter and Arfros were the only 2 constants. Anubis usually not the most heavy map in the world, but you can still get away with a couple very nice plays. Still have some options. All in all, though, this map relying a lot more on heavy executes, a lot of rifle work, a lot of utility. There's a reason that people called it the Valorant map early on when it got released.
Bit of a standstill, though, with the molly dropping. TDK unable to move much forwards. There is reception. 2 players hanging tight. The mollies and smoke start to drop. Terror close by. MP7 ripped off his hands. TDK continue with the push. Fnatic nearby. Ooh, he's been hurt. So they will pre-fire that position along with Brillo. And with that, it is a swift and clean take for TDK.
Yeah, felt very uncomfortable there, right? Wanted to make that step in towards the left-hand side. Be the one to peek into TDK instead of the other way around. So Unco's still going for this. He's going to get a freebie onto Axile, but now his position has been given away. This has suddenly become a lot more doable. He's got a defuse kit on the right-hand side ready to pick up as well, I believe. And 1v2. 1 player spotted.
Some damage on the nade. And
He's going to force him out.
Found. Okay, Xanter. All right.
I want to say that was a little bit terrifying. It's a nice find out of Xanter, but if he goes down, there was enough time for the defuse and he had a smoke Suonko. So that was a nice attempt in the 1v4. And still, a very important round on the board for TDK. Look at what that has done to the economy of VRSDelivery. I wonder, when their name is VRSDelivery, does that mean that they are the ones that deliver VRS to the other teams?
Maybe. Or do they think they were transferring their VRS points from Oromon to the next squad, I don't know. And that's why there's an interim name between Oromond and Dragonclaw. Not sure how that works.
Okay. I mean, it literally works as where the core of the team goes. That's where the VRS goes.
So
right?
it is a VRSDelivery.
Some extent, but they're not joining an organization, just changing their name to a non-existing organization. So is it really a different project? Not really. So it's not really being transferred.
It gives you the illusion of it being transferred, and sometimes the illusion is enough.
Oh.
I don't know, man. I'm scrapping at straws here.
No, I get it. It's kind of, you know, when you change your, I don't know, your phone wallpaper, and then you suddenly think you're a new man.
Oh, I've done that so many times.
You're like, I've entered a new chapter
I've got a new
now.
phone. Yeah, we'll try taking the case off once in a while. You're like, oh, this is new. Sugar, great entry. Antivirus struggling to keep afloat given the number of bodies approaching from all sorts of directions. It's looking clean and decisive. It feels like TDK have come alive.
Yeah, I think this is the beauty of it as well. I think Nafany's always been a fan of just go for a straight up off a spawn call, right? Just play a bit more set Counter-Strike. I know when you look at the T sides of Mirage, for example, back in the days, there was a lot of let's just play defaults, go for dry peaks, not a lot of utility. Well, this is the evolution of Nafany as an IGO. And nowadays, it feels like he is confident on a map like Anubis, where you can just allow yourself to play set off of spawn Counter-Strike, snappy-esque style. Maybe not as quick, obviously. He does love a slower round of Counter-Strike Nafany in comparison to Snappy. To be fair, everyone does. Shout out Snappy one time. But yeah, A bomb side abusement. A lot of executes. This is going to be another one of them. Patero, P250, all alone.
We should get to.
Very dead. And they've seen him.
Never mind. Goodbye. I mean, there are worse ways to die. No, probably not. Because you saw your body getting dismantled by the first.
There's dumb ways to die.
Yeah, there are definitely dumber ways to die. I mean,
Yeah,
that was
nice song, that one.
Was that song created for the actual game?
I'm not sure.
Cartoon?
Ooh. All right, Sugar. Someone's online. We haven't really said Sugar's name too much since the start of this game, Pavlos, and I think there's been a reason. Obviously, he's a little bit of a support element on this team. He's not usually the guy that shines, but Sugar is a lot more experienced than a lot of people think, right? Obviously, not the same experience as guys like even like Xanter and Exile, or Xanter and Arfrost. Sorry, obviously Exile and Nafany being the most experienced in terms of play time at tier 1, but Sugar's been playing the game professionally for 6+ years at this point. He was part of GMT back in 2020, 2021, played on Aurora for 2 or 3 months in 2022. That was a much different Aurora lineup than what we know today. It was an Aurora with Lackey, Chiron, Delusion, Starix, and then he went through teams like Boston Crab, Websters, and Celio as well, where he was playing alongside Xanter. So there's a little bit of a camaraderie there, but Sugar, definitely mechanically a very strong piece. It's just the fact that I don't think he's in that chapter of his career where this is what he brings to the team. I think it's more the fact that he's willing to sacrifice a lot, but sometimes he's on mechanically and it's still pretty decent to watch. Makes you forget that he's a very sharp shooter. Also coming out of Uzbekistan. Not a lot of
Uzbekis.
a lot of, yeah. Oh no, it's Azerbaijan. I'm sorry. I had a moment. That's the Azerbaijan flag. It's not Uzbekistan.
Now I'm curious what the Uzbekistan flags look like. Uzbekistan. Oh, okay. I see where the confusion comes in.
It's
The
blue, white,
blue and
green.
the green
Yeah,
are the
it's
same,
blue,
but
white,
there's
green.
white in the middle. Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
Okay.
But this is
Hey,
Azerbaijan.
I wouldn't say it's an outrageous mistake. It's okay. It happens. But
It is because I actually know both of them.
you know
It
both
is.
of them personally, the countries.
Yeah, I do.
You exchange emails with them,
Yeah, all the time.
telegrams, the old kind, not the app.
I do know because
Good
of the Grand
pen
Prix,
pals.
you know, F1. It goes to Azerbaijan, Baku.
That's fair.
Yeah. Grand Prix of Baku.
Is it Baku or Baku?
It's spelled BAKU. So be my guest. Whatever, whatever tickles your fancy.
My mother tongue is Greek, dude. I need intonation.
In my mother tongue, it's Baku. So I'm just going Baku.
Well, off of
Baku.
the F1 commentator's way of saying it, it's Baku for me.
Baku,
but the Brits are horrible at pronouncing things, so I believe you more.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, you say the Brits are awful at pronouncing stuff.
They are.
Yeah, no. I mean, this is the country that literally would say Kiev instead of Kiev, you know?
Fair.
Yeah.
I hear you. Hey,
Krakow
sorry,
instead of Krakow.
I'm sorry, but then there are like cities like Brugge.
Sure.
And then you see it spelled as BRGGE, and then you're like, how the hell am I supposed to say that? Bruges. Yep, it's Bruges.
Yeah. No, I get you. Some of them are easier to say in English, definitely. That's fair.
I mean, anything that has to do with Dutch. Sorry, I lived in the Netherlands for a few years. I love the country, love the people, but that language, dude, the sounds, it's peculiar.
Yeah. In case you're wondering, by the way, why we're having that podcast conversation, that's because there's some technical difficulties, but worry no more. We're just gonna we're gonna keep talking about geography here and culture, you know, enlighten you. I will say, Pavlos, I think because I've been exposed to some. You know, so some of these languages as well in my time. And I will say, I don't think the Netherlands and Germany are as confusing as the Scandinavian countries.
I'd actually separate one particular Scandinavian country. I'd say that's Finland. And and I've got a fun fact for you, Ted.
Yeah,
which
but Finnish
country
is very
in
different.
Europe, I know, which is why I'm asking you this question.
Sure.
Which country in Europe has the most similar language to Finland?
Russia.
Hungary.
Oh yeah, it is Hungary. It is Hungary. I know that. Why did I say Russia?
That's okay. I mean, the neighboring countries, I get it.
I think it's because it is Hungary. I know that.
Do you know
I was
the
in
reason?
Hungary a couple
Do you know the
months
law?
ago.
Do you know the law?
Do I know the law?
Yeah, why that is the case? Because they're of Mongolian descent, apparently, and and because of various wars at the time, etc., both Finland and Hungary retained some of those elements, while others completely ignored them.
I now realize that me and you did talk about this in Budapest
we
more than half a year ago, but I have forgotten about the existence of this
we were definitely in that country for a month for the major, and I completely forgot about that. We've definitely had this discussion before.
Oh, yeah. I just realized that you said Mongolia. That is an interesting conversation because a lot of countries have have had Mongolians come over. It was kind of like one of the biggest dynasties in the history of mankind.
Biggest territories ever gained by Mr. Genghis Khan himself.
Yeah, sorry to everyone who's here to listen us talk about Counter-Strike. It's just we've got a prolonged technical timeout right here. We don't really know what's going on. But for those of you that are just joining in, we can give you a little bit of a revamp of what's happened so far. Yeah. So we are currently in the last and final day of the Thunderpick World Championship 2026 Europe Series 1. This is the first series, as the name suggests, of a list of tournaments that are going to go through for the next couple of months, up to more than a year. And we have these every year, and they usually culminate with a LAN final that comes through at the end of it all. So we started it off with 24 teams on the 23rd of May, and now on the 31st of May, we're left with just these two. That's because we had single elimination bracket playoffs starting from the round of 16. And now we're in the grand finals where TDK that have beaten OG Omega and TC are playing against Dragon Claw that started the event as Oromont, changed a couple names, beat Johnny Speed, CYBERSHOKE, and KOLESIE. And now we're on the third and final map. Winner of this one takes home the trophy and $12,500. Sorry.
That's fine. You got there, man. Nice.
That's fine.
Good.
Yeah.
Good.
And we're ready.
I'm ready. I love the fact that the production team brought out the replay for the first map, and they only got over the first couple of rounds before things started. It's like, oh, okay, now they decided to get things going. When we wanted to do something interesting, but talk about things interesting. TDK taking up a lot of mid control. Fnatic looking to see what he can do about it, but Napoli jumping outside of the smoke, and Sugar following up with similar speed. Frost very quick to find the shot onto Brilu, and with that, VRSDelivery are no longer relevant in the round.
Also, another part of that story that I was telling, in case you're just joining in and you weren't here for the rounds pre the technical timeout, TDK have been abusing that A-bomb site quite a lot since the start of that game. This is the 4th consecutive A execute we've seen out of Nafany and Co, and the 4th one that actually works. GenOne and antivirus locked out of the round. Thinking about the save once again, and TDK, you're going to start seeing the money build up and pile up for the T. So soon enough, they will start going for the hunts in rounds like these. And VRSDelivery did win the pistol in the second. But all in all, have been struggling when it comes down to the buy rounds. Anubis being the T-sided map that we all know it is, it's not that big of a deal to have a slower start on the defense. But considering the big momentum shifts that we have witnessed and the missed opportunities from VRSDelivery to close out the game on map 2, I feel like TDK mentally are going to start feeling more and more comfortable with the idea of just running away with this. Oh yeah, also, Pavlos, I did see the chat, and that is an interesting remark that I was going to make as well. Finland is a Nordic country, but they're not a Scandinavian country.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah, Scandinavian countries are just Sweden, Denmark, and Norway.
That completely.
Yeah.
Got from my brain. Brillo. Yeah, it's hard to stick around there, but Swanko is able to get an adequate amount of damage to keep things equal in terms of numbers. Are the CTs in proximity to get the weapons? That's the big question. And it feels like Patera knows it's a good idea to stick around on A. Which is why Artfrost not having his gun out is very, very dangerous.
Oh,
Still
God.
connects, though. The adaptation is superb. Oh, boy. Looks like VRSDelivery aren't allowed to have any fun. To be honest, though, they've been getting away with damn too many pistol rounds.
This is so weird, by the way. This is still a dangerous round. Artfrost doesn't want to get a nade out. He doesn't want to risk the timing. Oh, God, and he's hit the shot. This is such a weird couple of fights going in for Artfrost, but he somehow hits all of them.
I'll tell you what, though, Ted. If this was TDK on any of the previous 2 maps, you could have called this map over, right? This round over. VRSDelivery have gotten a lot of these pistol rounds to go their way. But TDK this time around were able to adapt on the fly, think about what is the best case scenario. Sure, require individual madness from Artfrost, but they didn't fall victims to another, which is a positive.
Well, Nafany did. He's out. So we're gonna have a bit of a discussion. I feel like it is Artfrost bailing them out big time. I think Alan made the point as well after the end of the second map that it felt like a lot of these rounds would have been done and a lot of maybe the game would have been over by now if it wasn't for Artfrost stepping up and his mechanical ability just being insane, right? He might not be putting himself in the best positions ever, but it's just the mechanical skill. It's just how quick he is. He's able to bail himself out. And unfortunately, Nafany is disconnected, so we can, you know, go back to speaking a little bit slowly, more slowly. We can do that if you want. We can play with... there's a bunch of people. There's a bunch of people in chat that are responsive. Or, you know what we can do, Pavlos?
What could
production. Production. Can we request something? Can we stop the replays for a second? Let's see. Okay, we did. So, Pavlos, we are going to take turns to walk the viewers through what happened on the maps. So you pick up the first map, I pick up the second, and we go through the replays like this. Are you down?
So, sure. Which one do you want me to do? Sorry?
You do Mirage. I will do Dust.
Mirage.
So production will need to reset these replays so Pavlos can talk us through everything that happened on Mirage.
Oh, the game round starting. Okay, let's get things going. Well, VRSDelivery had one of the greatest starts to the grand final, right? Coming into this one, it was already a big surprise that they've made it all the way here. But they've had a lot of rounds in a row. They were able to win a lot of clutches. Those entries looked fantastic, and the pace in which they took on the game was frankly a little bit too much for TDK to handle. So we're seeing a lot of these replays. I think this is quite a slowed version of them, right? This is seeing quite a lot of the round itself, a save. This isn't really a highlight-worthy moment, but maybe we can bring things back.
Is that an entire replay of the map?
I think that's an entire replay of the map. This is no way.
So we're just watching about that's already over. It's already.
Well, I'm not going to go through the entire map, guys. This is not something that's going to happen.
Oh, please make him do it.
Oh boy, I'll be quiet right now.
No,
this
you
is,
know what?
This
This would be harsh. I meant the highlight package, not the entire map. We literally are watching a replay of the map that we've already seen. Live on stream. What is live?
Production is like, you asked for this. Your answers.
Oh,
like,
wait.
Okay,
We've
back to the
teleported. Is that the highlight package?
Yeah.
I'm gonna let you do your thing.
Oh well. Yeah, it was a great start. Now I don't know how quick this is gonna be, but I think eventually it was 9-1 beginning for the polls here. TDK were able to get around, and I think this was it. Other than that, it was smooth sailing. However, going on to that second half, TDK were able to bring things back a little bit, but I guess it wasn't meant to be. These clutches were the name of the game for them. We're looking at this round yet again, but spoiler alert, it was not diffused. Yeah, I think that's it for Mirage, basically. We can make the story a little bit longer by playing some of these replays. But generally very impressed by what VRSDelivery were able to bring to the table. Yeah, Axile and Nafany, some heroic efforts by the end of the half to square things up a little bit more. You guys can't see this, but Ted is laughing. He really is laughing right now. He's giggling. It's like a child that's just performed a prank. It's Halloween and he's just rung a doorbell and is like giggling as he runs away. That's basically Ted's face right now. But yeah, now he's twerking. I'm playing by playing his camera instead of what is going on here. But yeah, it was a solid map for VRSDelivery. aka Dragonclaw, aka Exoramon. But things changed when we went on Dust 2, and that's about it. Boy, a lot of rounds, aren't there? A lot of rounds. There we go.
All right.
Oh, Anubis has started. Wow!
I was getting ready for my... Where's my Dust 2, man? Why are we on Anubis? What's going on? I'll pause the game.
Pause the game. Oh, man.
What are we doing?
I hate you. I really hate
you. I set myself up to go through the longer map. I hope you realize this. I picked the overtime on Dust 2. And I let you have the quicker one.
Which
it's not my fault.
We have to watch twice.
Yeah, it wasn't my fault that we didn't get to Dust 2. We're back on the server, folks, and Xanter has been picked up by the AWP of Antivirus. So this is VRSDelivery yet to win their first buy round here on Anubis. Another Hey Exec, shockingly, doesn't work out.
Nice smoke. Makes it difficult for TDK to push, but they really don't care about smokes. They're going to try and peek them, though. It comes up with an HG push. Spray's coming across, but the AK having more bullets in the barrel is able to sustain the fight longer. TDK, though, are still on the back foot. Less players available to them. The bomb goes down, and now tempo swinging into Onko's favor. They know where Artfrost is with that shot. Burning up alive, still able to take as many down with him as possible, but the Poles get back on track.
He's looking very sharp. Once again, Artfrost, but that was a big round out of Antivirus as well. Having to walk around, collecting everything that's been dropped. He's got plenty of time for the defuse, so eventually it's going to happen from this good old angle. Nice effort out of Artfrost. If they didn't have a Molotov for the back of the pillar there, I would even put it in on his side of the court to run away with the round. Okay. We're getting some of these premium camera angles, camera paths. Look at that. Yeah. No, this is a path.
It's a path?
Yeah, it's a path. Because it's pre-programmed, it's not freestyle.
It's a path.
Yeah, see? And they're just planted. These cameras are planted around the map.
What seeds do you use to plant them? Sorry, sidestep. This is the final after all. Serious face is on. Axile taking matters into his own hands. He's been entering quite well on this map.
Oh!
And he continues to do so. The double A's from TDK are really shining today.
Yeah, Axile and Artfrost making all the difference right now in the up close and personal. Patera's going to inhale that nade. I'm surprised they're not both trying to back off. I guess he feels a little bit of pressure. Fnatic's walking closer. You don't want to give your guns away. You surely know the T's have a lot of money, so it's all about staying alive, and Patero might not be able to find that comfort. He's so low on HP. He's going through the smoke. He somehow got out of there.
He heard your thing about the paths, and he's just found one of his own.
Yeah, and this is a good switch up out of TDK. I mean, it's such a basic concept as well, right? We were abusing the A bomb side. We finally lose around there, so we just go for a quick B split, right? And now, I'm not going to be surprised after winning this round if they were to just go back to A. It's been a very simplified T side out of TDK so far, yet efficient. Good utility, good entries, nice pathing, as you pointed out. And the money on the CT side is already quite miserable as well after losing the prior. It's there on an MP7. They do have the M4s, but no money for an AWP. And if they drop this one, they're going to be facing a pretty harsh reset potentially. Are they doing the same round? They're doing the same round. Exactly.
Looks like it. This time, VRSDelivery are a little bit better equipped about it. Keeping their heels in the ground. Not budging. And now Exile and Artfrost having to take care of two players each. Exile spotting out Fnatic and vice versa. Jump into A, and it's luring them in his direction. Artfrost gets given an opportunity to get the bomb. Thankfully for him, his opponents didn't realize that's where the C4 had fallen.
Oh, he's just going to back off.
No way. He gets given the chance to move.
B's open. Artfrost doesn't know it. Exile doesn't know that there's a player T mid as well, though. That's going to be antivirus.
Scary.
He's going to hear the drop.
And now they should know. Does Artfrost get there on time? I don't think he does. Look at Fnatic closing in. Surprise. Bit of a jump scare. And Artfrost gets jumped on. VRSDelivery, good adaptation this time around.
Yeah, that was a good defense in towards B. Is the only reason that they're able to fend it off, I guess, the fact that they had a 3-man start in towards that B bomb site, right? And this is probably what Nafany thought wouldn't happen, so he's just like, well, let's do the same round. They're low on money. They don't have an AWP to challenge Artfrost. He can just hold con. We walk closer. You probably needed that second guy to be going in con as well. Double fight in towards main without the util doesn't go their way, so a lot of contact affairs. And now the bomb is going back in towards A, and what could be the first default on the T side. Exile taking that space in towards A main very rapidly. Do they know he's through? Do they realize?
Great flash. But where come the kills? Sugar shut down as well. Antivirus. Talk about highlight players. Has really taken off. Fnatic, though, will not be able to stand this ground. And TDK look to split the map in two.
Nafany's crossed, and Antivirus has not spotted him out, right? He's in towards Tempo right now. The only issue is Bomb is alone. Artfrost picked up one, and now we know exactly where Antivirus is. He needs a big play.
Britto's crossed all the way from B main over into mid, and now can potentially create an angle onto Xanta. In the process, though, can TDK take side control? Xanta, I think he's realized it, but he's trying to catch a timing to escape. Brutal hot on his heels. He's been heard. And Xanta doesn't know what to do about it, where to look first, given that there's pressure from two different directions. But looks at the right place at the right time. And there's no way Antivirus gets himself in this. 10 HP, 1v2. Surely he runs off.
He's sticking around. They don't have money. He needs to save the AK. Yeah, you're right. Next round is the last round of the half. Just not running away. He probably doesn't think that they'd let him. They're not really putting up a fight. And that was another big shot. By the way, just a bit of a wake up to everyone watching. It wasn't even Xanta to get the kill. It was Artfrost.
Ooh.
From the bomb side. Yeah, this is how quick he was. That's why we were trying to emphasize on Artfrost having a massive performance. If we did have a Thunderpick MVP for this one, I feel like they win the event. We either give it to Nafany or Artfrost. Artfrost's impact throughout this grand final has been impeccable for them. And I know it's Nafany that has been the highest rated player of this team so far. in this event, especially going into the grand final. But this game has been all Art Frost. AWP, AK, M4, pistol, you name it, he does it, and he does it very well.
And now a chance to increase the lead by the time this half ends. Accumulate double the amount of your opponents. Blocked off, but he's looking for a bit of a gap. A flash breakthrough in Exile Special. But it's a one-on-one. Who does this affect more? Exile wanting to step in again off the back of a flash, but somehow Antivirus has been incredible on the trigger today.
Where do you go from here?
No info.
You cannot really write them off when Sugar and Arfrost are still alive. 25 kills combined, but it'd be difficult. They still have a lot of time to work with, though. You can regather, go in towards that A bomb site. Patero's been left alone. He's got that incendiary, though, so he's more than all right with just jiggling in front of A main and deploying the incendiary the moment that he sees them. That's exactly what he's doing, and they're actually heavy stacking that A bomb site. That means that they will eventually have to push, though, or not. Just gonna molly them in.
Sugar's been separated from the rest of the squad, but they do move through the molly to greet him. 3 versus 3, though, with Patero losing his life, and Fnatic, they won't expect him to be in this angle. Chiming right at the right moment, together with Antivirus. This is looking like a very close map.
Yeah, 5 rounds on that CT side, considering how difficult it was for them at the start. This is a great result for VRSDelivery. They won the pistol, they won the second, and then they lost 5 in a row. In towards that A-bomb site. It's been a bit of a longer affair as well because of those technical issues. Touch wood. Haven't had any of these in a while. So that's the final half of the event. Should be, unless we go into an overtime. TDK, 2 rounds ahead, but CT side Anubis. So this round still basically a necessity for them. If they do want to keep control of what's going on, that's going to be an A split. 2 players out mid, 3 players of Carpers. Arfrost playing up close and personal with the flash. Good for 1. Has the support of Exile as well, and this is already looking great for the CTs.
Antivirus looking to see if he can answer back. Suonko getting some damage himself, but it's simply not enough. And TDK, they haven't really been accumulating pistol rounds. Maybe this is their time.
Try and count the amount of triple kills Arfrost has had throughout the series and on this map as well. I feel like this was maybe his 2nd, 3rd, maybe even... I don't want to say 4 triple kills he's had, but 3 of them I think is quite a reasonable guess so far on Anubis. The multi-kills have not been evading this young man, and that's now put them in a very good position. Regardless of being on the CT side of Anubis, you've won the pistol, you're probably going to find yourself up 9-5. Then you win 1 buy round, and Bob's your uncle. You've grabbed the bull by the horns. In a good way.
As good as it can be.
Yeah.
Delivery could act like a bull and be unpredictable at any moment. Arfrost, this is scary. Throws back an cheese, a little bit premature. But Brillo being low is aggressing in. And Arfrost does not falter in positions like this. Yet another multi-kill. And still 2 more to find. They're pincered in. Locked in. But allowed to settle.
Oh, he's going back for the money. MP9 dropped over by a teammate. Antivirus is such a dead man. And the swing comes in. Another triple kill out of Arfrost. Money accumulated. He can upgrade himself into an AWP if he wants to. Decides. Go for the full Uto instead. So that's going to be another M4 round out of Arfrost. Just drops that MP9 over to Santer. And he's holding on to the money. He doesn't need the op as of right now. There's no op to challenge him on the other side. And the rifles are working well, but it's all about building up the money right now for TDK. Even if they lose this round, he's going to have enough to put himself on a big green in the next. So it's a very good position. VRSDelivery, they need this round.
They do. Lose it. And you'll be falling too far behind to catch up. Grand final on the line. And Suwonko takes matters into his own hands. Great start for VRSDelivery. Suwonko doubles up. Entry provided. A site handed over. That's the round.
Yeah, and this is exactly what the doctor ordered, right? A clean execution onto the A-bomb side. Suwonko with a double kill. And TDK, regardless of the money situation, will just call it off. So now the T side has officially started. Now this is really a third map of a grand final. There was that moment when we thought TDK could run away with a clean CT side. It does get answered back though, and once again it's Suwonko bringing in the impact. It's been just him and Anti-Virus, to be fair, on this map. When you look at the kill distribution, it's absolutely mental for VRSDelivery, right? Fannatic's got 3 kills. Brilu's got 4. Patero's got 2. Anti-Virus has 17 and Suwonko's got 14. Their entire team, as of right now, is Suwonko and Anti-Virus. They've got 31 kills, the two of them. Their 3 teammates combined have 9. Yeah, exactly my reaction.
So, there's more consistency across the board needed. Or can Anti-Virus take over once again? Thunderpick odds really favoring TDK this time. Good reason for it. Give him the lead. But the must-win round from the polls was found. And it keeps them well in the fight. And that fight is brewing currently towards this A site. Silent for now, but a contact play approaching. Suwonko first in. Axel peeks, swings, and here comes the utility. Surely he'll get flushed off. Still sticks around for a pick, and together with the HE grenade, Nafany gets another. With a smoke, VRSDelivery are limited on their push, but it's a dry swing to get them crossing. Flash from Nafany, knows he'll get mollied, but it allows him to cross and get one to trade his life. With a bomb potentially to go down, TDK has to wait for the rotations to come in.
Arfros is thinking about going for a flank here, but he's just going to get spotted out. Suwonko's just going to walk behind him.
Oh dear. This is really difficult. Nanta looking to move in as well from main. No one's really checking. This could catch them off guard now. Fnatic has checked. Did he make noise with it?
Yeah, he's making steps.
Step?
Nanta needs to get that kill.
It allows Santa to move in, and both players from VRSDelivery end up on top. An amazing push by them.
That was a little bit weird. I know we've been praising Frost a lot, but the way that he approaches that situation is too risky, right? You know you've got a 3 versus 2. Both these players are on the bomb side. Axel and Nafany do a great job. You as the Opera should just back off, stay alive, and wait for your teammates to close in, right? And arrive. Staying there completely exposed in towards camera, in towards the stairs. Just staring at the bomb side. He was asking for another fight.
One dig by Zant. It's kept the numbers equal, but it's hard to imagine that TDK have had a chance in this one. Well, maybe ASTRAL makes a differ. MP9 is able to find some damage, but you would have wanted a little bit extra from that, especially considering that Sugar doesn't really have much left for him. And Axel instantly getting shut down has put the hopes of TDK to rest for this round at least, and VRSDelivery keeping this close.
Is Arfros going to run all the way towards A, out main, Canals connector to try and pick up the AK that Exile died with in Con? I think that's what he's going for. All right. That's going to be a 1-round game, though, and Arfros might have an opportunity after the bomb explosion to go and grab that rifle. Fnatic on 1 HP is probably not going for the hunt, so you could potentially get away with the premium rifle out of this. All that matters for the polls is that this round has been guaranteed. 1 round difference now. A convincing start from TDK, but VRSDelivery have done a good job to bring it back. And this map is going down to the wire. As we said before the start of this, one of the best maps for both these teams. You look at TDK stats on Anubis. You're looking at 6 wins out of their last 7 games. Fnatic, Lazer, Oxuji, Mana, CYBERSHOKE, Prospects twice. The only team that has beaten them on this map since the start of April is 100 Thieves. For the polls, there's 2 losses, Nemiga and HYPERSPIRIT. But you're looking at all the games they've played since the 20th of May, by the way. They've played 9 maps on Anubis, and they've won 7. KOLESIE, Leo, Entropy, Leo again, Eternal Fire, Fnatic, and Ursa. A lot of them on single digits for the other team. So this is as fair as a decider as we can get between those 2 teams. And the scoreboard is showing it.
The only thing that makes it a little bit crazy is the difference in pedigree, right? The amount of experience gathered at the top level for some of the players of TDK in comparison with the VRS guys. Deep push potential. Could be a good read. Not much in it for the defense. There's Xanta and Sugar potentially. What a mid control taken up from TDK. And you can see Nafani slowly closing up this distance, gaining as much ground as he can to create a flank where it's needed. Xanta alerted. Not affected by any blind. And Sugar chimes in as well. This is looking as clean as we've seen it.
Nafani's already coming in. He's going to drop the bomb. That's it. Round done.
But the thing is, Patero is stuck, so he might try and go for something aggressive here, try and take more players down with him. Would be decent, considering the economy of TDK.
I mean, wish him good luck.
Not at a thriving level.
He's going to need it. And Axel can just re-smoke him. I think it's more worth it to just walk away. Just hold on to the AKs. You've got $700. All of your teammates have money to buy into the next. So you're the only one really that's not going to have a premium rifle without a bomb plant. Going safe. Fnatic's going to do the same. And it's a clean round for TDK. Just when it started feeling like and looking like VRSDelivery is coming back. 1 round the difference, and TDK went around without being inflicted a single point of damage. Without a single bullet connecting. All 5 alive, money building up. Arfrost has got that AWP, and they've picked up 4 AKs. Now, how's that for an opportunity to close on the CT side?
Crazy how things change. But I'm not convinced this is the status quo of the rest of the map. Both teams have a lot to gain with this map, series, and tournament win. And you haven't come this far to fall short. Playing aggressive, spots that one. Here comes the push, and Nafani's waiting and expecting for it, cannot get away on time, stuck. And now in the floor. And instead of VRSDelivery amping up the pace off of that pick, they hold down.
I think they realized that this was just the start of a potential setup, and now nothing is going on towards the A-bomb side. Axel is just jiggling and has not seen anything. No one is trying to follow up and take further space in towards middle. The question is, are you going to have quick enough rotations to back up these B players? The answer is no. Xanta and Sugar need to hold on their own.
Here they come. Great entry. And you know where Xanta is, and there's a trade in place. Somehow VRSDelivery are able to catch TDK napping. And now we'll see this round to the end with a victory in the bag.
A 1-round game. Again. Again, they find a weak spot. Again, they're able to abuse one of these bomb sites. And this is how uncomfortable it is to hold in a situation like that. You play a 4v4, but it's so favorable for the T's. They just group up, hit a bomb site, and unless you get a 1 in a million type of highlight, you're never going to get away with it. VRSDelivery staying in touching distance. Now, because of the previous round and how clean it was, TDK have enough money to go for the reinvestment, and it's going to be a fairly good one. The one thing they need to pay a lot of attention to is their money in the long run. Because if VRSDelivery keep winning rounds, there is a high chance that TDK have to face off against a very harsh reset very late into this regulation time. Quite the opposite of what you really want. What is the round here? Suonko once again looking to take a little bit of a quick peek in towards middle. They've been very aggressive in the way they've been taking mid control. Look at Nafany though, he's running up. No, decided to go back. He wanted it. Still thinking about the peak.
Affected by the HE and then falling right into the hands of Fnatic. It's getting a little bit difficult for TDK. They've been discovered a few times, getting a pick by pick. And if you're TDK, do you want to play aggressive here? Do you want to try and get a pick off the back of it? VRSDelivery expecting something like this, prepared. Especially if that position is going to be connector. Axel aggresses, gets caught.
Needed to make the move, right? A lot of pressure on the B players. Arfrost doesn't have a lot of vision towards middle, and he's just going to give up his position, actually. Rotating away. They still have an opportunity. Sugar needs a multi-kill. Not going to get it.
No. And I'll tell you what VRSDelivery are going to get. Fight control and round win. Equilibrium now stored.
And now this is where things start shifting, right? Arfrost has got money. I think they're working with 2,900 going into the next round. So he can drop over. Axel will be able to buy himself. Nafany can buy himself. They're going to have one MP9, presumably. Arfrost could potentially just drop a FAMAS as well. Oh, no. Is he knifing him?
Whoopsie.
There's no way.
Yeah,
he's going for the back.
That's
he's going
crazy.
insult to injury. He doesn't give a damn about rules, about morale, about integrity. It's just the blade in the back, and Arfrost is insta-bot that AWP back. But this is VRSDelivery trying to win both the round fight and the mental competition.
I mean, they're winning on the economical front as well. Look at this. TDK limited to the 2 MP9s. They're going to go for a double orb setup. This is desperate from them to keep their CT side afloat. They lose this round, and VRSDelivery are likely going to be finding themselves on map series tournament point.
Once again, at that type of an opportunity on Dust 2, they might be able to fight for another one here on Anubis, but you have to get through Axel. He's all alone right now. A little bit of support in towards middle. First shot should be a clean one onto Petro. There is the flash. Axel with the reface. Misses.
You know, one of the orbs are here now. Do you expect there'll be a second one around? Axel hoping he can get another swing in, but the flash is just too much. Bomb down, and TDK looking to group up, but instead of grouping, Nafany wants to disrupt a little bit. Keep his opponents on their toes. Does it buy enough time for the rest of the squad to arrive? Not really. Sugar only now approaching. One flash, and that's all they have. Just thrown in. Fight heads on. Brilu comes off with a double. And Arfrost, position fully discovered. He can be the most dangerous player for DDK on the server, but nothing indicates that he can win this one. 4 players in the dirt, and VRSDelivery snatch the lead for themselves.
And you can see the shake of the mouse. Arfrost could not believe it. It's just so discouraging. The way that they've been losing a lot of these rounds, and now the money's gone. And that's what we were talking about. The terrifying prospect of having to call a full-on eco or a half-buy around a hero gun when you're down 10 to 11. This is what they need to do. Pistols purchased, a little bit of armor help, some utility. But in the end of the day, it's just going to be Arfrost soap or bust. He needs a big round, and he's had so many of them. He's on 20 and 8, but he needs to deliver once again if they are to level things up. Nice flash.
Oof.
Okay.
Hang on. It's been a bit of a theme, these pistol rounds. Eagle shots. 5.7s, Tech 9. We've seen the lot. Fnatic answer back quickly.
It was a good reaction out of Daphne. He nearly got the 1-deek, by the way. Still tagged him. It's not that big of a deal. They still do not know exactly where the op is. Arfrost might get a chance. No one's speaking towards him. He's heard the flash.
TDK, no, they've got to take a risk, and that is by putting more players on the B site. Thankfully, for VRSDelivery, that is not where they are heading. Instead, looking to face onto Axel. They've taken a lot of flame damage, but the rifles seem to prevail here. Artfrost is going to give it the good old college try. You know you've got enough to buy the next round, so you're going to give it a go. Smokes flooded the site, and you now have to traverse around, through, and beyond. Nice quick scope onto one. Now you need to figure out what the next position looks like. HE onto Antivirus lands, puts him to 72, but doesn't matter when it's an AWP in hand being noisy, and Antivirus just staying low. His opponent hasn't got a clue. Flash through, hoping that his opponent is main or something, but realizes there's no chance here without that information, without the kit. This one is over, and a situation which hands Poles a potential winning angle here.
Yeah, no diffuse kit, no smoke, the bedroom sticker on the pillar, or the graffiti, sorry. And that's because the chances of TDK of winning this game, I think, have gone through a bit of a boom. They've absolutely exploded. Left in shambles. At least there's enough money. At least you can fight it back. But this is VRSDelivery getting their second and third map match series and tournament point. They have one of these on Dust 2. They get two here on the T side of Anubis, and surely this is where it ends.
Great mollies. They've landed directly onto Xanta. The smoke is a little bit late, which means that Xanta's down to half HP. Nafany has to get himself a good spray down here if he wants to keep the hopes alive for VRSDelivery. Sugar comes in right on time, and it looks like TDK has got more fight to bring. Grenade down. A C4 out of his hands. There is more in this game.
What a hold out of Xanter. He gets just one kill, by the way. It's again Sugar with the multi, but Xanter staying alive in towards JO is so massive. They knew exactly where he was. Double molly, spam through, nade him. Doesn't make a difference. He still gets the kill, and Brilu should be going down to that AWP of Arfrost any moment now. It's a clean shot. As Arfrost blindsides the final man standing. One last opportunity. Or are we going into another overtime? Now, that would be a grand final and a half.
That'd be mad. That'd be crazy. A back-to-back OT. Second and third map of the grand final. And this is just the first Thunderpick Cup of the Europe in 2026 of this season. So competitive at the very end.
Looking like an ace split already for VRSDelivery. Flash is lined up for the camera position. Nafany, does he want to swing the smoke?
Double smokes. Both sides. You've got to be a little bit concerned if you're TDK. You're feeling pressure from multiple directions, but Fnatic's being the most silent one. Axile steps up, that's a double, but there is a quick answer back from VRSDelivery. They can get the bomb on the ground, and they have 3 versus 3.
That's for the tournament. Nafany, low on HP, tag down, gets the kill, denies the bomb plant.
And now you know one player's going to be busy getting the bomb onto the ground. Now you can seize the opportunity to crunch in. Smoke replenished.
Is he going?
Nafany crossing. Fnatic finds him. He's in a great position. They're going to try and crunch in on him, but Fnatic switching things up. This is brilliant from him. Game defining. Series and tournament winning. Fnatic's quad piece does the job. And with that, the Thunderpick EU Series 1 of 2026 falls into the hands of VRSDelivery.
3 different names, so many changes throughout the event, so many situations in games where they were the underdogs, but they do get that trophy in the end, and what a way to close it out. A 13-11 on the third map. Alan, I envy you, because you could sit there and just watch and enjoy this game.
It was a long one. Yeah, we went through all of it, all of the roller coaster, the back and forth, and I think the most fitting way about the way they won it is obviously they probably should have won on Dust 2. I mean, they had 2-3 colossal moments that went by the wayside. And to win this from essentially quite a heavy comeback and to stay composed at the end and actually look like the cleaner team in bonkers situations at the very end of this map, I think huge credit to these guys. Obviously, we came into this series, and rightfully so, we said they're playing a team with probably more skilled players, definitely more experienced players. And for a lot of this series, I think they look like the better team. So huge plaudits to them and very deserving winners. Or probably the biggest shock win actually for a while as well, given, where they are as a team. So yeah, I mean, for a squad that's obviously going through upheaval organizationally, it doesn't really get better than this. And surely, how could you have a better advertisement for getting an org than somehow pulling through this and winning this grand final? It's ridiculous. I mean, if you're one of those orgs that's on the periphery looking for a team, they surely have to now be an option.
I think what they should do is bring out a campaign. We need a 4th name, guys. We need another one. Drop it in here. But yeah, no, that was a tremendous run in the playoffs. It was, I guess it's no fluke they got here.
No, absolutely isn't. Right. And when you look at this, it's just the story of both these teams, both TDK and VRSDelivery not having organizations. And those are the 2 grand finalists, right? And I mean, props to TDK as well. They put up a very good fight. The fact that they probably should have lost the map on Dust 2 and should have lost the game on Dust 2, but they were able to bring it back is obviously going to be disappointing that they couldn't close it in the end and couldn't push for another OT, but they did qualify for ESO Pro League just a couple of days ago and made the grand final of another online event. So I don't think it's been too bad a couple of days for TDK either, with both these teams proving that if there are any organizations looking to go into tier 2, tier 3 type of Counter-Strike in Europe, you've got a bunch of teams that are already winning and making moves that maybe deserve the backing.
There's 2 players here we should definitely talk about for that third and final map. Antivirus and Suonko. I mean, the midpoint of that map, or maybe just as the comeback was starting, they were so far ahead of their teammates, stat-wise. They were probably the literal only reason they were still surviving in the game at that point. Obviously, some other guys showed up towards the end, but those 2, obviously hangovers from kind of the previous iterations of this lineup, they showed up big time to win their team this grand final.
They really wanted this. They really wanted this win, and you could tell Antivirus, I mean, throughout it, you could never count him out. Sure, Artfrost gave them a run for their money because I feel like there's another conversation to be made about the other side where you were kind of relying on the brilliance of a single player to keep your heads above water. But yeah, no, you're right. Antivirus, Suonko, Fnatic later on as well were absolute key.
No, they were. Yeah, at a certain point, they had 40 kills across the entire team, and 39 of these kills were between the 2 of them, or 31 of these kills were between 2 of them, right? So it's a little bit of a crazy stat to bring out, but they were able to buy enough time for everybody else to wake up, right? Artfrost tried to do a similar thing on the other side as well, didn't quite work out, and I just felt like Antivirus and Suonko throughout this series and throughout this event, they were quite vital for this team to make it into the grand final in the first place and then to get the win today.
Let's give TDK a bit of a final word. I mean, we've spoke about them a little bit already. It would be wrong to sit here and say they've come second. That's a disaster. It's not a bad result. They're still as a team on a decent trajectory. Maybe they're not quite yet. Perhaps when they play bigger events, they'll get there. Maybe they're not quite at the level of some of their individuals on paper. Is there anything you guys saw today that you would like them to work on to progress to the level we know on paper they are capable of playing at?
Do you want to take this?
Sure, yeah. I think that the main thing when it comes down to TDK was the fact that sometimes it felt like there was either some of the individuals that were underestimating some moments, or the fact that maybe you should be looking at the T size to some extent. I think they have the skill. I think they have the firepower. Even with the individuals making some mistakes, I don't think we can be overcritical to Artfrost because this is just his style, right? And he still was their best player, regardless of some moments maybe looking a little bit silly. But I think this is a team with so much firepower that you add a little bit more, structure and fundamentally correct Counter-Strike to the mix, it just feels impossible for these guys not to do a lot of damage and play good CS. So yeah, I'd say maybe some of that T-side diversity and maybe winning more anti-ecos.
Okay, I think we're done and dusted, lads. It's been a long grand final. Probably should have ended on Dust 2 about an hour and a half ago, but that's why we're here, for entertainment, and you cannot question how much of that we got today. That wraps up Series 1 of Thunderpick here in Europe. Of course, this is just the start of the season. We've got tons of Counter-Strike, tons of regions, all wrapping up at the end of the year with no doubt some really fun, big offline championships. Congratulations again to the VRS lads, the Polish squad, off the back of a tough time for them. So huge result, big win, and hopefully we'll see them in future iterations too. That wraps it up for us. And as said, stay tuned on the channels because I'm sure there'll be more Thunderpick action coming your way soon. Good night, and we'll see you in the near future.